at the show who ready. Flooded the watch with baguettes. We max it out, we go legendary. Yeah, we taking it straight to the moon. These diamonds just lit up the room. I go celebrate with my dogs. We handing out sweets like a broom. Hey, up, taking off. 247 not taking off. VDS stones ain't breaking off. All I know is win, I don't take a loss. Yo, taking off. GT3, I'm taking off. Locked in, we ain't finna play with y'all. Locked in, we ain't come up. Yeah, drop the confetti. Confetti.
Take me all the way, don't make me wait.
It all started by getting influenced by my wife. She's Portuguese, so Portuguese people or Brazilian people in general love tattoos. She kind of pushed me to get one. I loved the idea. And then I got my son's time that he was born, which is 12/21. I put in the date and his name here, and just having some flowers around it. And now I gotta complete my daughter soon after this tournament. Every time I look at the tattoo, it just reminds me of him, and especially when I go on these tournaments, I end up missing them. So I look down and I kind of see like, yeah, he's on me, and it just keeps reminding me of him.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Bora pro primeiro mapa aqui do VCT Americas. One more is all it takes.
We're heading into the final 5 days of play-ins, and today, 2 teams are getting the chop. Hello and welcome to VCT Americas, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena here in Los Angeles, California. I'm meeting here on the desk with Ender and Dryad, my 2 tallest colleagues for today's elimination matches. How you doing?
I'm doing great, feeling tall, feeling, up there.
I feel a little bit short, because I used to think there was like more of a gap between us, but no, we're just all kind of
weird.
6'1".
We even you guys out. But week 1 of play-ins, it was action-packed. We had upsets, we had big moments. But the question is, how often did it make men scream into microphones? Let's find out.
Pressure onto the spike now. Have to try to find a way to hold this. Cyber Cage, disrespected, push through. Jojmo going to hop on for the diffuser. No halfway, Artisan able to find one. He kills the spike diffuser, finds himself a second. It's a 1v1 with Trent. Time is coming down to the wire. Artisan,
nicely done from us. Hey, Artisan had a really good match, man.
Cyber Cage about to expire, and then it's going to be all action. There's G2 trying to push on through, but it's Artisan for the double. Baby Bay, Trent, last 2 left for the 2v2, but Artisan's looking for everything. One off for the ace. Baby Bay on the corner, able to turn it into a 1v1.
Very
it's going to be
nice
all
from Artisan.
5 for Artisan.
Oh, how do we throw this round?
The ace is...
Both. You have your ult too.
Scanning ahead.
He wins. He wins. He wins.
Oh yeah. Caster stuck.
Last 20 remaining.
Off. Time. You got this.
No, he doesn't.
Imagine.
Don't lie to him.
No,
Wait,
oh my god.
6.
What is the script doing? The script writer's crazy.
Clutch.
Fighting for you. There's smoke for bomb.
Shadows traveling.
You're so tilted. I know you.
Okay, I mean that is
unbelievable.
That is unreal.
That is an absurd
Oh my
play.
God, that is just ridiculous by Demon One.
It turns out it was a lot of yelling. But despite the big plays, our Tier 2 teams that have joined us for the play-ins are still yet to get a win. As we take a look at the bracket, all of them are facing elimination in the next 2 days. Dan, do you think one of these squads is going to beat a VCT Americas team?
I think we'll have at least one of them. One of them will get a win today, but it's so difficult. Everybody.
I mean, that's
on
all
that
EMEA
lower
was
bracket-
able to do. Oh, sorry, no, they got it backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
There's 3.
You also have a flawless front, so it just makes it so difficult. But surely, M80, right? That was everybody's favorite.
Yeah? Do you think there's hope?
I mean, look, the last time M80 played the guard, they won, right? So, no.
Well,
they
not quite. That went 5 maps and was 3 years ago. But we'll see if that holds true at all. Our first match today, though, it features Bestia. They're hoping to score a win and stay alive in the competition. And earlier, Dan got to sit down with a returning player, Takalia, and talk about himself.
All of our challengers teams have one goal, and it's to surprise everybody and be that one team that makes it to champs. But everybody has been going for different approaches, and I'm here with Takalija to talk about what Bestia did in that opening matchup and maybe what we can expect for the upcoming matchups as well, especially today, the one against Cloud9. Taco, I first want to ask you, as I was just saying, teams have different approaches, and your approach for the opening matchup was to completely change all the comps that you were playing before in challengers. So why did you guys change the comps?
To be honest, like we didn't have that much time, and we still like changing things to make as comfortable as possible for the team. And I think it's just that simple, like what works and what didn't work on practice. So we're still trying things.
Do you feel like you were not comfortable before with what you were doing in challengers versus now? Mainly because I always had this question between Lost was the new addition and you, for example, and the roles that you two were playing.
Yeah, me and Lost like play very similar roles, like duelist and a duelist operator and all that, but we still try to figure out how to make it work. So yeah, Lost like he joined the team like very late in the season, so we just trying things and comps, and like today, what we have today is like as a team we think is our best thing we can do.
Okay, so it's gonna be something different?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, but I want to talk a little bit about yourself as well. I saw one of your interviews where you said you really just want to live in the moment, and I think that's a great mentality to have. So what does it feel for you to be back and now that you got the chance to play on stage once again?
I mean, it's amazing. I'm really, really happy and enjoying the moment. And I know we lost, but loss is just part of competition. So I'm very calm with that. So still like enjoying the moment, and I'm so proud of me, and I'm so happy to be here again. And I love playing on stage, in the big stage. So
yeah,
what can I say?
How are you guys feeling when it comes to pressure? You're in the lower bracket. You need to have like a flawless run to make the champs. How are the feelings for that?
Yeah, I've been in this situation like many times in my life before. So I think the best answer is just do or die. So it's now or never. I mean, we need to give it all.
Yeah. What is it about Bestia that people should watch out for? What is it that makes you guys unique?
If we can make if we can play like we were playing practice, we are super a super cool team.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
We have a lot of individual talent, and we can solve like a lot of hard situations, but we can make it still like making like a team. So I mean, if we can like leave the nervous and the anxiety on stage, I think we can do like really big things and make it on planes to playoffs.
I think you guys have been the difference makers. I know Latam has been loving watching the voice comms, listening to voice comms as well. But obviously you need to take it one step at a time, and that first step is going to be today against Cloud9. So how are you feeling against Cloud9?
I'm chill, to be honest. Yeah, I'm chill. Whatever happens has to happen. So I really want like we can play like we play on practice. We can show our real game. So if we can make that, we're gonna win. That's all. They are like a really good team, but we've been working like so hard the whole year, and I think we deserve it.
Yeah, but it's two great teams going against each other, and I really hope that we get the chance to see you play your own game. Taco, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
It's interesting to hear there from Takalia just some of his perspective on getting this second chance. It was all the way back in 2023 that he was last playing on an Americas stage. And you got to talk to him a lot back then as well. What was your impression of how he's kind of evolved as a person in those years back in Tier 2?
I think he looks much more comfortable, much more like a leader compared to what it was before, especially because back then with Lev, he was struggling. He was in that duelist role, it was a solo duelist, and it felt like nothing that he was doing was finding an answer. So now he looks better in-game, but also outside of the game.
Yeah, he certainly does. And that showed through in their first map of their series that they played here in VCT Americas. This Breeze was an outstanding showing for Bestia, but then it kind of all fell apart after, Christian.
Yeah, they got the rug swept out from underneath them almost completely. And I think, to me, this series was kind of decided by the opening engagements across the two maps. Their double duelists on Breeze went 10 kills to 2 deaths in opening engagements. On map 2, they went 0 for 6, demolished on Sunset. And I think that part of that has to do with the fact that when you're playing on the wide open map, it's a little bit easier on the defense to find the picks, find that individualism. On Sunset, the clearing from crew is a lot stronger, but this is just a completely different tale between those two sides.
Yeah, it's just such a risk as well when you have some time off and you decide to change things so much. I feel like this is a team that can make it happen now that they had more time with Loss, but at the same time, I was a little worried because they have a lot of potential, but if they're able to work on the things that were working for them before.
Yeah, you can see in the compositions here, it was a pretty stark change, that bottom one, what they switched into when playing regionally. They were
Old comp, new comp.
Yes, they were going for the harbor in a ton of their maps domestically. Now they've almost switched to a new identity. Do you want to see them try and change back, Dan, or do you think it's too late at this point?
I do prefer them going back just because that's how they found success, and I think that's how they're going to be more comfortable. Again, Loss was a very last-minute addition for them, so you want to have the new guy be as comfortable as possible, especially when you're under pressure like here. So I don't know. I want to see them go back. I feel like Takalija kind of teased that things would be different, but we'll see.
I think what's odd to me is I actually am a fan of getting to see Loss on the chamber, right? On Breeze, his jet was absolutely phenomenal. I think he just got shut down on the pick, and I don't think that that's like something that should be happening or is a problem in the pick itself, because both of these maps played primarily on defense. On defense with the op in his hands on Breeze, completely dominating round after round. But you look at this map on Sunset, and they lose the early pistol, he doesn't get a kill. Then it's a round 4 operator that he loses on a retake. He didn't even get a chance to like actually use that gun. From that point onward, he never has comfortable econ. I just don't think he got to play on that second map. And for me, it's less of an agent problem for him specifically. The comp, I could see the argument.
Yeah.
I just need to see him getting op in his hands early and be able to play with it.
And also deciding who's going to be playing with the operator. You have Takalija who can do it. You have some rounds where we saw Melser actually have the operator.
Yeah.
Him, David as well used to play the Neon, so he was still holding the operator for some rounds. There's a lot of possibilities there. I think if they're able to establish him on that operator role, then it makes more sense to see him more in that chamber.
But Sage is not that agent.
Yeah, I agree with that. It felt like this game was kind of a difference of a team that was just committing to an identity, maybe too much with their Breeze comp for crew, versus one who was trying to reinvent themselves and struggling to find their footing again. But they do have this second chance today, and that's up against a Cloud9 here, who as a squad themselves have had to make some pretty big switch-ups in their composition, in their coaching. But for more on this squad and looking back at Bestia, Melzer, the IGL, his thoughts on today's match as well. Sierra Dawn has them.
Bestia had a great first map debut here in VCTs. What was the most important thing you've learned within that to make sure you get this series win today?
Yo creo que lo más importante es, como dije en otra entrevista, jugar nuestro juego, lo que estamos practicando todos los días, porque durante el partido anterior, el primer mapa pudimos hacer eso, pero luego entró el nerviosismo, la ansiedad de, no sé, los nervios del stage, de estar haciendo el debut de equipo, y salieron cosas muy mal que nunca hemos hecho. Entonces es concentrarnos en nuestro juego y yo creo que vamos a poder ganar.
Yeah, the most important thing for us today is going to be really just to play our game. We showed map 1 really what we could do, and throughout the other maps it just became like anxiety and nerves because it was our debut stage, so just really playing our game is going to be important.
I mean, definitely looking forward to seeing you guys play today. Good luck.
You know, it's been a minute since he played on the VCT Americas stage, but I'm glad to see that Melzer still has the IGL script.
Yeah.
Play our game? Check.
I mean, maybe he will, but also, you know what the real script is? 2 times, Melzer was IGLing crew all the way to the last transqualifier run, the 2024 run
when
as
they
well.
always made champs.
It was always last minute, Melzer, you're the IGL now. So, hey, maybe play your game. He's onto something there.
Yeah, getting a little bit of that magic back into the system. And Cloud9, a team who's no stranger to those runs themselves, are going to have to find that magic. They had a win streak going after ending the regular stage with a win over 100 Thieves.
Usually
but that all
Cloud9's
changed against EG.
Yeah, usually Cloud9 streaks are in the reverse order, where it's at the start of the stage where it all looks good. But honestly, this match versus Evil Geniuses is a weird one to me, because I feel like in most worlds, they're making it through this series. They played 2 really close series, both versus Fluxo and then also versus Evil Geniuses. It's 13-6 maps 1 and map 2, okay, whatever. We go on to the final map of Sunset, and C9 lose both pistols, they lose a bonus, and it's still a 13-11 scoreline. Like, I don't know. I think that C9 actually are looking stronger and are kind of the
There's a party going on. Look like they're being forced to be here for Fireball Op's birthday right now.
Wow. It's also his birthday.
It
Fireball
is his
Ops.
birthday.
Shout out.
No pressure to the team, you know, just get the win, don't ruin his birthday.
Yeah. What was your impression on the EG game as well? Did you feel like that was also kind of C9 losing to themselves at the end of it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they went back to some of the patterns that they were doing before in the first couple of weeks of the group stage. I think once a team starts to match up that pace, that's when they struggle the most. That's when Oxy's not getting all those openings that he's getting on a map like Breeze, where he's incredibly comfortable. So they just lost to themselves. I think they could have made that comeback a real comeback.
Yeah, you just need Oxy to play like Breeze on every map of that series. He's been having an outstanding play-in so far, and he's outside with Sierra.
Oxy, you said that you will make it to an international this year. What are you doing to help push yourself and the team to make that happen?
Oh, for myself, I play ranked about 4 hours a day, every single day, on top of scrims. But for the team, you know, for me, what my job is, you know, just keep everyone happy and just like make fun and obviously kill people on Breeze only, I guess. But yeah.
I mean, good luck with that. Thank you.
What's up with that, though? It seems like it has just been the most a player has taken over on a single map with his Breeze. He's had an unbelievable streak there.
Yeah, he's basically plus 20, like, kills death every time he plays Breeze. It's completely absurd. And this is a streak that's been going on now since week 3. Like, and I think this is just one of the most impressive streaks I've seen from a player, period. Yeah. C9 was a team that was lost heading into week 3. They're making coaching changes, trying to figure out what the hell to do, trying to make it through into a champs run. And Oxy just says, well, I actually don't care. Coach change, whatever, that doesn't matter. He's just gonna start farming every single game. And it's not like he's playing badly on other maps. It's just Breeze is such a ridiculous outlier that no one comes close.
And it's also what you're saying, week 3, that is when they made that coaching change. And that's when they were talking about prioritizing everybody being comfortable. And honestly, in a map like this one, when they said comfortability, I was expecting to see Oxy on the Jet, for example. But then on the Neon, he has been incredible. And like you're saying, Breeze is insane, but he's good still in other maps.
So what we're looking at behind us right now is the top 3 players in like different stats categories.
Sure.
Look how much Oxy is like clearing these players. Like Demon1 is second with 272 ACS.
Who, by the way, himself has been having an insane run.
Yeah, Oxy is plus 30 above that. And then if you look at third place, he's plus 50 above it. This kid is such a ridiculous outlier. It's incredible.
So I'm trying to make sense of it because he's always been the X factor for C9. Do you two think that something changed after week 3, after that coaching swap within the team to set him up for this success? Or is this just some Oxy individual magic?
Yeah, definitely it changed the dynamic, the way that they're interacting with each other. Even when we get to hear them for a little bit, they're just having fun. And I don't think they were doing that before. They were focusing on some of the plans that they had into these maps, but they were not focusing on what was more comfortable for them. Truly, just playing their own game.
Just single duelist, Oxy go, we put everything into.
Yeah, the main difference to me is less so what's happening in-game, and it's more what's happening in agent select. Because Oxy had Imi had Oxy playing a few different agents. Oxy has played 1 game of Yoru since the coaching change.
And
Every
it was like
other
the one
game
bad
is Neon.
game, by the way. I mean, it wasn't like super bad, but it was stood in contrast to the Neon.
His Neon is incredibly good, and it's not just a Breeze thing. His Breeze is an outlier, but his Neon is otherworldly, and if they continue to bank on it, they're gonna make it far.
Yeah, so Oxy the man to worry about today if you're Bestia, looking to continue that streak. Let's take a look at the predictions, see if anyone was willing to punt on one of our tier 2 squads getting a win. And Dan, you've gone for Bestia. Break that down for me.
I can't.
No, because I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, Bestia, the one map that they played well on was the Breeze. Oh, it was Breeze.
I know.
That's the Oxy map.
I think this is a team that, like Taco was saying, if they're able to play the way that they were playing against Contra, for example, for that grand final in LATAM, they could absolutely win that map of Breeze. It was dominant against Crew, and I know Oxy's on the other side, but I just keep saying, what happens when Oxy doesn't drop 30 that map?
Will that happen?
No,
probably not.
40 today.
No, probably not.
He won't drop 30, he'll drop 40.
Yeah. I want to touch quickly on that second match, though, because there was a lot more people who are willing to punt on M80. Do you think that's a good chance of an upset?
Recency bias, no. It's recency bias seeing G2 slide. Baby Bay had a rough game, but no, G2 is not losing to M80.
I don't know if it's recency bias if M80 also lost.
It's recency, it's haters, people hate G2. That's the truth.
Do you hate G2?
No.
No? Dan, were you willing to punt at all?
No.
Okay. Fair enough. So the death's pretty aligned, except for maybe some insanity for Bestia. But all of our tier 2 squads still looking to get that win on the board, looking to continue in this competition. If you lose today, your VCT run ends. It could be it for Cloud9 if they drop in this series, but facing a Bestia who's just lost as well, an opportunity to start their run here. Day 5 of play-in starts right now.
So the match against Bestia is an elimination match, and that means that we all have to be at our A game. I think there'll be a fair matchup.
Pra poder ajudar. Já vem uma balança do Loze. O Loze monstro!
Quer mais, hein?
Aqui ele agora sim tem ultimate. Vai tentando buscar e consegue pra cima do Sad.
I like Cloud9. It was actually the first esports team I cheered for back in other game. So it would be really fun to play against them.
He's like Cloud9. Oxy! Okay. Go on, give it to him. One more. What? Nico Ace. He's cheating. Today. He'll be able to take it. He's hunting. And finally gets the prize.
Breeze, at this point, I don't know if anyone wants to pick Breeze into us or let us pick Breeze at all anymore. Obviously, I guess I own this map now. I own Breeze, but who knows? You know, if they keep picking Breeze, go ahead. You know, I'll have some fun on Breeze again. This is the last push to make champions or to make the last international. So, yeah, I'm gonna try our best.
First team stepping out onto the stage is Bestia, LATAM's best squad from Tier 2, trying to bounce back from a tough 1-2 loss against another Latin American squad to start off, Dan. They made big changes going into that game, now looking to return to normal and get a win on the board.
They've had so many challenges this year, but you can rely on those players that you've seen for the past couple of years. Melser as the IGL, Tekolija also stepping up on the duelist role. Around the new guys, especially Lost was the last minute addition for them when Chai got picked up by Furia. They needed to bring somebody else, and he brought Lost actually from that Furia Academy. He fit right into the team, and now it's time to show those results, show what they're talking about. They were able to do in practice.
And you have to show them today, or there's no more second chances, no time left, and C9 on the other side absolutely know that too. They're no strangers to having their backs against the wall when they get to a postseason situation. Now finding themselves in the lower bracket of the play-ins. If they want a chance of making a run to champs, if Oxy wants to get there, they've got to cruise through here and just keep on winning. You can't look back.
And if he's going to get there, he has to be the one to bring them through. He's had such an incredible individual performance so far in these play-ins. It's a familiar spot, though. They've been in these spots before where they have to win so many games in a row to make it to champs. It's been heartbreak for them in the past, be it in LCQs, in late-stage playoffs. But they're just trying to get that magic back, make a run. But looking at the map, Stan, my big question is Breeze. Does anyone want to test him on it? Does anyone want to test Oxy on that map? And they won't pick it, but it is showing up.
Yeah, everybody has been willing to let Breeze slide against Cloud9, and then they get destroyed. So there's a chance for Bestia to turn things around, but it's not going to be easy. I'm interested, though, in that first map as well of Lotus. This is the map where we saw Oxy actually play the Yoru, and this is when they were playing so different. This is when, in that interview, he was talking about how they were trying to counter the Vice on the other side. Not really playing their game, but trying to be one step ahead. I'd much rather see them do the same thing that they've been doing in other maps.
I would be expecting to see them go back to the Neon here. Usually I don't think teams will make changes, but I think with how good Oxy's been on that, and also knowing that Bestia picked this map. They just saw C9 lose this to Fluxo.
Yeah.
C9 are 0-5 on Lotus in 2026. If you go back to 25, it's a 7-game loss streak. And on the other side, Bestia have shown it once. And last time they played it, Shy was on the team.
Yeah, it was back in April. They haven't played it in forever. So it makes sense for me that they're going for this map. You have a lot of questions on the other side. There's not really any ability to counter, for example, for Amy, who's that assistant coach right now. And you just leave a lot of room to kind of play as open as you want. It seems like they're playing something different, though. They're not making that many changes. Takolija is going to be on their race. They have been playing this double duelist, like you were saying before, was the trap.
Yeah, and I am a fan of seeing Lost in on agents like the Jet or the Yoru or the Chamber, agents that want to take opening fights. Exactly. It's very strong for them. And for Oxy, it will be the Neon. Going back to that. There's no Vise on the other side, nothing to counter. Just let him go wide.
I think that's exactly the right call. He's been outstanding on that agent. They've tried to force it pretty much every map, and now they return to it here. Could this be a bit of a trap card for Bestia now, picking into this map, seeing Cloud9 with a change ahead of them?
I feel like surely if you're Bestia, you assume that Oxy would go with the Neon here. But I mean, it's scary. It's scary for them because they're bringing that change as well, and they might be that first team that we have to say goodbye to. So both of them have to be locked in to start this lower bracket run.
Well, a new composition and some new casters. It feels like we're doing this a little bit in reverse, but I'm going to send it over to Athena and Golden Boy on the call.
You damn right, baby. Oh, baby. We're about to have a good time here today as we get ready for this matchup. We got C9, you got Bestia. And look, what a great way to start a Wednesday morning when you just woke up, not quite sure what to do with your body. Why don't you go ahead and watch some Valorant? Enjoy it with us. But Athena. I was going to say Myrna and Athena. And then I went with Athena, so we're going to do that for the rest of the day.
You know what it is? It's because it's not the analyst desk.
It's true. The audio is throwing me off. The whole gimmick is completely crazy. But you know what isn't crazy? This Samsung OLED match start, of course, brought to you by our friends over at Samsung OLED. Let's go ahead and dive into the action and talk about what we're seeing on this Lotus, because the fact that we're getting Lotus is really exciting.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this plays out, at least for Bestia, because switching up their comp, they haven't played this Lotus in a long time. I'm sure they've seen how C9 played it at this point, but just really interesting to see what they go forward with here. But 4 towards this A main, just trying to stay together for this pistol so far. I think this makes a lot of sense for Bestia.
Yeah, and you can see them creeping up a little bit over here on the Rebel side. Starting to get some activity here. Just see if they can find something. Some pot shots being sent out. But Lost actually getting past that wall might actually help a little bit with the timing here. You start to see those rotations start to come in here at the
Yeah, really quick rotations. That Vice wall is going to be baited out. But Bestia, they're all stuck with no secondary option to go to.
This is it. It's all or nothing. Lost wants to make his way in. He hasn't found a target yet to be able to catch onto. You got 4 players stacked up top here. Lost is going to go in for the peek. He knows that there could be someone up here, but he's not quite sure the number. Finds one. That's Fireball Ops. He's going to be handled. Not looking for another one, but he's going to just wait this one out. Let's see what the post plant's like for Bestia, as they're just going to play their angles.
Yeah, I really like that they've taken that Heaven control because all 4 players from C9 are here.
That's a nasty shot from Lost. Exactly what you want to see to start things off here. The Fury Academy lone. It's been absolutely unreal for these players here. Gets himself a third, gets himself a fourth. Wait a minute, is he going to start off with an ace here to kick things off? No, Tribuzine's there for the pickup, but it doesn't matter. 4 kills locked in for Bestia. 4 kills locked in. Huge way to start things off here for Lost.
I mean, if this is going to be any choice or any kind of further inspection on how we're going to see how Yoru's played this map, it's going to be really interesting. I thought this would just be a little bit of a pick to bait the Vice wall really easily with that clone. They also have a lot of things that they could use with that util. But man, it looks like we're just going forward, fighting, Lost, going aggressive in that post.
Here's the thing though, right? This Bestia team, if you let them get aggressive, if you let them have that opportunity to play their game, funny enough, I know Mimi joked about it, but it is true. Like, they like to play this very aggressive, contact-heavy style that really works for them because they have great aimers on their team. But they can do the strategies when they need to. Now, David, he's going to wisely back away here. He got the info that he needed. He sees this push starting to come in, and you know that if you are C9, you're going to need to make a play here. Oxy, unfortunately for him, is going to get stopped right at the front door there. Maybe a couple other players trying to get inside, but nope. Dinner ain't happening today. You're just going to have to watch from the outside, and that's going to be a couple players down. One left alive. It's Zelsis. It's going to be really difficult for him to stand up against 4 players with only a classic.
Yeah, it's really nice to see Bestia, though, having those really nice reactions and protocols, farming that orb, turning around and fighting together. Now 4v1 on this site.
What's he going to do? I was happy for him for a minute there, you know?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if he would have done it? It would have been the greatest play pulled over by a 30-year-old. It's unreal.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Wait, is he
Why are you talking?
He's 29. I don't know yet. But then again, though, he's not Baby Bay.
He is not Baby Bay, that's true. Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. I think the way that Bestia is playing right now, granted, yes, it is the first couple rounds. This is how I expected to see them play in that first match. Love the hype, too.
Yeah, and they have to. They have to keep themselves energized in this because if C9 get going at any point in time, it is going to be very, very difficult to stop that train. So you know that Bestia are going to have to put their best foot forward here. First gun round opportunity now for C9. Let's see what they could do.
Yeah, set up that Yoru clone towards B. Actually TPing into sight as Lost. They baited the wall.
Couple big picks. It's actually going to even, or rather, give the advantage to C9. And you can see here the guns that they have to get into this site with. It's going to be really difficult to do so. So you're really hoping to just get some kind of like a miracle pick, if that was even an option.
Look at all this map control, though, that Zelsis just got by himself. Contact play up to B. They know that now they're sandwiched towards that A site. Vice full setup on C. They're not worried about it at all.
Great opportunity for C9 to pick up a critical round. This is the round that they would need to pick up. Of course, don't want to give up too much sound here. Maybe you go for that orb, but you don't really need to at this point. The name of the game is to just go and get that spike down. And here comes the push now. Attempt starting to come in, but it's going to get stalled out just for a second there. Now here comes this next one. But the nade tossed all the way to the back, forcing Oxy to have to move up and receive those players at the choke a little bit earlier. But it's going to slow things down again, and Bestia's just trying to play the field here.
Yeah, really good delay util from Oxy there, trying to go aggressive from Bestia, trying to get any numbers control here. It looks like they weren't able to.
Ooh, good satchel cross there. That was an attempt. Could have worked out for them there, but instead, David wasn't there for the pickup immediately. Melzer there instead gets his 2. You only got a couple seconds left to work with now. Celsius and Fireball left alive. That's going to be a problem. Let's see what the birthday boy could do here as Melzer's getting tagged up. The IGL Zelsis managed to get the better of that one there, bring him down to just 9 HP. He's tucked all the way inside of this drop, and that ain't gonna really work out for him there. He kind of saw the writing on the wall. Well played by the IGL as he picks up that big round that they needed to get and pulled a lot for it.
Yeah, I think Bestia, though, still doing a good job at getting some tag on that economy. 3 weapons down for the side of C9. It's going to be a little bit more expensive. Nothing crazy. They can still get those rifles, but it's going to be annoying to play against. So I think this is good.
Yeah, me too.
That's also me when I play Valorant, just in general.
Yeah, no, that's me when I wake up in the morning. I just do that pretty much all the time. So excited. Great.
Yeah, first gun round on the table, though. Lost actually picking up that operator already. Looks like they're going to go for some A main control here, trying to get some sort of pick on the line.
A little bit of a different look than what we've been seeing previously. C9's been liking to push down mid, and you know they haven't really had much of an opportunity to really get into this game. So this is going to be now both teams equal strength. Let's see who's able to get the better here. Zelsis knows he just needs to hold this line. There's no real reason for him to just get aggressive. He's got the help from Oxy there too. Checking around the corner, so they know exactly where he's going to be located, but do they opt to handle this one here? No, instead they're going to trigger that wall, and they're just doing the things that they need to do.
Yeah.
They're just taking care of all of that utility around the map.
It's a really good default. The only thing is that they don't have any of that A main control, but baiting that Vice wall, setting up towards C, lots of pressure towards there as well. They have these 2 options from long C, from that main at B. They're able to use that door as much as they please. But the problem is 4 players from C9, 2 on B, 2 on C. They're ready for this because they got all of that A main control.
Okay, so I just saw a Prowler go out from Jack that actually scouted out mid, and then that kind of prompted a little bit of movement, but that's going to push some of these players a little closer here. Feels like A is going to be where we finish. Fireball, though, waiting for this one. Aggression starting to come in. Takalea is able to get that first kill with the grenades, but a couple more starting to fly in here. Oxy now knowing he's going to go up against the full might of this team. Meanwhile, on the lurk, you got Vic. He's got to move fast. He gets that kill on David. Now prompts into this 2v2. 2v-Zine gets the better of Oxy. It's all up to Vic, the stalwart player of this team. Oh, reliable. Let's see what he could do here. He's got himself a Paranoia. He also has a TP to work with, but he's got to play this one out intelligently. It goes through the Paranoia, and they see exactly where that originated from. Handle business, and that's Bestia back on the board 3-1. Athena, ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh. C9, they're actually gonna be broke coming into this round, but this execute was really nice. You see that C's nade combo on elbow just to push any of that zoning spots out. The Yoru TP into sight. Melzer picking up the op and TPing up onto the boxes as well. Bestia, they're just so good with this Yoru. You can tell they really went down into the playbook, made sure their executes didn't have any loopholes into them. And now going into this map, going into this round, like I mentioned before, C9, they're going to be on a little bit of a struggle by.
Yeah, okay. Now, of course, we'll see whether or not this is going to be Bestia's 4th round added here. But look at this aggression from Cloud9. They only have 1 gun to work with. That gun's going to be on Fireball Ops. So expect for him to be that last line to make his way in as this chaos is going to begin to unfold here. Here goes the stun. There goes a double shot. He's actually going to get the collat out of that one. Melzer and Taco are good with their Guardians, and that was a good try, good attempt, but you had to do something.
Yeah, really nice from Bestia as well. Just to stay so disciplined. They're not overly aggressing at the wrong timings. It feels like they're very well cohesive plays together. Just sitting there holding a main. They know that C9 is going to do something. And they're just ready for it.
Yeah, this is one of those maps that I was actually listening to the recent episode of the C9 podcast, and Zelsis was actually talking about Lotus and how this was a map that they're continuing to work on, they're continuing to refine.
Yeah.
So to hear him talk about that, and then to see it get picked into them, I think, you know, gave Bestia that pathway to victory, because you look at the rest of the series, you got Breeze.
Yeah.
You got Split. Oh my God, oh boy, that's bad.
Yeah,
like, I don't know if you want to deal with that.
The thing about Zelsis, too, is he's really good at calling a lot of those rotations. Oh my God, actually almost punishing Lost with the operator. He's really good at calling those rotations. On a map like Lotus, it feels like that's probably where he's going to shine. Somehow almost kills 2 players from Bestia with that Ghost, but it's something that he's really good at. Calling a lot of the micro plays, making sure the rotations are there, getting the information himself to relay to the rest of his team. So I really think on a map like Lotus, that defense is so important. And I'm really hoping that they can pull something to bring it back. Maybe a tack pause if I were the coach, just to make sure we know what's going wrong, because it seems like we're getting a lot of the information, just not playing off it.
Yeah, I agree with that, Oxy. I mean, you know, you start the round off with a collat, so, you know. And you're right, it would be nice to see that timeout get called, but instead they're going to let them figure it out.
GB, look at these ults, though. 4 ults on the side of Bestia. That Viper's Pit going to go down for Zelsis. And these 5 players are grouped up towards Long C. Feels like they know that this is going to happen, trying to get some sort of control, but might cancel once they see that Viper Pit is down.
Yeah. Okay, so Dimensional Drift now. For the Yoru, loss. He's going to be in the back. Taco, and wait a minute, actually. Ends up getting picked by Fireball inside of the pit. And that is going to stop that plan right in its tracks. Your duelists are dead, but you have one more opportunity here with David, potentially, and I don't think that scouted him out, so might actually be able to get a big kill here, but no. Instead, it's Fireball. Fireball locks in his first, I believe, for the game. Or it's his second, as a matter of fact. But wait a minute. Just as I say that, David's there for the response. 2v2. Nightfall activated. It's going to have to prompt these players that have to go back. Bestia's David waiting in the back wings here. Give that cover. They don't have to worry too much about the middle. Where does Oxy and Jack opt to do? They haven't gotten that spike down yet, but they still have some time to work with here, Athena.
Both C9 players trying to retake from that spawn, switching that op over to Jack so Oxy can go in. If he gets one, he's able to get that ult online as well.
All right, Neural Theft activated. That's going to have to prompt Oxy here in this big fight. David able to get one. Oxy gets his first. He's going to activate the ult. He's going to hit him with the fingers, and he does. That's a big round that C9 desperately needed. Pulled off all the stops. Let's not forget, while Bestia had 4 ults, you had C9 with 3. One way or another, someone was going to have to use one of those big abilities to figure this out.
I mean, Bestia using 4 of those ults that round, and they still lost it. It's going to be crazy expensive. I mean, they used 2 of those ults immediately. The Yoru ult to try to get that information and that Raze showstopper, but just missing because of that Viper's Pit getting him so low. This was a crazy round, though. David almost bringing this back. Zelsis peeking out of that pit and giving him that 3rd kill was the real momentum turner for the round.
Yeah, you can see how this C9 team is just keeping themselves in the game. We're excited. Like, they're just constantly cheering. They're just, it's about keeping the spirits high, especially when you're down 4-2 like this to start things off.
Yeah, C9 actually changing their defensive setup now, using Oxy to get that long line towards C. And look at the rotations, 1-3-1 already for C9 because of all that pressure.
Loss is weighing this one out. Contact might be made by Fireball, but Loss is waiting for you to get around the corner. He's saying, please give this to me. Be the easiest kill of my life if I could get this. But Fireball's wise to it. He ain't going to give it to him. Meanwhile, business now happening over toward this A side of the map. Vic is going to have a lot to handle here. A lot of responsibility on his hands, but he can get out of dodge. He does have the Omen ult to be able to do so. A couple more players starting to come through here. There goes the TP. He's out of there.
Yeah, full A lobby control now for Bestia, but it's going to pull those rotates from C9. 3 players, again, still on that B site, but able to go towards that link, able to be really quick rotates here. They have that full line on C. And now, Bestia, their best bet for this map is that Fatal. They're splitting into this B.
Ooh, I like this. He was actually giving you the idea that they wanted to go to A, but instead it's going to go right into the loving hands of Fireball Ops and Zelsis. Zelsis gets himself 3. That's the 3rd one for C9. Desperately needed. I like the idea that Bestia were trying to cook up there, but it really was just a matter of C9 giving them nothing to work with.
Yeah, they did a good job. They baited that price wall at the beginning of the round. Bestia putting pressure towards C with the Omen smoke, going back towards A main to take that pressure off again. But they were not prepared for that 1-3-1 C9 had set up. They had really good discipline to just sit there and make sure they're not over-rotating. And now going into this round, we're going to see Bestia on a little bit of a weird buy. 3 sheriffs across the board. They're going to try to go for picks towards this A main here.
Need to make something happen. Pull a rabbit out of the hat. If you are Bestia, so far it has been good for the team. The Chilenos managed to really pick up a couple major rounds, but question is whether or not this C9 team can continue the discipline that they showed in that last round, and so far it looks good. They're not giving this team an inch. They're not overextending, and if anything, they're just taking those opportunities where they see fit. Oxy has the wherewithal to push his way forward over here on the C side of the map. It opens up that lane. That's going to be 2 players down. Makes it so much challenging for Bestia.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to just continue trying to get those numbers, try to go for those picks, but it's a little bit hard. Sneaking into to Link, though, Melzer, He's so close, but 2 players, high-low, ready to get that pick.
Yeah, and you can also see that they were anticipating maybe some pressure coming from mid and that mid choke, but no, instead it's going to be Melzer pushing way forward. Just forces the issue onto Jack. Fireball Ops wise enough back away from this one. Zelsis, though, tried to go in for a big fight. They know they still have to worry about Fireball Ops, so he's got to get that angle. Meanwhile, Vic is good for his kill, and that's going to be Fireball finally finding that target onto Taco. We're all knotted up 4-4.
Yeah, Fireball with a really nice crossfire with Vic there, pushing through that B doors. But for Bestia, man, this is looking a little bit rough. They've lost so many of those ults that they were saving up for. Managing to go, no way, is this the pick that he got? Ooh.
Dang.
The spam through the smoke. I think C9, they've just been doing such a good job at making sure they're not overextending with the setups, able to get a lot of that information. And usually when I see a team playing back on Lotus, I start to think, well, it's a little bit hard because you can't retake in time. You're giving them too much map control. But they're actually doing a really good job at playing back. They're playing back, but they're able to get those kills. They're still holding really good crossfires, and they're able to close those loopholes really well.
Yeah, it's a matter of that discipline, but also just the protocols for them to know, like, hey, let's not overextend this. Let's not try and push this. And really, I think I'm looking at this guy right here, Taco, to be just that tip of the spear, as I always like to say. And he's going up against Oxy, who, you know, these two guys, similar styles of play, like to play aggro, like to play in your face, but obviously different teams altogether.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw Oxy play on Lotus, he was on their Yoru, right? And now we're finally seeing him back on that Neon once again. Him and Taco, they have very similar styles, like you said, but they both were really phenomenal on the Neon on every single map. So now we're seeing this Neon into Raze matchup, seeing that extra util from Taco across the map, working really well with that nade and the C's combo.
Yeah.
So it looks really well. But going into this next round now, GB, this is looking a little bit rough because they're baiting the Vice Wall from Bestia. Their defaults are actually pretty good. They're putting pressure all across the map, but C9's always just one step ahead. They need to find a way to punish that Oxy op.
Yeah, and right now it's going to be hanging out over toward mid, so really looking to get much going over there, but instead the game plan was just go get that orb and then see what else you can grab. And wait a minute, Oxy just was a little too overzealous there and ends up giving up that op in the critical moment. Could actually work out very well here for Chubizine if they try and go for more.
Yeah, that's a really big pick from Bestia. They shut down one of the winning conditions for C9's information across the map. And now that Prowler are going to get some sort of information, and slowing down is the right action here. C9, they tend to react when they're down numbers, try to get some sort of map control back, but they're just holding back for now.
Yep, and they're trying to see where that wall is too, because typically they've been placing the Vice wall over toward B side in that B choke right where they are positioned, but right now you can see it's actually over toward the A site. So they've been moving that around a fair amount.
Ooh.
They're not going to worry about too much of this utility here. They just want to get their way inside of this site, get that spike down, but it's going to be a lot more challenging to do so when the spike is not available to you. Wait a minute. Get that Vice ult activated. It's going to force all these players to have to just get out of dodge. A site is available and open, and yeah, they're going to be running into some Vice utility there, but they're okay.
That's a really nice pivot from Bestia, using that pressure on C, getting out onto B, and falling back into A. Really well done, but this post plant's going to be important because the Zelsis, he's all the way out from that baby door.
I don't think that they're anticipating Taco Leah here on the flank. I don't see any of those arrows there, and that's going to be really problematic for them to have to work with. You got one player who's trying to get eyes on it, but meanwhile, Vic gets one on site. Melzer's going to just answer back in turn. It's going to put Melzer in a rough spot, but Taco Leah and Melzer work in tandem together, able to take out Zelsis and Fireball Ops, and after losing a couple of big rounds back to back to back, they get their 5th.
Dude, Bestia, that initial pick on Oxy was the game changer for them, for their momentum. That default basically worked out perfectly. This pick right here, denying that offline from Oxy, but also killing one of C9's most important players when it comes to those retakes. And then the post plants. They're so good. They're so disciplined from Bestia, and I feel like we're seeing a new sight coming out from them. The defaults are so good. The info's good.
You can see Veer was contemplating doing a little bit of a
timeout
there, but didn't go for it. All right, well, let's go ahead and jump into a Bestia listen and see how they execute.
Lo metemos nuevo. Por acá. Él lo metaba por acá. Dale, puedes buscar acá. 2, 3, va. Vamos haciendo strafe, Baitamos la puerta del B.
Te abro puerta C.
Y la neon son. Sí, hagámoslo.
Ven, pasemos acá nosotros.
Dos acá conmigo. Page, Neon.
Otro Manix C. Buena, papi.
Los tres de la.
No, no, sí.
No,
Sí.
sin
Falta la info.
Listo, nadie C.
Agarra la spike. Estoy llegando, dale
Voy a jugar a la
una
mía,
garra.
cabrón. Voy a juntar un guante.
Denle audio a Chuy para que amase.
Planté abierto.
Uno B corriendo.
Voy a juntar un guante.
Estoy llegando,
Eso hace.
Chuy, aún tenés Chuy, perro, y después...
sí, sí.
Tengo un flash para usted,
Puede gaitear.
Audio, porfa.
Lo segura a coste, llega a tiempo.
Call it, Francis.
Yeah, you ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Blinded back. Blind. One away. Keep it back.
Side, fuck.
Save it.
Yeah, save it.
When over there?
They just walked up B that round.
Omen +1.
They just
+1.
That's it. All good, boys. All good. I should have killed this guy soon.
Now, much to the chagrin of Dan Triad, I will not be able to translate what was being said from the Bestia side of things, but there was a lot of confidence there in that push. But man, C9.
It was really nice from Bestia to be able to, after getting that pick, speed up into B, get another 2 picks, and then fall back into that C site. They're just playing the map so beautifully here. A lot of those zones are being taken by them, pushing and pulling and pressuring.
And there it goes.
Yep, there goes the timeout. And I think they're just doing such a good job at pulling a lot of those rotates. At first, I was complimenting C9, being able to hold back and not over-rotate, but now it feels like Bestia is just playing with them.
Well, I think they also caught wind of how C9 were playing a lot of these, right? It felt like there was always a moment where they had the perfect amount of individuals to handle the problem. What does that tell you? Well, they're making some early rotation. So how do you like try and stop that? How do you try and disrupt that a little bit? And that's what Bestia is doing. I think about that taco flank and how he was just so instrumental in it. Typically, you'd think that, oh, you know, the Raze player would be with the rest of the team, blah, blah, blah. But no, he wants to go and see if he could find those angles and those areas that C9 just simply were not prepared for.
Yeah.
Credit to them, because you would think like, oh, the whole team would just group up together and stay on site in that moment and then spread out, play that post plant that way. But no, good reads.
I think Melzer's IGLing has just been phenomenal. The mid-rounding to be able to push and pull, to be able to just switch sides, and everyone trusts the call. That's the most important part. Everyone's ready to go every time.
This is Melzer's kindergarten.
It is his kindergarten, and he
is
is
class.
10-7 right now. So he's definitely showing
School's
up
in session. All right. My guy's going to put you in social studies, and you're going to like it.
The off online now, once again, for Lost. That Viper's Pit from Zelsis going down towards C, but they're actually trying to play a trap setup in that C long towards Mound. But all of Bestia here is grouped towards this A, just trying to pressure enough and find that Vice wall once again.
You talk about Melzer and his IGLing and what he's been doing, and this, of course, isn't going to be totally unfamiliar with him. Familiar with Tier 1 foes, having played for Lev and crew back in 2021 to 2025. A long career for him. So you're really looking for him to make some smart, really informed decisions here. But Zelsis has to be the better of him for these next 2 rounds.
Really nice proactivity there from C, actually. 2 of their players pushed up, peeked past that Viper's Pit, and saw absolutely nothing. And so the C9 rotations are ready because they're all 3 on this A site.
Question is whether or not they're going to commit, and it seems like they are. Made their way right inside a tree. And that's going to give a lot of intel. That just might be the go button there. As Jack's going to be tucked away in the corner, anticipating some activity, but when you think that that button is going to get hit, nope, instead, they're going to wait this one out. They only got 25 seconds. They have no other progress on the rest of the map. They have a Viper's Pit on C they got to deal with. They're going to pivot over to C. They're going to run right into Vic. They got to go right now.
The fake tap to pull away rotations, but it doesn't work.
2 kills coming in. Jack now looking for one to be able to just even things out. Got to get that spike down, but the spike's going to be in Carajo land. One day you got to go ahead and grab that thing. Finally, they're able to do so. Can they get this one down? Yes, they are. I think they have enough time, just barely. Oh. Yes, they do. I mean, it was basically a mouse fart away from ending the round there. But Zelsis, he knows exactly what he's up against, and it is a tall task that's being asked of him.
I mean, it's crazy that Bestia is still able to execute with 3 players from C9 on site and that util.
Wait a minute, are they playing with their food? Don't play with your food, you gotta be careful here. Zelsis is not one to trifle with. Of course, time is starting to tick down a little bit more, and they're just moving them around the map. They were a little bit playing with their food.
Yeah, I think that was, like I was saying, Bestia did a good job considering that all the pieces for C9 were down. That Viper's Pit at the beginning, they were able to push through and get a lot of information from C9's side. But then Bestia, all four grouped in this tree position, tapping that door one more time just to pull away some pressure. And then getting the spike down with like 0.3 seconds left is crazy.
I will find you. And I don't blame Zelsis in that situation for like running away because you look at the time, you're like, I think it's cooked, but no.
Yeah, now if you're C9, you're a little bit scared because 3 ults online here for Bestia. They have that Yoru ult, they have the Nightfall and the Showstopper. These are really strong execute ults.
Too much for them to work with. Dimensional Drift is going to get activated here. All this information is going to be given to them now. Here comes the rocket. Time to make things go boom. But is there a target available? No, everyone's going to get out of dodge because they do not want to deal with that rocket. They want to do this 5-man retake clean as possible. Now look over on the flank side toward A side. You got to be mindful of Oxy and Neon. Jack actually gets 2. And that's Zelsis with a follow-up for the 3rd. It's going to make it into a 4v2. Loss and David, and Loss has been exquisite this half. But is it going to be enough to be able to pull this round off? They got to get that spike out. And it's so far out. It's right outside of it. And they finally grab it. But right into the hands of Vic. Just down to the last player. Loss. He might very well lose his life here.
12-4, but I don't think he can win this 1v4. The collapse from C9 comes in. He gets a pick, but it is big. Oxy getting
You know what's crazy? He had the reads.
I know, right?
The reads.
That's crazy. No, that was really nice coming in from C9. They were finally super proactive, but actually playing off of it, getting a lot of that information, and the crossfires onto B was really well played. I think now Jack, too, this was the round turner as well.
Huge
Jack,
round.
he's been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, he's been one of the rookies coming into this team. Him on that initiator, still managing to put up numbers almost every single game that they play. And it's crazy because he's just done so good regardless of playing on that VCT stage.
Yeah, it's a 7-5. Bestia up on the half. Let's see if Cloud9 can answer things back. We're going to take a quick pause for the cause, and when we return, we'll resume with Lotus.
That's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm... With amazing seats.
I'm sorry.
Okay. And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
For me, it's nice because I can be more flexible in my function, and for me, it's one of the main things to become a good pro. It's knowing how to play with all the agents in a role or in different roles, and not just getting stuck with 1 or 2. So I guess it's pretty cool because this meta doesn't limit that.
Jumping back into this half, Melzer talked a little bit in that interview about how the last time they played on this stage, there was a lot of nerves going into it. But it looks like this time around, they've gotten past that. They jumped past that hurdle. They're playing beautifully as a team.
Yeah.
The mid-rounding has been really nice, but they switch over to this defensive half now. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they play, especially with this Yoru and this Raids. A lot of trap combos on that A lobby to make sure they get that space. But the Yoru, I want to see how this fits into it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, the fact of the matter is Melzer belongs on that stage. He's been here before, and it's just great to see him back again. Same thing with Taco. The work's been done. And speaking of the work, it's happening on the other side of the map there toward A. Chubizin's able to get that connection onto Zelsis, so that's going to be the IGL taking a lap for the second there, but this is going to prompt these players to have to just go a little bit further back. That paranoia pushes everyone away for the time being.
And one of the good things about playing Yoru is those fast rotates. You can see that TP and spawn already.
Ooh, wait a minute. I thought that they were going to get that opportunity. I thought that paranoia was going to connect onto the Cypher, and that actually did not happen. Jack and Fireball Ops, they don't have anything else. They have to get out of there. But wait a minute. Just as I say that, look at Fireball Ops. The birthday boy's looking to cause some problems here, but no cake for you today. Chubizin's taking it all for himself. And it's only going to be one player left standing, and that's Jack. And while Jack has been great, Athena, this is a tall task to ask for here. And dare I say, around that Cloud9 really needed, because you get these two, this pistol, you get the, the eco, and then at that point, you're able to really begin to build back into this game. You lose out here, that stings.
Yeah, you're really scared of the snowball, especially on this attack side where technically you're supposed to be able to get more rounds and being able to just ping pong as much as possible, put pressure on either side of the map. But Jack, he's going to try to go for these numbers, but all these players are collapsing.
They have no idea. But I think they have some semblance of an idea. Got to watch that doorway there. Okay, there you go. Now everyone knows. That Prime Vandal's nice and loud. There, Prime Vandal, you hear me? Prime Classic. In any case, so that's going to do it. I just started using it again, so, you know.
Oh, I see.
It's on the brain. That said, though, I mean, look, this is devastating, honestly, for Cloud9. They needed this round.
Yeah, they needed it. C9, they've struggled with their pistols recently. But this, ooh, that slide from Oxy.
That paranoia just barely missed him.
David standing in the perfect position to just skip out on that. But, I mean, Bestia, they got that pick towards that A main. Instantly they rotated. Yoru leaving that TP across the map. Lost actually staying towards A, and the second there was any pressure towards C, he TP'd. That's why the rotations were so fast, and I think this Yoru comp is slowly going to grow on me.
Yeah, I am liking how they are taking advantage of not just those win conditions for each particular agent, but also just how each one wants to play, how these people want to play this. But we're going fast now. Lost is able to stop one at the front door, but Oxy's going to hit him with a clothesline now. That's going to actually prompt a little bit of slowdown and some activity, as Oxy's going to be all by himself here, but he did manage to pick himself up a nice weapon. He's got to get out of there, though, and it ain't going to happen. He didn't have enough ammo left in that Bulldog and ended up paying for it.
Rest of the team here from C9 grouped up towards this A lobby, taking that B link into B. No players from Bestia here to counter, but they still have that numbers advantage. C9, they're going to have to go for something a little bit more aggressive just to keep that map control.
I'll see what this retake looks like for Bestia. Because at this point, you got all of C9. You got two players here. Jack and Zelsis favoring the A side of the map. Meanwhile, Vic's going to be dealing with the full might of these three players in a second.
But the problem is the spike isn't planned for them in that B link.
Oh, yes. Very good point there. Jack now weighing this one out. Trying to see if anyone's going to push in here. You got that one gun to work with. Someone's got to grab that gun and do something with it. And instead, it's going to be Jack now. He gets one. Player's going to be defusing on the spike. That's Melzer. Jack's got to get in there, try and stop him, but it ain't going to happen. David was ready for him, and that is going to lock up that second round in the second half for Bestia. And they're marching forward here to a potential victory if things keep going like this. But for Cloud9, I think, like, you know, now we get to see how this defense begins to look like.
Yeah.
Zelsis just talked about how he wanted to cook on this map and how they wanted to get better at it over time. Now's the time to show what that work looks like.
Yeah, I feel like on attack, the thing I'm looking forward to the most from Zelsis is those lurk timings on that Viper. Being able to set his team up for success, him and Fireball Ops just being able to work that map together.
Yeah.
And so far, we haven't seen that much, but we see him towards that A side already. Bestia, though, they're looking to do some aggressive stuff towards this mound, fully playing close. Lost, not scared of anyone re-clearing him.
Yeah, that is a great insert there for him. He can get out of there if he needs to. But he'll hang out for right now. He's good. Doesn't really have to worry about all that much.
Wow.
Zelsis, hello.
What a shot.
Clean. IGL on IGL action there. Leaders are going to go down. I knew that. I knew you enjoyed that. I was saving that one. I wrote that in a book.
Just for me? Thank you.
Two left here. Wait a minute. Taco! Get three! Oh, no! This has gone really, really bad! good just when you think that things are going to look good for C9 and they might be able to get this. No! Oh my god, it's Taco with 4. He could get himself the ace. Zelsis doesn't want to give this one to him, surely. He's going to back away. He's running over to the other side of the map. He's basically a Valorant 2 at this point. There's no reason for him to be facing Taco Leah on that C side, so instead they're going to rotate all the way around. It's a mad dash for the IGL.
Both players so low, but Zelsis, he still has this wall to play with. He has the ability and the utility.
Oh, and it's an ace! It's an ace for Taco Leah. Put your hands up, boy. You appreciate that moment. What an incredible play.
Taco just sitting in that corner, not getting cleared, but the Guardian shots are phenomenal, right to the dome every single time. Absolutely insane round from him.
Let's relive this in 4K. All right, there goes the first two. Oxy tried to get the third, and that fight was in normal circumstance good, but that Guardian is just too freaking good at that range, and Taco's too disgusting with it.
That peek over the mound was criminal. Insta one tap. That was nasty.
Yeah, I call a timeout too, Papa. I'm with you right there. I would have done the exact same thing because at that point you got to calm the nerves down. Things fell apart, but it wasn't that the plan was bad. It was just that a guy just went Super Saiyan at that moment.
Oh, yeah, he went absolutely insane, not clearing that corner, but also the trigger discipline to wait till they're running out, to wait till Vic had that smoke in his hands. He knew that that was his moment, and he popped off. And this timeout, it's going to be really important here for C9 because they do have guns. They will be able to buy that economy. They also have Jack with that Fatal online, and it needs to combat something because Taco, after that beautiful round, he got his showstopper online. They're able to use that on the retake really, really well. And I think right now the name of the game for C9 is to bully those rotations, know that they're going to be super quick and be able to be heavy on the site that they're pressuring.
Yeah, C9 needs a game plan here that is going to get them this next big round because honestly, the fact that we're 3 rounds into this thing, 4 rounds rather, and C9 have not been able to find anything, and it came off of some wild heroics as well. You know that the mental has to be a little bit in the blender. And if it isn't, well, good on them. That means that they should be able to try and find something in this round here. But the pressure's starting to come through. Taco! Boom! No! He actually doesn't get it!
How did that miss?
I don't even know how. It felt like every single visual effect was on the player, but instead, it is going to be a done deal. 3v1, locked up. David's done. C9 get the round that they needed, but I did not see it coming that way.
Crazy that that's the round that C9 won. They were fully blind. They weren't even seeing what was happening, but Taco just whiffing that showstopper, unfortunately for him. And this is going to be a nice round for C9. They get to turn that around, be able to buy a couple more weapons. Look at this. Oh, just went past him.
Brother, the slide right out as the pain shells formed. He would have gotten residual damage or something off of that. That's crazy.
Wait, GB, we have a solo op on Lost. The rest of the team getting sheriffs. This is going to be really important here, being able to set him up for success. He's alone on that A site, but he's just going to be facing Zelsis alone.
And you can see where C9's looking to favor here. Might try and get some work done. I think going to be going for that orb too, so they'll go ahead, get that going, feed that one to Jack, so you can get that Nightfall back online eventually. Meanwhile, no real work has been done on the C9 side toward A, but remember, that op's over there.
Yeah, and they don't know that. That's the best part. They have no idea that Lost has this op online. This might be one of the winning conditions for Bestia, getting a pick, falling back, and being able to rotate off of that. But Lost actually giving up so much map control.
It's a little diabolical camera there.
Yeah.
Give him some mid-round info too, because you clearly saw two people right there. So that is a great indicator.
Really good pressure here from C9 as well. But the problem is Bestia, they're just stacked. They're not going to fall for it. 3 players on this C site. And you also have Chuizin outside of that B, ready to hit the door when they need it.
Well, it seems like the push is going to start to come in now. One gets identified to the side there. Dueling Paranoias are going to go out. Expend those. And we'll just peel this one back for the time being here. Meanwhile, business is being done over toward B site. Taco's needing to back away. No, that's just vicious. But I love the gumption there to just try and go for that. Meanwhile, Zelsis on the flank here. Might actually get one. Can't get the second. That is going to feed a gun to David, which is not an individual you want to give a gun to in this situation.
Yeah, if I'm Bestia here, if I'm not getting another pick, I'm saving that operator for the next round.
And the neural theft. Completely forgot about that, but Jack is cool with it. He gets 2. Leaves Chubizine and Lost, and while Lost does have that op, they're going to find out about it now. But does he even opt to go in there? It doesn't even really feel like that's going to be the case, and instead Fireball's going to get a peek. So that's going to be Fireball just taking out the op that got absolutely no value out of the round. They just spent $5,000 and donated it.
That op was actually really necessary for that next round for Bestia.
I mean, that's just, they spent way too much money on that thing and got nothing.
And they've also given it to C9 now.
Yeah.
They're enabling a lot of those peaks able early in the round to get that long line. It is a nice charity there. These shots from Jack, kind of nasty, but C9, they're doing a good job at speeding up, then slowing down. Getting that information and just being able to execute off of it.
He just wanted a high five, guys. He was waiting for it.
I do that too every time I high five.
It's just like, ah.
Yeah, people don't ask me for high fives anymore.
That's fair. I stopped a while ago. Wait a minute, you're backing up. Oxy needs to be good with the op. He hasn't really seen much out of him with that weapon this game. So it's nice that he starts things off with a good kill onto the IGL Melzer. And then you have Loss. Let's not forget about him over toward the Bestia side. Does have that dimensional drift. So could look to maybe try and use that for the retake potentially. Yeah. But here comes C9 now.
But look at all this map space that Bestia have. They know that no players are here towards A, but the rotates are going to be a little bit slower. Only 2 players on the C side to be able to stop this execute.
And that's what I was going to say. I figured that it was going to go over to Zelsis, who gets the Viper Pit.
Yeah, that's going to be their winning condition for the post plan as well, getting that pit down.
There it is. He gets activated now. Players are going to move over to the right side of the map. Lost, though, he's been so nasty this entire game. He gets himself 1 kill like it's nothing and then gets out of dodge. Spike, though, does manage to go down for C9.
The Spike's actually planted outside of the pit. Lost is going to get all that information with the Yoru ult.
He's actually tagging him and he's just shooting. He's just saying, hey, guys, shoot over here. And that's exactly how it worked out. But Jack, he gets his 1. It doesn't matter. That is a Bestia pickup yet again, and they look good. This is a scary position for C9, but an incredible confidence boost for Bestia, because I think everyone, except for Dryad, had written them off in this game.
Yoru being such a good counter pick for that Viper, being such a good counter pick as well for the Vice. It feels like the way that they're playing this Yoru here for Bestia has been phenomenal. It's countered a lot of C9's plays and a lot of their utility, and it's been one of the main reasons why they're getting that information to win the round. But now Lost, he gets that operator back online. He's able to get that deep line towards A, and 3 ults on the side of C9 here after spending that Viper's Pit.
Yeah, I mean, you spent so much for that op the last time. Are you going to be able to use it this time around? Yeah. An absurd amount to just donate. So we'll see. As Oxy now, he's not going to give any speed. Wait a minute, though. He didn't watch the player that was immediately to his left. Taco ends up getting the kill. That's going to stop that fast lane. That's going to stop that push. And then Loss, he gets the benefit. What a nasty shot onto Zelsis. This is all falling apart, Athena.
This is insane. 3 of these players from C9 grouping up towards Mound. They have nowhere else to go. No more map space, and they're going to run into this Cypher site.
And David's ready for it. He's wise to it, and he gets himself 1. 2 players left now. They don't have anyone on the other side of the map. This is it. They're committing to this C site. And Vic's going to have to get this one down. She will. But Fireball, he wanted to get that more forward position to try and see if he could pick up, but he does not. And instead, it's going to be all up to Vic here. Else, this is the 12 for Bestia. Vic, he's going to get tagged. He gets bagged. And that is going to be the 12th round locked in for the Chilenos +1 Brazilian. Let's see if they can close this one out.
C9 falling into this trap that they fell into before, where they start sending Oxy alone onto a site. No one's able to trade him. No bodies close enough to be able to get any pressure or relieve any pressure from him. This was so unfortunate, not clearing that close angle, but also being alone. And this flick, look at this. Oh my,
it was like a whack-a-mole. It was like, hello. And then it just got
Is that the noise that whack-a-mole makes?
When I used to play back in the black and white days, that's typically how it was.
Yeah, because you're old. Going into this round, though, lost. He still has that operator online. He changed it up a little bit because they actually have 4 players now towards this A site. I think they're a little bit worried about some sort of rush, some sort of eco rush. But C9 actually managing to get their economy online. They still have those rifles across the board. Not overextending, just lurking once again. Zelsis trying to get an insert.
And I like this too from Bestia, opening the door, just getting in the action, but Taco pushes through. They lose a player in the process, but the nade ends up getting a target, so 1 for 1.
The season nade combo getting in the value, but now the rest of C9 is speeding up onto the C side where David's not even there.
Yep, they're just going to wait for the retake, it seems. And they'll get this one for free. You got a couple opportunities here, and mostly it's going to be predicated on Chubizin's Nightfall, which he should be activating in a moment's notice.
Oh.
Meanwhile, oh, wait a minute. That's a kill that is going to be felt there. They're going to lose loss on this retake. That's going to hurt, but you got to go forward anyway. Chubizin's been good so far, but it doesn't matter. Now it's up to the IGL Melzer. He's going up against Jack and Fireball, the 2 good rifles on this team. Melzer has a chance to be the hero of the team. Shut the game down here and now. Win it 13-7. But he's got to deal with 2 of Cloud9's best and brightest. New voices on this roster. Is Melzer find the angle, finds one, he can't get the second. Fireball's there, gets his third, and that's going to push C9 forward. But man, that got nervous, that got dicey there for a minute.
I mean, C9, really good proactivity. They knew they had to use that Visal to get a lot of that map control pushing towards spawn. It was really well played and looked a little bit dire after this first couple kills. Lost actually holding an off angle that didn't work out for him. He didn't see Vic creeping up on his screen, and Fireball, of course, with the 3K.
Yeah.
Closing out the round for them.
That's the guy in that situation that you want, right?
The birthday boy.
The birthday boy, but you need him because he's been brought onto this team to be that consistent rifler for them, and he has been doing a brilliant job of that so far.
C9 actually playing all the way back because they're scared of that showstopper. They've seen Taco push forward.
Oh no! Boom! Manages to get Oxy! That's dangerous! That's bad! That is going to be a big player that you lose out there, and now you got to drop one of those guns, pick up the op, and see if you can get something going here, and that is going to prompt some movement here for Bestia as well. They ain't gonna give him anything. They don't have to move anymore.
They're absolutely abusing Oxy, punishing him everywhere he's gone, and absolutely shutting him down. This is rough for C9. Their best player struggling against this.
Something I want to bring light to is, you know, in some of the last games that we saw from Oxy, I mean, this guy was pumping out 20+ kills per game. This time around, he's just been shut down.
But Chubizin is in this corner, gets cleared.
Melzer gets himself 3 kills from that exchange. Wait a minute. It's all coming down to the IGL. It's down to Zelsis. He gets himself the spike. He's got to go grab that thing, but he can't do it. He can't grab it. Not yet. He's got to lock in. He does manage, so he does secure that spike. He's waiting for that player to challenge through the door, and he's going to slow this one down.
A little bit scary because the 2 members of Bestia have split up. They're not in a crossfire.
No, they're not. If he gets this kill here, it's going to prompt it, but it's David. He's been good so far this series. A reliable hand here. You only got a couple seconds left. He's going to get one of them. Oh, he got him before he popped. Oh, no, he was able to pop the neural theft, but that is going to mean loss drops down. He doesn't have a lot of time to work with, and he doesn't. And that is it. As Bestia manage to lock down their first map win here on the VCT stage against Cloud9. And they do it with the Fury alone from Loss, who let his presence be felt that game.
Bestia jumping over those nerves that they had from that first game to absolutely shut it down. It felt like their game plan was so solid, and the reads were really well done by Melzer in those mid rounds. Really impressive on both sides, but for C9, struggling on that defense was the biggest problem here.
Oh, without a doubt. Question was whether or not this Bestia team would be able to find success on maps that weren't Breeze. It was a map that was very, very good for them. A similar story to their opponents in Cloud9, but they answered that question without a doubt and proved that they do do have the depth to be able to hang here at T1 because they have the talent to do it.
This is phenomenal for Bestia. The way that they're playing, the comp, being able to utilize Yoru and get so much value out of him. It's really nice to see, especially on a player like Lost, able to pick out that operator, able to call a lot of those rotates as well for himself. It's just really nice.
Incredible plays across the board. Takolia and the boys are looking good so far. Up 1-0. Can they close it out? You don't want to miss it. This is VCT Americas.
Correcta, parecía Dante también para poder castigar. El movimiento que es correcto por parte de Tacolilla. Intentan hacer el aguante a ver si lo pueden lograr. Llega toda la utilidad. Tacolilla que se para de mano.
I think Zorona has been a great addition to the team. But what's he going to do in a round like this when they have no weaponry? And you're going into Zelsis in a pit. Trying to brute force into it.
I am here with Coach Phonics. Incredible map 1 in this series. What are you telling the team to make sure you can close that out on the map 2 and take the win?
Nada, básicamente fue un buen Lotus, estudiamos a ellos, igual los equipos jugaron los chicos jugaron increíble. Para este segundo mapa, básicamente vamos a tener un poco más de calma. El juego pasado contra que nos perdimos un poco, entonces va a ser básicamente entrar un poco más con calma. Tenemos ellos bien estudiados y hacer nuestro juego.
Yeah, this was an incredible Lotus map. The boys played wonderfully. For the second map, I will tell the boys to just play with a little calm and just keep playing our game.
I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to it. Good luck. Thank you.
Well, for the second match in a row, Bestia come out swinging with a map 1 victory against a VCT squad, taking down Cloud9 on Lotus to start this one off. And it looked like a dominant scoreline in the end for Bestia, but Chrissy, I don't think that tells the story of this game and how messy and how close so many of these rounds were.
Not at all. And I want to preface this by saying this is going to sound like I'm coping, for Cloud9, but I promise you, I'm incredibly disappointed by them. This is a team that comes in, loses both pistol rounds on each half, and the follow-up round to Bestia. So now you're getting snowballed against. You lose the bonus round to a Taco Ace in the second half, and C9 consistently doing poor jobs at converting numbers advantage. They even have a 5v2 situation early on in the first half that nearly slips away. The amount of times C9 were straight up winning rounds and it got ripped away from them was way too high, and then they're forced onto eco rounds. It was nasty.
This is exactly what happens with Cloud9 when they're going against a team that can match that tempo, that messy playstyle, sometimes for the execute. This is exactly the way that Bestia has been playing for quite some time. And you see it also in a way that there was a back and forth into that first half, even if they had lost the pistol. But towards the end, I just think it came down to the individuals. The more rounds that happened, the more mental games, the messier it felt like it got.
Yeah, it really did. I think the rounds even on the side of Bestia too, I'm thinking of where they buy 4 sheriffs and an operator, lose that gun. I thought that was going to open the road for a C9 comeback, but in the end, they still turned back around and closed that map out.
Yeah, and I think on important rounds where Lost had the operator in hand and was able to pick them apart when C9 are playing slow and not playing together, completely devastated them.
But it wasn't all negative. Bestia, they came out to this early lead, and Dan, I know you were impressed by the game planning from them early on.
Yeah, I was really impressed by some of the calling as well coming from Melser. I think he had some great ideas on the attack side. The way that he was calling this map was reminding me of what Sadak was doing towards the beginning of stage 1 with Crew, with this really slow, let's get information around the map, and let's go for that side hit when there's 30 seconds remaining. Obviously, there's a massive risk that they were taking with this, that the more rounds that you see into that first half, the more that you see Cloud9 ready for that fight as time is running out. But I still think there were some great ideas around even the way that they wanted to play with the operator on attack. Yeah, some of them are a little silly, like the one operator with everybody else saving, but others where you're going to have your 2 duelists entering into that site, and Melser's holding that operator, trying to hold that lane towards Mount. Those are great ideas, and not a lot of teams are doing.
Yeah, it was really nice to get things kicking off. And it's just cool to see Melser back in general, that player that for so many years was one of the crowning names for Latin America here in VCT Americas. But having to run all the way back, lead this team of some returning faces, some new ones to VCT Americas. And now here being a map away from eliminating the first Tier 1 team in this competition to possibly go home.
And to do it against the most classic team to drop out early of a postseason as well with C9 on the other side. I think Bestia, what I need to see from them now is a distinct answer to Oxy as you move ahead into Breeze. Bestia were in the same position just last week, right, where they win the first map. Yeah. It looks dominant. And then they got brutalized by Crew. It's not going to get any easier as we move into C9's best map.
But also something that Phoenix said during that first coach interview that we got the chance to hear was that they studied a lot of that Lotus and that Breeze for Cloud9. So I want to see how that's going to play out, if there's a read for what Cloud9 is going to be doing or what Oxy is going to be doing.
This has been the map for Oxy. You can see his stats here the last time they played Breeze. But Chrissy, it was exactly the same for Lost. This was that map you're talking about, where Bestia came out quickly and looked excellent against Crew.
And there's a few keys to look at here. The number one is going to be, and Lost was actually playing the Jet previously on Breeze. I know his most plays in Leon, but the Jet was in there. The biggest thing is early rounds. Who's winning pistol round? If you win pistol round, you're getting your op online for round 3 or round 4. That's priority number 1 for these 2 teams. The other one is solving the early fights, having the proper utility when you are on the attack side to clear away the defense off.
Sure.
Oxy is still a threat on attack, but both of these guys are going to crush you on the defense.
Well, Coach Veer has a tough task ahead of him, facing down the barrel of possibly being the first VCT team out of this competition. Let's hear his thoughts going into Breeze.
I'm here with Coach Veer. I know map 1 didn't quite go your way, but what's the biggest takeaway from that to make sure you can get this win on map 2? Or are you just looking at it with like a fresh slate?
Yeah, biggest takeaway is that we've been here before. Last week against Fluxo, same exact map, same exact result in the first map. We just got to be resilient. Same thing I told him last week. Worst thing we can do after we've lost first map is then to let us affect us for the next 2. So we're just going to keep going in, fresh mind, fresh slate. We got our good maps, so we're going to go into it very confident and just not let the first map affect us.
I mean, I'm hoping for getting to that map 3, so good luck.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas, and we're into our second map here between Bestia and Cloud9. If you're just joining us, Bestia, a team of Chilenos and one Brazilian in loss, have managed to be able to pull off a massive win on Lotus against C9. But now, if you're a C9 fan, you gotta be feeling pretty good because your next two maps, oh baby, that's your bread and butter. It's Breeze and Split.
This is a really important map here for C9, probably one of their best performing maps, especially when you're looking at players like Oxy on that Neon. He has been absolutely lights out on a map like Breeze. He got shut down in that first game. Bestia doing a really good job doing their homework, making sure they're watching those VODs and understanding his tendencies. And now into Breeze. I mean, C9, they have such a good hold onto this map. Just last week, they absolutely slammed EG 13-6.
Yep.
It's looking good for them.
But you know who also is good on this map? Their opponents in Bestia, because they slammed Crew 13-3 when they played against them. Now, interesting things to note here is that typically in the past, you would see Lost maybe opt to use that Phoenix, and they would lean more into that. But they got something out of that Crew game with the Jet Neon composition that they really liked. Curious to see how that plays out.
Yeah, both teams playing the same concept they've been playing. The double controller on the side of C9 and the double duelist on the side of Bestia. The only thing that I think when I'm looking at a map like Breeze, that double controller is just so much more important because of all the util you have to cycle, especially when you're thinking about post plants or retakes, when you have the Viper wall, when you have that Harbor wall as well. It just makes the game a little bit easier.
It's going to be a tough one for sure. But for C9, this resilient team has met many challenges in the past. And so far, I mean, this season have managed to go through a lot of ups and downs. And surely the season does not end on their best map, on the map that has made them the talk of the town. But Lost seems like he's going to continue on his winning ways, pick up that first pick onto Oxy, of all people.
I mean, C9 doing this walk down mid play, it's something they've done on pistols before.
Yep, and you would think that this is going to work out for them, but instead, it's going to be all Bestia. Bestia have the reads. They have everything lined up that you could possibly ask for here. But it is going to be a 3v3. Who's going to be able to get the better of them on this one? It's Lost and Taco, the dueling duelists, working together to be able to take out two players there, leaving the IGL Zelsis all by his lonesome to have to do this. And typically, you'd have a little bit more to work with here in a 1v3, but no. This is going to be very tough. He's got a little bit of a healthy lead here, but instead it's just Taco, clean shots with the Ghost.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, Jack and Fireball trying to get that crossfire on site, but they were in such spread apart positions that 2v3 on site was almost impossible for them to delay. And again, I mean, this walk down mid here, it's something that C9 has done on multiples of their pistols. And I was kind of hoping they would come up with something new because we talked a little bit about how they've lost a few of their pistols these last recent series. So I'm really hoping to see that creativity come out from them.
I think the thing that gives me a little bit of pause on this C9 loves Breeze narrative is just that, like, every time you ask the C9 guys, they're like, we don't really know. We just like the map. We're just good at the map. So I'm hoping that they figure out what makes them click, and this is the series for it to do it. But look at the fight that's happening out here, though. Lots of chaos as Zelsis and Jack are able to get 2 kills of their own. That's going to leave things out into an even kill here. But you got Cloud9 beaten, battered, and bruised. Jack, he's only going to have 20 HP, and he's the last one standing. He's going to run right into the loving hands of that Vandal, and the only one that has the Vandal is Lost. The worst person you want if you're C9 to hold this gun. He's going to hold this angle. Challenge me, I dare you! And that is the round. Beautifully done by Bestia.
What an absolute brawl coming in. C9 just full sending it through that Harbor Orb. And honestly, that was a really good round for them because they've punished a lot of those weapons. They're making sure that this bonus round coming in from Bestia is not going to be as strong. And now Bestia just playing back together, making sure they're holding for a lot of those instances. We saw it on Lotus, and playing passive towards this Breeze as well is going to work out for them.
One of the things that I was curious about when it came to how Bestia were going to play was their attack, because when we saw them play against Crew, they only really got like 4 rounds out. And they were clean rounds, don't get me wrong, but there weren't a lot. So this is showing us that Bestia, they got great ideas, and they're just not afraid to get scrappy and fight.
Yeah, C9 setting up for a nice mid-trap play. That Neon Stun was already used, but 3 players here, 2 from double doors. They're playing a little bit more retake towards that A site. Information, though, from that drone is going to see that Bestia is just defaulting at this point.
That camera certainly saved David there because he was creeping up, and he had 2 players, both Jack and Oxy, in that angle. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, starting to see Bestia put some work in here. See if they could break through to this A.
Yeah, a lot of good pressure there on elbow.
Opportunity now as Taco makes his way in with the fast lane. We've seen this setup before time and time again. They're going to try and chop up a little bit of this map. See if they can get this spike down now. It's exactly what Bestia does on the attack, and you would imagine that C9 would be wise to this one here, but Taco pushes through, and he's able to get that first blood onto Zelsis. He gets a second as well for his effort. Can someone please stop this man? Finally, it's going to come into hands of Fireball Ops. And 2 players left alive, but they have no idea where David is. They have no idea where David is. Thankfully, Fireball Ops is wise to it. He's familiar with it. He knows where those lurkers could potentially push forward from. Oh, no! Oh, that would have been bad. Oh, but you're good.
Wow.
You're good, C9 fans. You know, squeaky bum time there, but you good. You good. How devastating would that have been?
That would have been bad. But honestly, if I'm C9 in this position, that was still crazy expensive. That's our first gun round. And we only have the 1 Vandal left. Do we force into this next round?
Quick draw McGraw
do we struggle?
Man, this guy was just, he lit them up.
Yeah, that was insane. I mean, really nice there from.
One thing you can't argue with Bestia, the guns are hitting. The shots are hitting. Like, these guys are not missing the shots. Lost it in the last round. Taco with his ace prior. Melzer connecting so much. David and Chubizine have just been so reliable. And now, Lost is going right into this one here. He's like, hey, listen, someone wants to peek mid, I am ready.
Yeah, I mean, C9 has conditioned that mid fight every round now so far, and so he's trying to go for one of these peeks. Manages to tag or not really hit Vic, but the drone's going to come in, spot that. It's just Lost alone. 3 of these players set up towards elbow. Looks like they're going to try to do some sort of B split or at least set up for a B execute.
So much you have to go through here. But they do have Harbor ult to try and force back some of that activity, so expect that to maybe get activated here, and there it is. So it's going to force all those players to have to go back into this fight. Oh, thus opening up the bomb site here for C9 to be able to get inside, or excuse me, for Bestia to be able to get inside. Meanwhile, for Fireball Ops, that is a gorgeous camera that gave him a ton of information. Wow. What a shock dart is going to drop Lost there, and Fireball Ops, he's waiting for this one out. He knows he's got the help. He's got to go for this challenge around the corner, sacrifice his body on the line, and no, what is happening? Taco, finally, he's going to fall to the molly. Eventually, someone is going to handle him. 3v1 advantage, C9.
I know exactly.
Oh, well, turns out you didn't see that one.
What a beautiful sight hold there by Fireball and Jack, but now all of a sudden a 1v2, jump spawning just at the wrong moment. Spike is down, the clock is ticking.
He has no other choice. He's got to go for the shot here. He can actually do it, but wait a minute. No, that's it. It's done. And a smart play from Vic, too, to just not give himself up in that. He actually ran out of there the moment they realized the situation they were in.
Yeah, I think the most important part of that round was the way that Fireball and Jack were playing towards that backside, able to delay for so long. Fireball, he was alone, actually, majority of that round, just holding the off-eye angle, not over-peaking, and then Jack coming in with that shock. Super important to get that initial pick onto Taco, but then also just holding, using that dart, then swinging together with his teammate. That was really nice. And these are the small things that C9 tends to do really, really well when it comes to that defensive half.
Yeah, but now they're going to have to deal with 2 big ults here.
Yeah.
For both of the duelists. So first, it's going to be the knives out, and then you're going to hit him with the sizzle fingers.
This aggro play from mid, once again, from C9, but 4 players from Bestia trying to execute. Maybe not using more than enough than the knives, but they've actually popped both ults here for this Thrifty.
Fast lane gets activated now. They're going to try and force this fight over to the backside. They got to take out the player that's over here. That's the problem first and foremost here. But are the knives going to find the target? No, he whiffs all of them, and he doesn't find any mark. Although Chubizine does get a connection. It's unfortunately not going to be all that much, as that lead will be firmly on the side of C9. A couple of those big ults starting to fly through here. A clean removal from the site. And that is C9. Basically, they just ran right into them there.
Yeah, I think Bestia, they struggled to get those picks using the knives, using the neon as well. Their winning condition was to fight forward, to play aggressive through that wall and be able to get some.
And hit the knives.
Hit the knives, get the picks, but the wall came down. They weren't able to get any of those picks, so the turnaround, the value just wasn't
And a different
there.
kind of like demand that's being asked of them there too, right? You're an eco, you got to make something happen in this situation. So, you know, you're just going to try and go for the big play, right? And that's exactly how that would have played out. You know, you probably run that back. They do that situation, you know, maybe 5-6 times, and they probably get that every time. It's just a matter of that this time around, C9 had their number.
Yeah, now Bestia taking a timeout. This makes a lot of sense because you need to put a stop to C9's momentum at this point. 3 rounds straight. The one time that Bestia did take that mid control, we saw that C9 wasn't actually playing in there. So they actually managed to get mid control once again in that last round on the side of C9, and they were not punished for it. I think here, if I'm Bestia, I'm really thinking about how hard I want to push on those executes and being able to get Taco and Loss on that same page. They haven't been able to get as many trades as they want on the sides during those executes, using a lot of that utility. And C9's just been shutting them down.
Kind of makes me wish that maybe the Phoenix would have been really fun for them here, because if the approach is that both of these players are going to run in tandem together, then ideally you'd want that Phoenix to just try and like create a little bit of a more opportunistic fight for the Neon. That being said, you know, this worked out against Crew, so clearly they saw something with this composition they really liked.
Yeah, I also think one of their winning conditions on this roster, on this comp at least, is getting that operator online on Loss. And they haven't been able to snowball the economy to be able to get to that point. So they've just been shut down in that sense. But now C9, they have Vic with that harbor ult, able to retake and play a little bit more passive. And Oxy with that operator holding this crossfire towards mid.
Yeah, he's going to just play this one out, and he will get a target in a second here. Oh, he saw a gun. He's going to go for it. He's going to go for it. Give it to him. That's one. Maybe another one, too. Actually, he's going to hit him with the fingies instead. And no, he does not get the third. And actually, Melzer is going to get the better of him in that exchange. That's going to force these two players to just play their angles here in the back. They're not going to do a little too much now in C9.
Bestia slowing this round down, able to use that operator to try to get a pick here on Melzer. He has that spike towards mid doors, but C9 doing a good job at not giving them any of this.
Melzer, one of the 3 ops on this team. At any point in time, they'll rotate it between Loss, Taco, Melzer. It's one of their advantages that they have so many options. How the hell did that happen? Didn't see where that one came from. Okay, that worked out great for Bestia. They're going to get themselves on to the site, put that spike down. A lot of pressure here onto Tacolia. He's got to bail out of this one, get back to his teammate, work with him. There goes the harbor ult on the other side, and it's Zelsis connecting onto Taco, who's rotating toward Chubizine. You can see where that spike is located. Zelsis, the reads are there, and really at this point now, it's just a matter of just surrounding where this guy is. Chubizine handling business. And off of that timeout, you would hope to see something a little bit different out of this Bestia lineup there, Athena, but instead it's another C9 win.
Yeah, they're just trying to go for that split, but they weren't expecting Oxy to be set up towards that mid doors. No. They didn't really have the util either. I think they're planning on droning there, but the stun came in early. The pick on Loss by Oxy as well. Just seeing that barrel was so important. This one right here, and the trades just weren't there either. Oxy with a phenomenal neon stun to actually get both those players, so there was no follow-up.
Oh, that was that kill.
And Taco just trying to go aggressive. It makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense, but I'm really looking at Zelsis here because he has that Viper's Pit. So far, his lurks, his rotations on this defense side has been really nice. And they've been known to use this Viper's Pit on those retakes, making sure they're able to hold that site down, but he's not going to use it early. Op v op though, Loss and Oxy.
Yeah, you were talking earlier about wanting to see Bestia get those ops online, and here we go. Opportunity here for Loss. Meanwhile, as we kind of see what the rest of Bestia are looking to inch out toward, feels like that A site is what they want to favor.
Yeah,
they will be running right into that Viper.
They've been setting up that Cypher cam towards Elbow every round and not really getting punished or not getting any value out of it because C9, again, so disciplined, just holding back. Feels like they can't catch them on this mid-aggression, but they're actually going to go towards this A site where Zelsis has that Viper's Pit to delay for so long.
Yeah.
Melzer with the Hunter's Fury, though, for the post plant.
Well, curious what he does here. I think if he gets at least one, he'll go for the activation, but he's going to back away out of this. He needs some help ASAP. Vic is there to back him up. Hunter's Fury is going to get activated in turn, and you got Taco just all up in the business of C9. Backside, and he's handling it. Now Oxy, with that op, he's going to get revealed, and he cannot find a connection onto David, who just activated that neural theft. So they know exactly where these three players are going to be located. And Bestia wise enough, they're going to back away. Spike is going to be planned for them too. They have a little bit of an angle to work with now. Lot on Takolia here. Does he get this kill? Sees one behind the double stack box. Can't get this first, but his teammate's there to back him up. Just as I say that, it's down out of Fireball Ops. What can the birthday boy do? No, he can't do anything as David will get the better from his Sentinel compatriot. He'll take him out there, and that is just going to be a much desperately needed round from Bestia, Athena.
This was really good. The util usage to get that scan onto Vic with the timing of the aggression onto site was beautiful from Bestia. Vic had the chance to either swing and help his teammate Zelsis fight for that back site or to break that dart. Obviously, he chose that first option, getting that initial pick, but was unable to get more than that. But we're still looking at Zelsis here with this pit to put it down towards this B main. Lots of really good info, good positioning as well. And then Oxy.
It speaks really well, Athena, of C9 that they went into that last round with the pit. Didn't really need to spend it. Like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You know, they gave up a round, but at the end of the day, right, they're going to be able to set up for this next one, and they're thinking a couple steps ahead, which is huge for them.
Yeah, and look at this map control. Once again, Oxy pushed all the way down mid, has this cross. He's a little bit scared of elbow, but all four players from Bestia on this A side again. It seems like in that timeout, they were like, just go A, just keep hitting A.
I think they felt like there was a weakness there that they can exploit. But in turn, it ended up being C9 with some good adjustments. And Taco, he just is so good at picking up one random kill that will just change the complexion of a round.
Yeah, getting the pick onto that anchor there is so important. And here, re-aggression from C9 to try to find this lurker towards mid.
David has a lot of work to do here. First Vic, and then he's going to deal with these other players, but he's hearing it, and he knows. Now, you heard at the very least 2 footsteps that were going to be moving around, clanging and banging over there on that mid side of the map. So that is going to give at least some indication, hey, focus mid, be ready for this mid push. You got 3 players now starting to make their way through there. Zelsis on the flank as well. They're going to try and chop up the site here, C9, as they have done before with that retake, but Takolia inserts himself in a great spot. Vic is there for the punish, though. Takes him out, handles business. Meanwhile, Chubizine, he's been lights out so far this series, but no! No one was there to stop the defuse, and even though they get the kills, it would all be for naught because they don't get the round.
A little bit of a messy post plant from Bestia, unable to get past that wall and help Taco on site, thinking that Harbor Molly was going to be enough to get them off that defuse, but it did not work. That first initial pick was rough. I really like the proactivity, though, from C9, walking towards mid, knowing that there's a lurker out there somewhere, equalizing those numbers. They really enabled this round to win for them. That's kind of what I was talking about, GB, with the double controller. Is that wall, being able to retake, having a lot of that util that's very cyclable to get onto site.
So much vision blocking that it just creates that where are they moment in the mind, you second guess, and then from there you strike. And so far, C9, they have been striking well. They get themselves 5 rounds.
Bestia have been conditioning this elbow take as well, but now all 4 players, all 5 players towards the site about to execute.
Big push starting to come in here, right from the mid side of the map here, or rather mid side of B. Surrounded now is going to be Bestia all around C9, and they're getting the kills. But just as I say that, Zelsis, he tries to squeak one out for himself. It does not work out. Meanwhile, on the flank, look at where David is. He just has this thing wrapped up. If anyone tries to move around the map, he will punish them just like that. Vic knows now he's going to have to handle this player before he tries to move forward. And if he does not, it will be all for naught. And it doesn't freaking matter because David is there yet again, clean as hell.
Bestia, really nice to show that they've put that pressure towards A 3 rounds in a row. They've taken elbow for free almost every single time as well. They've conditioned it so they know now they can go towards that elbow. They can go towards that B site. They're going to have more reinforcements towards A, and it played out really well for the team of Bestia. Now we're looking at them working this map a little bit more, conditioning a lot. They have that op online on Lost, still able to get a lot of those picks, forcing C9 on this Thrifty.
Yep, and that will prompt some movement over here toward the mid, which, as we heard previously, has been an area that this Bestia team did a good job of just making sure that they get presence there. As it stands, though, it will be just a slow start because at this point, Bestia, they don't need to give anything to C9. The onus is on C9 to have to make something happen here in this particular round.
Yeah, I mean, why would they? C9 have been so aggressive on their Thrifties now. They're just holding back, clearing and taking it slow, not being scared to use that util just so they don't get caught off guard. 2 players on the side of C9, though, walked all the way down elbow. That Harbor Cove going to give some sort of information.
They know he's here by
immediately
himself.
see all 4 players of Bestia moving towards that A site.
They know he's here by himself, and they want to take him out. They want to handle this one, but Melzer's there to back his teammate up. He gets the shot loss. Is he not going to save it? Oh, no way! Oh, he just good try, buddy. I give you all the credit in the world, but you wanted to get this dude out of the window. It ain't going to happen, bro. No, okay, well, let's relax there for a minute, Papa. You don't want to hit that one up top. Oh, my God. That's another beautiful shot there. Yeah, it's an eco, but I want to enjoy every minute of it. This guy has been just lights out with the snipe. It has been nonstop. He's also been good with the rifle. He's been good in every instance they could ask of him.
It feels like Lost is just going absolute beast mode with that operator. Not even needing that much help. Melzer getting that shot from all the way in spawn and falling back to help his team go towards that A site. Being able to hold his own for so long is actually phenomenal.
That's 4.
4 kills. We love the eco frags for him, but it was just crazy to see how far.
Put so many bodies to get him.
Yeah.
Because they knew, like, hey, this guy's by himself. So if we could get this up, that'd be sick. Let's just go ahead and do that.
I think that punish was really nice. It feels like they knew that something like that was going to happen from that round from C9.
Fireball his face. I know, brother. I know. That's a frustrating one to die from.
If I'm C9, though, I'm taking attack here because I need to talk about this gun round. Make sure that we're really investing into it, knowing how to use these 2 ults that we have online. The Vic Harbor ult is super important for those retakes, or at least for their delays. And honestly, Bestia, they've started working the map a lot more. They're able to get a lot of those picks, able to get Taco up, like you said, to get that initial pick on a player just supposed to be anchoring on site.
I think that there was so much hype coming into this about C9's Breeze, what they were capable of, and for good reason, because it is a good map for them. But, you know, you forgot about Bestia. And Bestia also really enjoyed this map. It has been pretty much a go-to for them in all of the LATAM matches that they played.
I mean, they have 7 wins, 3 losses on this map. 7 wins. That's a lot of them, at least beginning from May. So it's really interesting to see them playing into this, watching the VODs. And I think, let's be real, let's talk about the elephant in the room. The biggest issue is Oxy's being punished.
Yeah, and really, you know, this is where I think a lot of people were questioning what's going on with C9 when Oxy isn't going forward. But the hype was that, hey, you got Fireball Ops. This guy's able to pick up a lot of kills on that lurk, or just on that flank in general, but hasn't really been the case here today, at least for Oxy.
Yeah, we're seeing them actually change up C9, their default setup on the defensive side, setting Oxy up towards that mid doors again. It's where they found success, but they're gonna meet a fast-splitting Bestia.
Here we go. Taco's now trying to get into the action as fast as he possibly could. The stun, the fast lane's gonna get activated. Oxy wants to get into the fight here, but he won't be able to find much. He does get some intel, though. And that's going to chop up that. They lose out on the wall, too. So they spend a whole bunch of things for a whole lot of nothing.
Bestia slowing down, pivoting. They did this so well on that first map of Lotus. Denying the information, getting caught in that mid, but they're just going to hold and commit to this B split, it seems.
Could very well be the case. There goes the chop up. So goodbye. You're out of the fight here, Jack. Maybe you could try again later. And there goes the wall as well. So just to try and give C9 a little bit of something to work with now. Taco Gets that slide in there, could potentially cause a problem, but they want to watch out on this cross. Melzer is able to pick up Zelsis on the side. That recon could be devastating if they're not careful, because that's going to give at least a little bit of intel as to where these players are going to be located. And here comes the flank and the retake opportunity for C9.
C9, they have that Harbor ult to retake with. It's going to be really integral into this round.
Ooh, but loss yet again is there. And that was another one that they would have liked, that neural theft to be able to work with. Hey, you want to have that Harbor ult to retake this one? Not going to happen today. It's just Jacket. Shut up, C! Oh, wow. My God! Please, somebody stop this man. Please.
Wow.
He was on the academy team? Deadass, he was on the academy team? That's crazy. This guy's having a field day out there.
He is. Not only are they shutting down Oxy as a team, Lost is just shutting down the rest of the team as well.
Ooh.
Being able to get so many of these beautiful picks, it feels like this is the main reason that they're winning out on a lot of these rounds.
I want to be him when I grow up.
Yeah.
That's what I want. Look how cool he is. See how cool he is, Athena? You got to be cool in those moments. This guy's unbelievable.
Another mid default here for Bestia. Trying to just chill, set up that Lost operator to get some sort of pick. Jack using this drone really early. Going back to that last round though, GB, I was looking at C9 to be able to flood. There were 4 players ready there to help Zelsis, but they just hesitated. They struggled and could not come out onto site.
Crazy was just the chop up of the site with the Harbor, and that was all you needed.
It was enough to get them to hesitate. And C9, they've always been this team that's been so good when it comes to groups, almost always making that playoffs whenever they need to. And now they're in this situation where it's a little bit scary.
Well, C9, they need this round. They need this round like a fish needs water. Because if they don't get this, this could be really problematic for them going 7-5. This was pretty much what happened to them on Lotus. But so far, so good. Things start out great for Oxy. The point man's getting in there. He's trying to get in the action. He's got himself a good gun to be able to work with as well, but he does not have the health to be able to fight this one out. Might just go and say screw it and pop it for the retake for the, you know, hit him with the sizzles.
Yeah, that was a really good pick too from Oxy because it enabled the neural theft from Fireball to be able to get all that information. But 3 players heading towards this B side. Zels is in such a good spot.
He's got it, and he gets the tag. Looks for one. Oh, but right around the corner, shotty to body, is able to get the connect. Spike down. Now it's up to Chubizine here. He's got David rounding out the rear, but he's going to get isolated, and he gets destroyed. Nothing he could do there. It boils down to David. There goes the Hunter's Fury. They're just shooting it all right now. Where is this guy? Zap him, blast him with a bow and arrow, shoot him with a gun, hit him with a knife. I don't know. Throw the kitchen sink at him. What you can't do it because he's too damn good. Oh my God. What in the world? David. David. Brother. Wrap it up. Zip it up. Are you kidding me?
Are you serious? 1 HP on him.
That's an ace and a Red Bull clutch and a Secretlab's God knows what and a Verizon, whoever the hell. Like, it's unreal. I cannot believe that he just pulled off that load of crap. And that was beautiful.
What an insane way to end the half.
Holy moly. A tough situation for C9 to find themselves in as they're down 7-5 after some heroics by David. We'll find out how Bestia can close this out or if C9 bounce back.
It is a very special day. It is Fireball Op's birthday. Happy birthday! Any special birthday wishes?
I'm a little superstitious. I don't really want to say, but I'll say it. A nice team win. A nice team win. Let's keep it simple.
All right, let's hope.
All right, everyone, welcome back to VCT Americas. Bestia is up 7-5, and if you are a Cloud9 fan right now, you're probably sweating a few bullets because this is the map. It's Breeze. You look at the scoreline, you're thinking to yourself, wait a minute, this was the same scoreline from Lotus. What's going on here? Well, what's going on is that this Bestia team is taking it to Cloud9 thanks to David, thanks to the heroics from Lost. It's been unreal.
I mean, the scoreline is one thing, but the more important one is Oxy, 6-12 here. He's been absolutely shut down this whole game. I'm really looking at him to step up on this attack half. It's where he's been shining the most. And I think if they want to get that birthday present over to Fireball Ops, they need to lock in and get this pistol.
Yeah, pressure's on here for sure. And here we go. Normal as always, just making their way in, using that Viper wall to just give themselves something to work with now. It's going to have to prompt Lost to just go back. He's good for this. No one's really going to put much pressure on him here. And it is insane how Lost just plays with such confidence in these moments. He could just back up, knows that his team is going to come through and have his back.
But now they have the cyclable utility on that Viper wall. They're pausing on the side of C9, knowing that they don't have to plant right away. But it's looking a little bit more like hesitation at this point. 4 players on the side of A, able to take that backside fight if they want to.
Okay, the shielding goes out for the Cove wall, and the C9 able to get 2. Chubizine around the corner, thought he could maybe even the odds, but it does not work out in his favor. And it's all left up to Melzer, the veteran, to try and bring this one home. Listen, I'm not going to count anyone out because we literally just watched an ace happen at the last second. So Melzer could do anything here. He gets himself 1. This C9 team needs to be careful. There's some time to work with now. But he gets through to that smoke, and that is enough. And this is Cloud9 back on the board. And Athena, this round was the most pivotal round for them.
Oh yeah, they needed this. They need to equalize the round numbers, being able to get back into that position where they're actually ahead. They essentially have this next round, the anti-thrifty, to make sure that they win, followed by that bonus. But actually C9 holding and stopping. I want to talk about that last round really quick. Pausing on site was really pivotal. They know that the second that that spike is planted, or at least tapped, Bestia is going to do something crazy. So they set themselves up for success by changing their positioning.
Yeah, they read that one out well, and that came with, you can only assume a lot of prep, because that's what we were seeing as well. So it makes sense that they would try and just wait this one out. Bestia kind of just fell right into their hand. And now let's see how C9 build off of this, because just because it's an eco for Bestia doesn't mean that they're safe.
Yeah, 100%.
C9 safe, rather.
Yeah, 100%. We see that. And now just slow, trying to get information. Jack using that drone, Fireball, walking up with it, is going to not get into sight, getting punished immediately. But that moves the rotates to A.
Ooh, Melzer, you sneaky, sneaky boy! And he doesn't get anything out of that, but still, I like the idea. And that is going to be an open A site here for Cloud9. But when you got to make a play happen in the moment, I respect Melzer going for that sneaky.
I mean, the re-aggression from Bestia to push down that elbow, getting the pick actually all the way down into spawn is going to be phenomenal. 4v3 now. They have the numbers.
Yeah, good note on that one. Here comes the push through. It's lost. Wait a minute. Oxy, he's not watching his right. Okay, so he's paying really close attention to what's happening in that tunnel, but he's got to wait this one out. Lost is going to make his way in. They were just waiting. Oh, man, the retake is as clean as it could possibly be. We were literally just talking about this. We were like, oh, well, you know, watch out because it's a classic and they might be able to make this one happen. And they did. Unreal.
Absolute insanity.
I can't believe it.
Bestia, they're just doing such a good job of capitalizing on those solo plays. C9 sending Fireball alone out onto site. Yes, they're trying to scout. Yes, they're trying to see if there's a stack. But we're so split up across the map. We gave them ones. That was not clean.
Look at all of these fights.
Yeah.
Every one of these fights was just something that was forced into a one, that was meant to just be more of like something that the team could probably work together, but instead Bestia just threw off their momentum.
And now C9, hero buying 2 rifles, knowing that they need to trade something back. They're still able to buy the next round off of those, but Oxy is looking to get a pick here, walking up towards Elbow. They're setting themselves up for a B split, especially with that Viper and Harbor Wall still ready to go.
And I've seen this play before with Bestia pushed out toward that double door. And the info that they're getting here on the A side as well, it's pretty much just telling them everything that they need to know. And you can see the response here from Melzer and from David. They're so ready for it. It just read them open like a book.
Crazy, because Bestia, they pushed all the way down A. They had that information ready. And now with the numbers not overextending past that wall, holding, and just delaying long enough for these rotates to come in.
And surely they're going to know, hey, wait a minute. Neon's not around here.
Ooh,
you got to find him eventually, yeah, but that lost pick could be helpful for them. See what they opt to do with it. Watch out, though, on the flank. Here he comes. That's Taco for one. And now the push shoot begins. Fast lane activated. Zelsis, he's weighing this one out. He was expecting some speed, but instead it's actually going to come in the hands of a big kill from Taco, and Chubizine gets his. And that will be Bestia adding on to the board. Little by little, Athena. This is happening.
All of a sudden, the gap is getting bigger between these teams. The gap.
Problematic.
Yes. 9-6. This is
bad.
Crazy.
If you're a C9 fan, this is bad. If you're a Bestia fan, you are screaming at your TV right now.
Absolutely. It feels like Bestia have just done such a good job with a lot of their anteing, understanding how that C9 is going to move around the map and shutting it down. I'm really looking this round specifically. Taco has that Neon ult. He's able to speed up should they need to on that defensive side. But a small default coming in from C9. A nice 1-3-1, trying to get information, trying to see if there's any aggression from the side of Bestia, and hopefully end on an execute together.
I actually quite like the way that they opted to play that in the mid there, Bestia. Put that smoke down, just try and create some confusion.
And Celsius actually holding that A main, but leaves at such a weird timing. Loss is pushed all the way up. They have all the information now. 3 players set up towards this B site. This is going to be really hard for C9 to push off when they don't have any A main presence.
Yeah, and if they want to pivot over to that, you know, they're going to be dealing with a tripwire and then running right into the hands of Melzer. But it seems like B is where we're favoring, and just look at the way that this is stacked up. Now, your options here, Athena, what are you looking to do?
I mean, if you're Taco, just trying to hope that they don't hard clear you, able to get a spot, stunning that fast lane, and now they're out.
Oh, Taco now, he's going to have to deal with a lot of activity, and it's Oxy. Gets the better of his Neon mirror. Meanwhile, David goes in for a drop, but Oxy, he's trying to get this team back into this one here, and he does so with 3 clean kills that gets him onto the site.
Bestia having 3 players there, but unable to hold. Oxy doing a phenomenal job running up, clearing every single angle and isolating a lot of those picks.
And that's pretty much going to be the round here. You know, look for Melzer and Lost to try and maybe catch some stragglers if they go their way, but you got to protect that op. You're in a great spot right now if you're Bestia. And for C9 on the other side, this was we keep talking about these pivotal rounds. This was definitely one of them, because you cannot let them go to double digits at this point. It would be too scary.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm C9, I'm looking at this round and thinking, okay, we need to stick together.
Yeah.
After that initial default, we need to group up, because every single time that we're spreading across the map, we're actually giving Bestia the picks that we're not trying to give them. We're losing those numbers, unable to have a really strong attack, unable to just get onto the site and post plant. And I think that's where they find a lot of their success. And now going into this next round, Oxy, he still has that Neon ult online. He's able to get a lot of space should he need to, and they're able to do something fast. And the side of Bestia, they kept that operator, but it's important what they do with it.
Big round. C9 at this point, backs against the wall. You're down 1-0 in this series. Your season's on the line. And you got to get past this first test in Bestia if you even want an opportunity to go to playoffs, let alone champions. Same for Bestia. But the tier 2 team, well, if anything, less pressure on them than on C9.
100%. They're the underdogs here. But taking mid control, Bestia, they have set up Lost, ready with that operator to get a pick. And Taco, he's in top mid, ready to swing off of any of that elbow control.
Not going to get what he wants there. So instead, he's just going to hold this one out. Meanwhile, C9 continuing to just see if they could work this A site. give themselves something to work with. I like this play from Fireball. He's hoping to see if anyone tries to get a little ambitious. And that cam is going to back him up, but not really going to do with all that much there. That being said, it's important to bear in mind that he's on that flank. So he will be able to catch them if the timing is right. Meanwhile, C9 get on. So they're here. They're chilling on A. Got to get this spike down. Bestia throwing all the utility they can to suss out where these players are going to be located. Oxy with the activation of the Neon ults, able to get himself 2, is able to get himself 4. Scratch that. Where's the last target? Give him the ace. He knows where he is. No, wait a minute. Chubizin's clutching it out. This is a similar situation what we saw before. Chubizin, no, Jack. Backs his teammates up, excuse me. And he keeps this one going for C9. But you really do need to be mindful in those like 1v moments of these Bestia players. They will get those multi-kills. If you just give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Yeah, just a tiny bit sloppy in terms of positioning, in terms of the awareness of what everyone's looking at. And you can only blame chaotic comms when it comes to something like that. But C9, they need to be following this through.
Good job, boys. Good job. Come on.
A lot of these executes, supporting Oxy with the util, using a lot of that util to bait out the Bestia picks, the Bestia swings, the Bestia util. Everything that they've done so far for the side of C9 the past 2 rounds has been working out for them. And it is for a reason. Oxy, able to get a lot of those first kills, able to get the multi-frags online. And it feels like for Bestia now, in order to shut it down, they have to be a little bit more proactive. They keep getting A main control, they keep getting mid control, but they're not going for those active peaks with that operator.
Yeah, they're like looking, they have the lanes covered.
Yeah.
But you can go in and just take a little bit more. And I think that with the way that Lost and Taco have been playing, they should feel at the very least motivated to be able to do that, or at least in a position to do that. And I wonder if that's what Coach Phonics is telling the boys right now.
I think it's a really good time to take that time out as well, because you are putting a halt to the momentum of C9. 2-round win streak, just executing. And all the rifles are back on the board. Lost with that operator one more time, but he's actually changed up his positioning to be towards mid. And it might just not work out because all of C9 here is outside of the same main.
Stacked over here.
Standing ahead.
Well, they'll just actually won't get hit with anything. And that might actually indicate that they could push up a little bit more, but I think it did give Taco a little bit of pause. He was like, wait a minute, there's way too many people up here. And it's actually going to be a really smart play from Cloud9. Now it's Melzer. He's right outside. Surely they check the corner. They saw something felt fishy. They took care of that target. 3v5. As Bestia, they really do not have much to work with. You can see where that op is moving toward. David as well moving out of this one. I think they're pretty much conceding that this is going to be a GG on this round.
Yeah, definitely going for that save. Really hard to win a round like that when the post plant is in full play. Zelsis is going to go hunting, though. They do have the economy for it. Trying to get a pick onto any of those players, but Bestia, they're struggling. The reads are just wrong. It feels like C9 has been one step ahead the past 3 rounds now.
Especially that one.
Yeah, knowing where that operator is going to be, droning, seeing that there's no one there, and full committing to these splits or to these executes, it's been paying off really well for them.
I think that for Bestia, it might be beneficial for them. And even though I feel like the idea is, hey, listen, get that up onto the jet, do what you got to do there, and they preserve that gun, I believe. Yes, they do. The thing that helps Bestia is that they're able to move that operator around to a lot of different players. They can put that operator in Taco's hands. They could put it in the hands of Melzer as well. So I kind of want to see them just try and like get C9 guessing and throw them off, because right now and actually I was actually just saying that Taco's got himself the op, so they're going to put that big boy gun in his hand, see if he can win the round.
I really want to see this operator played more on sites. They keep playing it towards mid. The rotates haven't been quick enough. And they've also been abused because the op isn't there to get those initial picks whenever C9 have executed. And another execute onto this B, using that harbor wall to deny any players on site. And you can see all that util to clear the site completely off.
Oh, but David is going to get his. That's one target, and that's one too many, if anything, given that the economy is a little bit in shambles here for Bestia, but you're still able to get something with the Sheriff. Taco now, all eyes on him. He should be able to do something with that op, and he does so off cam. Lost gets one with the shotgun right to the back, just buries the barrel in the face of Vic, and that leaves Zelsis, LMS, and with not a lot of hope. That wall's coming down, and Melzer gets his hit. And that will be 10 for Bestia. A big, big round for those boys.
A thrifty from Bestia to win out that round. They had the operator, but everyone else was on those pistols, just sitting on site, making sure that they're playing together. This pick was phenomenal. I feel like, David, we really need to shout out his Cypher util.
Yeah.
Those trips being placed in spots that Oxy hasn't been able to shut down or see right off the bat. This happened on Lotus, where Oxy was shut down because he was running through elbow, unable to see that trip. And once again, on this B site, he's been playing really well. The anchoring has been phenomenal. And all of a sudden, we're in this gun round with an operator online for Bestia. 2 ults with that Hunter's Fury, with the Neural Theft.
And they haven't seen this mid look yet here, so they might not be ready for it, and they definitely were not. Taco gets Oxy, and that is going to shut down their big, big win con to get into the site.
Yeah, and for C9, they're going to be struggling. Lost actually getting another pick onto Zelsis here. That Hunter's Fury not going to connect, and all of a sudden, the round is crumbling for C9.
This is all falling apart. Taco, if he gets anything, and there goes Hunter's Fury, activated now for Melzer, just checking all the areas you need to check. You're also going to just get that info, forcing those players back. And this is a very good situation for Bestia to be in, and that's why C9's like, nope, we don't want to do this. But if you are C9, you're at least like, hey, we kind of got them to spend a little bit in this.
Yeah, I mean, this is the round that Bestia really needed, knowing that they had to be proactive, pushing towards mid. Actually spending that utility to be able to get those initial picks was the most important part. They also managed to gamble right with that operator getting those, but Taco, he's already rotated all the way to this B site.
Loss there again. Just constantly being the thorn on the side of Cloud9. What does Fireball do? He does nothing, because David's had his number as well in that Sentinel battle, specifically in the Cypher role. He's had the better of Fireball, who has been immaculate this season when he has made his debut for C9. But it is David's day. And so far, every single time that man has a target, he gets the shot. That is the round. That's Bestia's 11th. They're 2 rounds away from eliminating Cloud9 here at Play-ins.
This is absolutely insane. Again, looking at C9's map history on this Breeze, it's been so good. They've been winning this map almost every single time. This stage, they've been phenomenal on it. 4 wins, only losing it that one time. And now they're just struggling. Taco with this beautiful initial pick. That could have been a collat, but that was one of the main reasons why they turned this round around. Of course, David with that lurk pick, and it just feels like C9 once again is struggling. Their winning condition that round was getting onto site with that Viper's Pit, but they weren't even allowed to.
Nope, stopped at the door.
Yeah.
Not passed, not allowed to come in. Even if you brought treats, it wouldn't have mattered, you know? Like, you just can't get in there. And really, I think it just is a testament to Bestia and the prep work that they have done since they've come to LA. I've had a chance to catch up with those boys a couple of times, and you know, the hunger is definitely there. I mean, we talked to Taco a lot on the desk, and he's always talked about how he wants to be back here, do his thing again. What better way to solidify yourself that you do belong on this stage and to take out what has become the darlings of the postseason here and a story that everyone's loved? But yet, it seems as if the main characters are Bestia, and we were not paying attention to that the entire time, if it keeps going like this.
Bestia has been really good with the short turnarounds. Even when they're playing in that LATAM South, they had a 6-game win streak, including that grand finals, to make it to VCT. So it feels like we're looking at this team back in that prime form, back into their comfort zone. And it really gets me thinking that first game was genuinely just the nerves. But now looking ahead into this round, we have those ults. We have 2 players, 2 of those duelists towards that A, ready to use that operator and push and get this aggression on the line.
They're going to do it. They're going to go right for this one here. Stuns out. Wait, this one? Nothing? You don't see what you like here? Oh, dear heavens! Hey! Oh! He gets 3! Go back for more, Papa! Take what you need! But instead, wait a minute, it's C9. Oxy just decides, you know what, screw the sniper, I'm gonna make my way right into this site and get this business done. But he's gotta do a lot of work back here, and he can't do it. Melzer's there for the stop. It's left down to Fireball Ops. Poor thing. He's gotta do so much, but we have seen Bestia pull off things like this in the past, and we know that Fireball Ops can do the same. Problem is, he's dealing with so much utility. Down now to 35 HP. Nothing to work with. No hope, but he's got to pull and dig deep, and it's Melzer who just ends it then and now. And that is 12. We're right there, folks. Bestia could eliminate Cloud9 here at Play-ins. Wow. That's awesome.
That is the worst way to come out of a timeout here for C9. They were not expecting that aggression. Lost, playing absolutely phenomenally. There's nothing you can do
and
to
I
shut
give
that
Oxy
down.
credit for just trying to do something, because you're like, yo, listen, we're here, we're stopped, I can go fast, I need to do something.
Trying to get those numbers, trying to use that util to stun and catch someone off guard.
This is
and
it.
all of a sudden,
I must wait a moment.
it's so close now here for Bestia. They can taste it. Aggression again on the line.
They're doing it again, but this time they're going to get out of there, and Taco gets tagged up a little bit. He's actually going to use that fast lane. They don't really get a lot of info for that either.
They know that the aggression is the key, because once C9 get on site, they have that Viper's Pit to post-plant.
Missed the shot there. That's a rare whiff for loss. Melzer's going to go down too. C9 might actually finally be able to use that Viper's Pit. Look at that, and they get it onto the site. But is it going to be enough? David and Chubizine are alive, and my God, they have pulled off some miracles in the past.
C9 with a really nice switch up to actually fight through that Viper wall on the left side, punish those rotations in from the mid doors versus fighting that back side. It hasn't been successful for them, so they focused more towards that mid doors. Nicely well played, and now this round's going to go towards the way of C9. They needed this so desperately. They needed to shut down that momentum from Bestia, and they need to make sure they push that throughout the next 2 rounds.
And credit is due to Bestia, specifically Taco, doing that same play again, trying to just get in that face, trying to like cause a problem, because they saw how well it worked when you fluster C9. But that is where C9, I think, like, you start to see that experience come in. Zelsa saying, like, wait for this aggression to come in. They're going to try and end this game here now. So let's not allow that. I will say, if Lost gets that snipe, though, it kind of changes the complexion of the round a touch.
Just a little bit. But, I mean, I think here, again, this fight towards that left side of site was really nice. Bestia trying to flood in, trying to support, but actually getting caught off guard. And now looking forward into this match, Vic, he has that harbor ult. They're looking to do some aiming aggression once again, not scared of the aggression that Bestia has been pushing towards that A lobby.
Good thing with A main aggression, you want to handle that, put a Sentinel there, and Cypher will slow things down. Chubizine, though, has a read. He's got help. He's another one. Oh, no! Oh, no! This is bad! This is going to have to force C9 to have to make a move somehow, some way. And it's going to prompt all of Bestia to go to the backside here, Athena.
Bestia has been conditioning that A main push that they were not expecting the contact play down elbow. And now that harbor wall coming in, the harbor ult to delay. It's going to be so many fights here.
It's now enough down to Oxy. He was a hero before. Is he going to be a hero again? No, he's not! And that's going to do it! Bestia, try as you might. You thought C9 were the main character. Step aside, because it's Bestia's day today. The Chilenos +1 Brazilian managed to pull off a miracle. They get the massive victory against this Tier 1 team in Cloud9. A first time, by the way, for this Bestia team going up against an NA squad. And on top of that, those players, Chubizine, David, first time they ever played against an NA player at all.
This is the first time that a Tier 2 team in this stage has been able to beat a VCT team. And the team being C9 is so heartbreaking, knowing that they've been so phenomenal in every single group stage, and every single time they've been able to make playoffs. And now we're looking at these veterans, seeing that they've been shot down by the underdogs. Bestia, what a beautiful way to keep their run going.
Do want to give shout out to C9 for really just a turnaround that they've had, as you noted there, Athena. But what an accomplishment for these boys. The day belongs to Bestia as they manage to pull off a miracle, something that no one on the desk, save for Dryad, I'm going to give her flowers, believed. And she saw the vision. I'm curious what she saw.
Yeah, I think she saw that every single player had so much potential, such a high skill ceiling. They pushed past the nerves, and they were able to get a lot of those picks. Almost every single player having a crazy multi-frag round. We saw so many positions where they were able to win out crazy clutches and get it back online. The reactions, the momentum, the mentality was all there for them.
Yeah, but also want to give a massive shout out to this young man right there, Lost. He was putting on a highlight reel. They're going to make some montages of what he pulled off in this game. And then David, let's not forget that this dagger to the back was brutal.
Yeah.
Going out with an ace into the half,
Yeah.
it might as well just punch him in the face.
That was a real momentum turner. There's nothing worse than going backstage, talking to your team, and being like, well, we just got aced on the last round.
Yeah.
Let's focus on that next round. It's so hard to turn that mental back around. Zell says, yes, he's a great leader. He's a great IGL and manages to do that majority of the time. But this time around, man, Bestia, they were on
Look at
fire.
that face. Look at that expression. That is passion right there, baby. That's what it's all about. The drive to be the best in the world at what you do. It's what motivates these guys. They came here far from their native land to be able to win this one out, to be able to push forward. And what a treat it was to witness that. That was just cool. Hey,
it was insane.
We did it. Good job.
Let's go.
All right, everyone. That's going to do it for us here, and I'm going to enjoy a nice day off and go watch AEW Dynamite. So for now, we're going to send it over to Sierra Dawn, who's over at the stage for Verizon post-match interview with Tacolia.
I am here with Tacolia after an incredible Series 1, a Series 1 and 2, by the way. You're the first Challengers team to take a Series win on the stage. You've eliminated Cloud9. How are you feeling?
That's how I'm feeling. It's amazing winning this stage. It's all I want, so I don't know how to explain. It's just happiness, and I'm so happy we could play like as a team, like we do on practice. So from here to playoff, we need to make it.
I mean, I know that you've always had the confidence in the team. You talked about how practice is going well, etc. How do you translate it to be able to take the win on the stage? Like, what was different today?
I think the most important thing we changed was mindset. Like, don't rush and close the games. Go round by round, step by step. Don't get the anxious, like, take over you. So we really focus on mental things, and things works. So.
I mean, talking about the mental too, I mean, that energy and the comms have to have been amazing. There was like the double aces, there's so many multi-kills on the round. Like, talk to me about the comms and the energy.
I don't know, we were flustered, you know, the aces, everyone was hitting like insane shots. David with the clash, I don't know, it's like all that thing just overhype you, so I don't know, it works. It's like, we win. I'm so happy right now.
I mean, you got that first win in the books. How are you looking ahead at the rest of this lower bracket? Because job's not done.
No, we need to win 2 more games. But I think like this game is like momentum we need. So I hope and I expect that we win the other 2 games too, and we make to Brazil.
I mean, the wins today, that was just an absolutely incredible statement. Thank you so much. Best of luck going on forward.
Thank you very much.
I mean, that's our first Challengers win. Up next, we'll have to see if it can be done again. It's going to be M80 going up against G2.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Todo está
mean, yeah, G2 has always been a powerhouse, and like Americas, you know, they are strong. They're very good at reading the game plans and maps and comps. They're very good at just VALORANT in general. You know, they've been a roster together as a core for a long time. Props to them, they work very hard, so do we, and we'll just come out swinging and see if we can be the better team on the day.
I mean, M80, we've scrimmed them a bunch. Obviously, they were in Tier 2 and, you know, a top Tier 2 team, so it's good to get some resilience that wasn't from a Tier 1 team.
Overdrive now popped up. Caillou, tight anchoring. Oh, Caillou!
All of them are capable of just multing at any given time, so in my eyes, like, they're good enough to be in Tier 1. I'm excited.
Welcome back to VCT Americas play-ins and our second Americas versus Challenger team match of the day. We already had our first win for a Tier 2 squad. And Dan, you were the only one who saw the writing on the walls. What did you know?
Everybody thinks I'm crazy until I'm right. I don't know.
Yeah.
You can be crazy and also be right.
It's true.
I don't think I'm crazy if I get it right. I don't know.
They called her crazy, but maybe she's just been onto it already, because today it's going to be yet another one of these Tier 2 squads. But this time, there's a little bit extra here. This is a match for Nismo, Dan, that has been so long in the making. He played against the old edition of these guys all the way back in Tier 2 and has been looking for this opportunity for a very long time.
Nismo, last time that he played that core of G2, it was the guard. It was that grand final of Ascension, the first ever Ascension that we had in Americas, and he wasn't able to close it out. This is a story and a nightmare that has followed him ever since then. Who was on the other side? You look at Xander, you look at John Cutie, Koala Noob, EU, everybody, every single one of his teammates back then got a chance in Tier 1, and Nismo, he stayed in Tier 2. He stayed in M80. He even, at some point, thought that he was going to retire. He went on the coaching until Kaplan came all the way back and he got his second chance. It's an insane story for him now to try to get that win and make it here.
Yeah, because this whole time he's been a top performer. Like, you always look at the challenger scene, he's always up there, but he gets denied at the last stage every time, whether it's losing in the Ascension finals or whether it's just not getting a slot in Tier 1. This is his chance to prove himself, and the fact that he already dropped the first game, now his back is against the wall, and he looks across the stage and he's, oh God, I'm playing against Trent and Valen again. Like, this is a huge match for him to try and redeem that.
It absolutely is, and I think it's especially important for him to, being the veteran of the team, the leader that's been through all these different iterations of M80, where, like you're saying, everyone else has had those opportunities, has gotten to play in Tier 1. This is really his first shot to actually show himself against these top teams in Americas.
Yeah, and also for M80 in general, what he's been able to do for this team, but also the new additions, the changes, the 15 matches that they won in a row. They look great, but it doesn't matter if you're not winning those matches that matter. So again, that is something that has followed Nismo for so long.
Yeah, he's facing his old demons today. So let's get some of his thoughts on today's matchup with Sierra.
Nismo, it was so awaited, your journey here into VCT Americas. So how has it been so far for you, and now having played a match?
It's been feeling good. Obviously, we didn't go the way we expected the first match, but we talked about it and looking forward to play the second one. Pretty excited for it.
I mean, you're going up against familiar foes in G2. I mean, this is like a blast in the past looking back at Challengers years ago. Like, how is, like, reflections on your journey since then, now that you're going up against them?
Well, obviously, they used to be my rivalry when I was in Challengers, so I'm pretty excited to play them again, this time on the big stage. Obviously, it's not the same teams that we're playing against, but it's going to be a fun one, for sure.
And I mean, that was kind of the moment where paths changed so much for both you and for their team as well. So how often do you think back to that match or, like, the journey you've taken since then?
I think about it a lot, to be honest with you. It crosses my mind a couple of times because it was a big match for us. We could have qualified to VCT at the time, but we just live in the present. We're here today, and again, looking forward to playing them. Pretty much it.
Looking forward to an M80 on top this time. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
It's really a big opportunity for Nismo today, but he mentioned that opening loss, and that's what I want to dive into here, because playing in Tier 2, they were absolutely excellent playing this double Senti comp on Ascent. It didn't quite pan out that way, though, against Envy.
Yeah, and I know there's some haters of this comp out there. I'm not here to say this comp is good or bad. I'm just saying I'm going to explain what went wrong for M80 the previous time, because this comp has very clear strengths and weaknesses. The strength is anchoring. The weakness is any amount of forward fighting. And what you are always going to need to be able to show when you have this comp is some way to show forward trap ideas fighting into main and re-clearing mid, which right here, this forward fight into A main gets completely shut down. They're trying to rip a Sov ult off the dart, a little TP idea that gets avoided. And the other one is having the op come online. And you can see here, whenever the op got in the hands of Bonnie, he was instantly dying, whether it was on the exec play or just the shift walk forward from Demon 1. This comp gets destroyed if you don't have the forward fighting, because the enemy team can just shift walk at you, pop at you, and you have no idea where they can be on.
Especially against Envy, it felt like only one team was able to play the way that they wanted, and it could have been M80 with that very defensive setup, or it was going to be Envy running it down the way that they did. So it felt like Envy got away with it because of that, but it's also a composition that we saw back then that we haven't seen in a while.
G2 plays a very different style, though, than what Envy was running in that game. Do you think they're going to get sent similar threats in today's game against G2?
I actually think, in terms of G2's attacking side, I think G2 would struggle more versus a comp like this. I think they have, they're a team that typically plays a lot slower of rounds, and if they aren't diligent in clearing away utility, that can be a problem. But again, the difference is whether or not M80 can actually show any amount of successful forward fighting, because even if a team plays slow, if you don't have successful forward fighting, then the slow play is just what rewards you playing versus this comp.
Well, M80 should have some confidence in playing more aggressively in this game against a G2 who is in a strange position. This stand is the Titan of Americas. They're always winning domestically. They're always going on clean runs. But now they're facing elimination in the play-ins tournament after a very uncharacteristic game against Furia.
I feel like we always have so many ups and downs with G2, but especially this year, because they haven't been able to find what their identity is. They have tried double duelist, they have tried Baby Bay on the primary duelist, they have tried going all the way back to the standard compositions that they have been playing for years, and that is, even though they've been able to find a little bit more success in it, I think there's still so many things that are not clicking, and it's something that even VALORANT has talked about.
Yeah, it is so interesting to see because, well, other teams have been able to look at someone like Leviatán. We're just going to fix our identity by copying them, play double duelists every map. G2 hasn't really had the players to try and make that work. But even with these role issues, this Furia game was something different. This was a caliber of opponent that they would basically never lose to, even in their slumps before. Is this a bigger worry than these past upsets for G2?
I don't think so. I think they have to worry about the individuals that can pop off on the side of M80, but also for the other side, what happened in that matchup is that Furia won 5 out of the 6 pistols, a few of the bonus rounds as well, a few of the rounds where G2 was going for the Stinger Force that was just not working out.
Sure.
If those rounds, one round goes the way of G2, it felt like they could have closed another one of those maps.
You're looking at the rounds, I'm looking at the players as well, and I just think that this was Baby Bay's worst series, period, since putting on the G2 uniform. This is a guy that has been a standout player throughout Stage 2 and throughout a large part of Stage 1 as well. He plays the Chamber on 3 separate maps and struggles to find any amount of success. And, you know, look, I still think Chamber's a great agent for him. I want to see him play it. Just on a bad day, it means you're offering your team nothing, as opposed to if you play the Vibes or the Cypher. Again, don't want them to change comps, but it's just the reality. You have to perform when you're on the agent.
It is interesting, though, that G2's in this position where Baby Bay has become the X-Factor player for this team. In the past, you'd always think of maybe someone like Leaf in that role. He's had some rougher performances, too, and has had to juggle the roles alongside the rest of his squad. But with the back against the wall, let's hear his thoughts ahead of today's game.
I mean, G2 certainly has a reputation here. So, Leaf, going into high-stakes series like this, do you feel any extra pressure with all of that legacy, and how do you manage that pressure?
I mean, I think there's always a little bit of added pressure from a lower bracket game. You know, nobody wants to get eliminated, but I feel like we've played so many games together, and we've also just been in so many more tougher scenarios that, you know, like, we're kind of used to it by now.
Just another hurdle. Well, good luck today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We already talked some about the role issues for G2 and trying to find their identity, but where that's really manifested is the Haven, where they previously were like the best team in Americas on this map. What went so wrong?
Well, first of all, fact, G2 started the year off 7-0 on Haven, playing this comp on your screen right here at the top. Now, this looks familiar because this is the same comp that they just ran in their last game as well. But the problem for them came when the Yoru nerfs came in, right? And they've been just lacking an identity since then, because as soon as Yoru is nerfed, G2 run into a problem. Because if you look at the second comp they started playing, this is what you would see them play at Masters 2. Well, now Leaf is going to be on the Phoenix. And we saw that Leaf was not a big fan of the Phoenix. G2 started pivoting away from that post-Masters because he wasn't finding success. But then, if you are playing in a Phoenix meta where you have to play Phoenix on Haven, I don't think you have to. I think there's some options, but G2 think you do.
The rules say that, though.
Well, if Leaf's not playing the Phoenix, then Jogamo's got to play the Phoenix. And if you want Jogamo playing the Phoenix, you still have to have some kind of a dash initiator, so then Baby Bay is going to be on Duelist, on the Jet, and on the Neon. No wins. 5 losses in a row for G2 after trying to change their comps. And even though last week they tried to go back and play the same comp that they played at the start of the year to so much success, it was still a loss for them.
I think it's also them going back to what gave them that success at the beginning, where it was what they were doing in Santiago, that first comp that we were looking at. This is what they were doing towards kickoff at the end, after they were running it down with the double duelist that we still remember.
4-0 at kickoff.
I do like them going back to this, though. And this is a map where a lot of teams struggle. NRG also don't like playing the double duelist. They also play the double duelist here, and it doesn't feel like it fits with Ethan playing it, for example, but here, you know, I think this is as best that you can do, and it's only one map.
Yeah, it is still, but there are bigger issues when you look at their other maps with having some of these role jugglings as well. So my big question is now, what is the goal for G2? Because we always looked at the goal of win an international trophy. That was obvious. Now they're regressing. Now they're just trying to find an identity. What are they looking to get out of the rest of this stage?
Well, what I would love to see them go to is ignore the meta and go back to what G2's best comps have always looked like. I'm talking double smokes with a Sentinel. That means Leaf is going to be on Viper on most maps. Valen and Trent do their thing, and you put Baby Bay on the Chamber on majority of maps. That's their bread and butter. That's what they're good at. Don't try and follow the meta. Do what you're good at and find the wins.
The issue, though, is that they do have their backs against the wall now. They're facing elimination against M80. And as we look back at the talent predictions, there were some people who were willing to take the punt here, willing to say that there was a chance for M80 in this game. How real do you think that opportunity is for this Tier 2 squad?
I think it can be very real, especially if Bonnie is able to perform the way that he's done in the past. But also, we know that G2, they're great at shutting down those duelists.
Yeah, it's a different style than when they played last time. So a big opportunity here for M80. Nismo looking to get into his revenge game against a G2 who themselves are having to bounce back. We head down to the stage and bring our second Tier 2 squad out. It's M80 stepping on to the stage.
Addressing also some of those rookies that weren't able to go on stage for the first time ever, go through all the nerves, all the first experiences, and now going to the second matchup knowing that you have to be perfect. You have to go in a lower bracket run, both here in Plains and playoffs. But they have the players to do so, both the new guys like Bonnie, the numbers that he has been putting in challengers, and those guys that you recognize like Kaplan on the coaching staff and Nismo as well that we've seen for so long. They have so much potential. They can win against G2, but they need to be playing the way that they've been doing in the past.
Absolutely. I think you talked about Kaplan there, and what a disappointing way it would be to go out after, you know, so much of the talk was, will we get to see him play versus Sentinels, see what the hype is going to be. Now he has to play against what was the team that was beating up with him when he was with Sentinels last year, G2 on the other side. And it will be G2 coming out to the stage now in a very different situation for them. G2 is used to the big stakes games. They're used to those best of fives when you get down the road. For the first time in forever, they are in the lower bracket right from the get-go.
It's a lower expectation game, but for them, maybe that's an opportunity to feel those stakes like it's playoffs. For me, my eyes go straight to Baby Bay. He had a career low in his last game. He massively underperformed, but he's been a standout player for them so far this year. I think this game has to be the bounce back for Dre.
He has been incredible on the Vice towards the beginning, and on the Chamber, we know that he can do exactly the same around the Operator. They have a good plan around it, even if he wasn't performing in that last series. You had Leaf right next to him that was finding those openings, those kills. So I think both of them working together in case somebody starts slow is a good chance.
Maps coming up. Breeze, Sunset are first two. What win conditions are we looking at for M80 in this veto?
For M80 coming in, honestly, I think the big one is just how well you can call versus VALORANT. You're playing two of the big maps in Lotus and Breeze, maps that are going to test your calling on a macro scale. Sunset, it's a lot more about figuring out like where the fight's going to be, getting the micro right in those details, but I think this is a tough ass to open on here, Breeze versus VALORANT.
To me, it's going to be fighting for the way that they've been doing, the way that they did it in the past when they're facing that grand final. Right now, M80 in place, they have the lowest retake percentage. Only 13% of the rounds they were able to retake. So that means you have to go for those fights. You need to find those openings. Otherwise, we know how G2 can be in the post rounds. It just feels like it's going to be being comfortable, being able to tell what the pace is going to look like from the beginning. Otherwise, it feels like it's a series that can slip through their fingers.
For M80, that first game was a disappointment. You had to be excited looking at the draw. You get Envy, this team who has been failing, was kind of the laughingstock in Americas, only for them to turn it around, have a great read against M80 in that opening game, and smack them down 2-0. This is now the last chance for this squad that has been waiting for this opportunity in different iterations of this team for literally 3 years to show what they have.
I mean, for so long, they've just been the team that's close, but not quite there yet. And it feels like they're in the same position again. Yeah, they made it here this time, that's the difference, but to go out without a series win is tough, and to have to face against G2, not easy by any means. Now, Breeze is not a map we've seen M80 play in months, right? They're coming in with a brand new look. They were playing very standard back in the day. Now rocking the modern trends of that Neon Phoenix.
That's crazy. If I think about Nismo, I always think about Breeze, but specifically the KO. I think this can work out with the Phoenix, but I just want to see, again, how those setups are going to look like early on.
This map, though, for G2 is also a change.
Yeah, VALORANT had been locked in on the Astra for so long. Remember at the start of the year kickoff when VALORANT was playing Harbor on like every map?
Yep.
And then he was like, actually, the agent doesn't exist. I don't want to play it anymore. Well, now in elimination territory, he's like, give it to me again. I want to stick to it.
Well, G2, their backs against the wall. Elimination on the line for them against M80. And well, we've got yet another special treat for you on the cast. Another person making their debut. It's Tenrec alongside Wyatt. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Mimi. It is truly an honor. And Wyatt, what a game to bring ourselves into here. M80 falling to the G2 core to send them away from their first shot at franchising all the way back in 2024. And now G2 might be the team that sends them away from franchising again.
This is a match that is just happening in the least likely of places in this bracket. To see G2 a potential elimination in 13th to 16th place is outrageous. And yeah, M80, they're the quote-unquote challengers team. But the level of community hype for them coming into this tournament cannot be understated. People were viewing them as a favorite, and one of them is going home today.
That's why that battle against Sentinels before was so set in stone to so many. I see you one revenge match and raise you one that's way longer in the wait. Good 1-4 start for Leaf here. He's been used to doing this on other maps too. This new Harbor change feels like it'll be perfect to set the screens later on, but M80 with this new Phoenix pilled Nismo, he'll be the first to get the frag and the second. Just keeping the fight going on Cave till Baby can stand down 2 more, but ultimately G2's still stuck here. Double rush in, low health pool, but Bonnie can't land those shots.
A moment of brawling from that Phoenix straight away. It's a congested M80 that knew that they had to fight forward, felt like they could be getting flanked. That was the case. Low HP on G2, and Caillou was able to catch Leaf straight away. Just one more sheriff shot to the body of either of these G2 players would undo them.
That recon bolt confirming Trent's position. Caillou able to isolate the fight, but has to do it one more time. Just 4 health to deal with, and he'll do it. 3 for the Sova. M80 on the board with their first pistol round.
Caillou straight away trying to make a statement. Was playing the VCT earlier this year with Sentinels, struggled in the first game with M80, IGLing this team, but comes up with a crucial few kills. I felt like G2 were really set up to win that round, just in that they had everyone on M80 completely encircled in main. It forced them into a bit of awkward proactivity. But even though Baby Bay was able to collect those trays, nothing came to fruition. M80 out to that 1-0 lead. And the woes of G2 on these pistol rounds continue. They only got 1 in their last series against Furia. They used to be one of the best pistol round teams in the league. but as of late, serious struggles.
Well, it's a good excuse to try and become the best anti-eco team, because they have been buying stingers so many of these pistol rounds they've been losing. I'll try another cave push. No immediate counteraction this time around. Alvin instead just placating from the screen himself. Wire setup, Jogamo will finally breach through. G2 trying to use this as an opportunity to extend twofold. So they'll default plant, hold on to that territory with the Tide.
M80 players just getting caught behind the walls. We're into a full 3-on-3 retake. The ranged weapons are going to be an advantage for M80 at this very exposed site with long sight lines. Bonnie's trying to close the distance, though, get around Pyramid.
So many screens you could set at any point, but Bonnie just decides to skate right into that gap, and Trent is met it. Not predicting how close he could be tied in, and he's still committing to this right on the timing that Nismo throws up that blaze. It's got to be all SPZ. And it can't be! Just held up in the pocket! And that is the 12th anti-eco after a pistol won so far this tournament. Whereas no other week this group stage crossed like 6.
Yeah, and that is a testament to G2 just constantly trying to force these stingers on round 2. They are accounting for a lot of that stat. Bringing us back to the vintage G2 of last year, where it was endless stinger forces, rushes, and frankly, I think if you're M80 there, you gotta be more apprehensive on that defense, expecting that. I think willing to play back and retake with the ranged weapons. Those two guys anchoring in sight, they were exposed in the open, disconnected from each other, and everything just kind of unraveled for M80. I mean, they suffered situations like this against Envy as well, winning pistol rounds and then getting eco. That wasn't even by stingers. That was happening to like Envy with the all classics and one sheriff kind of buy. So it's brutal that they're able to get off to that hot start and, again, just succumb to a second round loss.
Ridiculous how stalwart G2 has stayed. But as patient as both of these teams are, there is a sort of a stubbornness that's come with them. And so that's what's leading to, you see M80, especially with this recent comp change, being so committal to those stack fights, even when they're in relatively disadvantageous positions. They still know they can win it. And G2, especially with how static their core has to be, with Baby Bay on this one-trick chamber, and now with this harbor shift as well, so that you're trying to dynamicize that full deathball push, they're also going to be so willing to just hold it down, brawl it out.
Definitely been wanting to see the harbor here. It's funny because just looking at an interview that Baby Bay did after last week's game, where he says like, well, we don't need to play harbor. We know it's really good, but you don't actually need it. And then 1 week later, they go back to the harbor. Which, yeah, like Ender was talking about that on the desk. It's just bizarre that they were the team trying to force harbor everywhere at the beginning of last stage and then went away from it everywhere, including the map where he's broken. But yeah, they have gone back to it, and feels like it's definitely for the best. Like, it plays to their style. They're one of the most retake-heavy defensive teams in the league. Like, even by the numbers. On defense, they let the spike go down 77% of the time. That is like 1% off the highest team in the league at 78. So if you're going to be playing for retake constantly, you gotta have the guy that's got the wall and the cove to get on the spike. So like, it just makes sense in every way. This is definitely the right switch for them.
Especially when Leaf is one of the best screen cyclers so far this region as well. He's just been so solid, even when he's isolated to go for those lurks, like we saw in Dort previously. He's so comfortable just setting up that first leg, and yeah, I mean, now with that Tide available, it feels like Valen is able to play from so many different positions. Before on the Astra, you're so relegated to that command center that you have to work from, and then you spring into the fight. That tempo just not working anymore. Other side of that, Nismo also getting a little homogenized there with the Phoenix as opposed to the KO that we expected for the flashes. And I'm as, happy with it as I am with the shift to the Harbor. That being said, it comes down to how well he's known it, how well he's workshopped it, and that blaze timing last round did not look too great. So, let's get that fixed.
Yeah, those flash agents, though, that always just is bread and butter. And if there is one trend that we have seen so far from these plans, it is that the teams who are just forcing the meta double duelist Phoenix Neon comp, they are winning the majority of their games. Furia switch to it, they start winning. Envy switch to it, they start winning. So maybe that is just the recipe.
Embracing modernity, rejecting whatever Josh and Kaplan are. Trademark. Hit up. Stack not given away yet. Now it will be with the help of the flash, but G2 has many members to deal with it. Leaf Grabbing 3. Easy, flawless round 3. Post-tech pause for G2 to find some stability early on in this attack half.
Let's find out if M80 can bounce back. That mental resiliency is being tested. It was spoken about a lot going into the game against Envy, that they were on a 15-match win streak, unbeatable in challengers to get here. Very first game, they suffer a pretty brutal loss, very decisive from Envy, and now they're forced to, for the first time, confront that defeat, be able to bounce back as a team, and it has to happen in a do-or-die situation against the 4 times America's stage winners in G2. Crazy situation to find themselves in, and an absolute test by fire.
G2 bottoming out here wouldn't destroy their chances for champs, but it would definitely destroy a little bit of their reputation that they've kept since stage 1 of 2024. M80, meanwhile, yeah, like you said, that streak, they have to confront so much of the unknown, but they still have so much unknown to give. Their Sunset hasn't been revealed, will later. Their Summit hasn't been revealed, that won't today. G2 banned it. And this Breeze comp, little bit of weirdness to it. This Nismo Phoenix, I mean, he's always the man to pay attention to on this team. Now even more so.
Look at this fake just being sold by G2. Bonnie's puts it up in main. Serious damage to Leaf is just going to keep those G2 players at bay. And despite the fast lane presence going in through B, the noise made, there's not been an over-rotate from M80.
A great call from Valen, realizing there's no immediate blowback. Now they'll fully go in.
Kayu's going to need some serious help. He is fully entrenched in this site. At least has the wall to play around, has to dodge out on that recon. Danger when Jaw is on the swing. M80 need to get here and support. He's pressing forward.
Full push coming through now from the shoulder. Nismo will make his way out. Kayu able to carve his way in, and M80 have taken the backside for now. Now it's Bonnie's turn to activate. First slide in to waste that time. That'll proc the Hunter's Fury out from Trent, and that will track down Bonnie. Good chase. Nismo refragging on the back, so now they've got that spike control, and the Cove was still kept in the pocket. Trent has got both shock darts, though, so as long as he's able to get both off, but he can't. Nismo playing guard dog to ward off the second and tie us back up again.
Serious confidence on display there from Kayu, just sticking in the site, not trying to give up that space, not playing afraid, and it's also a decision that shows the trust that he has in his teammates to get there to help him. He finds that timing to get the first opening in the post plant. Kill through the wall was nice. It's looking really good today, and M80, yeah, they just bounce back straight away after losing that round 2. Trying to keep that energy really high.
Couple ults to cycle through now for M80. Get way comfier playing the retake now, especially with the slower rotates that they've been willing to do. They don't want to fall for these bluffs. G2, any bluff can just become a funnel for them. They love playing with this clock, mangling it. And they'll use it to go for these long-winded pivots on this huge-ass map.
Even now, it's slow working up into this B split. Eventually, if they do get into a post plant, they're going to have ultimates from M80, the Hunter's Fury to come through from Kayu. And speaking of, he just finds Baby Bay on the map.
It's a good timing to creep down from Nest, but there's still the backstab available because Leaf was playing his own lurk. And now G2 gonna go for the compress onto just Bonnie, but they're on a time crunch here. Nismo and SPZ on the way back. And on the elbow, Leaf's got to play to that. Bonnie on his own can at least go for the 1-for. So 2v2 with Bonnie securely having this spike. Or excuse me, Jog, and then Leaf guarding here. Is that watched? Oh, it is, but SPZ doesn't get the shot down. And Nismo with that run it back already gone. Has to just go in on the 1. That Snakebite already wasting so much time, too.
Yeah, that clock is dwindling. He has to be able to somehow suss out both players. There's just no way. It's a very patient duo from G2 who are going to close this out. 3-piece for Leaf on the round to get it across the finish line. This G2 approach on attack is very interesting right now. It's slow to an extent, but it's only, it kind of feels slow by virtue of how silent it is and the fact that they are just trying to contact walk into these sites so proactively. And the last round we saw Baby Bay just walking into B, tried to break the cam. He gets caught, but then even after that, they continue to try to walk in later. There they just try to contact through again, and it does result in them finding picks. Jaw getting a lot of space into the site. And it's got M80 back on the eco.
And no exploding, just unfurling. And it's been really admirable seeing Jaw kind of adjust his personal tempo to that nature for G2. Nismo daring, and Baby Bay will take him up. Early gamble with that pistol, but plenty left for M80 to throw at the wall here.
This is a game, too, where you're really going to want to see Baby Bay bounce back. He is coming off the back of the worst match that he has had so far this year. Playing the chamber full-time. That's the approach that G2 want to have to the meta right now. They want to put him in a comfortable position. But so far in this stage 2, he's had a dip in the stats. But interestingly, the one thing that has stayed really strong for him in terms of the numbers are his first kills to first deaths. He's actually, across stage 2, the 3rd highest in the league of all the partnership teams, of all the players. He's only behind Neon and Blows, which is crazy. So even though he's not putting up great numbers overall, his ratio for first kills to first deaths is fantastic. It's like 46 to 28. So it's not that he hasn't been providing any value to the team. He's got that on lock, clearly. But if he can expand the impact that he's having throughout the entirety of the game, that is what G2 need from him.
Yeah, the only times he's ever gotten close to the differential he hit last week was the 2 times G2 faced off against Paper Rex back in Santiago. Let's listen to how they handle this next.
Inside. We can't help Alex here alone. Wait, slow.
Cancel.
He's bricks inside. He just tied it. They're not gonna push A. They just use tied. Mid. Just full pivot B. Yeah, it's gonna be 2B. Silva Cypher. Yep.
He ulted from
Ulted
like
from
top
spawn.
tunnel. I think it was tunnel.
Yo, I'm gonna smoke off double door. Try to kill this guy bottom mid. Me and you.
One mid door.
Okay.
Oh no, it's a tide.
I'll hold it.
Right.
He's not gonna
elbow
be here.
Elbow me. I mean, he's just playing off Cypher cam.
Yeah, probably. Cat's gonna clear B main and elbow.
Trent, I think you can break Cypher shit for Dre.
Yeah, cam's gonna be on top left.
You can even use your dart.
I'm gonna go
Dart on the
nest
top
and
left
disrupt.
After you jiggle this out.
No. Just walk in inside.
Okay.
Go side.
Standing ahead. Darting for you. It's okay.
Cam's on the left for sure,
Probably
bro.
close in. Close or half full.
It's above you, top left, Trent. You heard it. Nice.
He popped cage. On site. Default. Ladder. Started. Missing one.
30 seconds left.
I'm right side pillar.
One mid.
Where's this guy? Pillar?
No.
Back
ladder. Nest on me. One nest on me.
It's just him ladder right now. Try to control pass.
I know exactly. Last player standing. Spike down B. 10 seconds left.
One more pillar.
One enemy remaining.
Bang!
Good damage.
Slave, you're good. Hot dog.
Let's go, bro. Good fucking damage.
Well, G2 making some decent choices in that B carve, expecting Alvin to be there along with Caillou. They're pleasantly surprised when they only have to deal with the one, but then that natural freeze comes back around, and Alvin actually gets to help facilitate the creep back that starts the backstab. G2 prioritizing a bit too much of the outskirts there, thinking that it would be a little more bolstered up.
If Baby had the call out, he knew someone was going to be playing off of that camera. Yeah, just could not deal with him, hoping to wrap around all the way. It just took too long. Now, M80 maybe hoping to get more proactive down mid. That is definitely the case with Nismo flashing out, but no one to catch on the G2 side. Take a look at this economy for M80. It is in a terrible state. This is a must-win round for them as the exec comes through from G2. It is dense with that Reckoning carving the site in half.
Bonnie will get the first snipe out beyond the tide. But G2 is happy with the space they've got. Giacomo's made it far enough. Tries to breach that tide, and SPC holds his own. Down to 8 HP. And now on the re-up post-plant, Baby Bay's got to try and make that space back. Will breathe that last bit of death into M80's controller. Now we're back to that standardized take-back from beyond. Patient, but dangerous. Bonnie once again, going to be the first to peek it out. Now with that rifle in tow, tries to juke it away, but Trent's holding it. And now Alvin tries to challenge too. He'll take that, double up onto the follow-up on default. And Baby Bay having to hold it down on his own, almost does. Caillou stays on 21 and keeps M80 on pace.
Man, the way Baby Bay has been playing, I thought he had that. But on the opposing side is Caillou, the IGL for M80, who has been stepping up as an individual in this game on, what was a must-win round. If M80 lose that, it would have been the third time they've been on an eco in this game already.
One enemy remaining.
But they are able to just narrowly survive a round where G2 invest those ultimates into the big execute. It does not go the way they planned. Bonnie's actually picked up that Outlaw now, knowing that a few players on G2 won't be able to have that full armor.
With Jogamo not being one of them, Pry would be huge for Bonnie if he's in the right place at the right time. Trent, the other one on 50, also the first pinprick. So G2's taking extra care to make sure that in the case that this Outlaw is present, you're negating a lot of the risk. Leave with another door lurk, but Baby Bay's also made his way up elbow, and this is just so tantamount to the amount of space that G2 can gain in like no time, just so silently. Tough miss.
Wow, the re-swing, that is bold, and just caught on the chase. That's sick from Nismo.
I expect nothing less. Now the double duel is going to get aggro off of the relay bowl. Bonnie keeping that in his pocket until the third. And that slide allowing him to get all of the space he needs. And now Leaf and Baby Bay have to turn those lurks into wraps. This is a really decent one from Dre, though. Good lord. He's going to double back to... No, not spawn. Okay. M80 not watching for this too hard. SPZ the only one on it. This double duel is just so focused on Puppy Guard and the spike. And the spike alone. Alvin might be able to get the timing on Baby Bay too. That would be rough. Tied down. Leaf taking the fight. Tough bit of the first, but Baby Bay's found the backstab. 12 seconds to go and Leaf will get his own. Refragged up by Nismo. 1v2 for Baby Bay. And he's not got much time at all, with Alvin able to just hide it out. And that's another round of G2 losing to the clock.
Now without dealing a lot of damage, it's not as if M80 have completely gotten out of the danger zone here. Their buy is not going to be great, still in danger of getting eco'd. This is a round to me that is kind of defined by Bonnie. The re-swing with the Outlaw is pure confidence, and then just being aware that even though he's at 47 HP, he's going to get that full stun off, just slide in, go for the next kill as well, collects it onto Valen. It's a bold move, but it's great play from the duelist that is, for good reason, being touted as the best duelist prospect coming out of Challengers right now. It's moments like those where he's showing it.
It's crazy because Bonnie was the one guy on this team that arguably had the least experience out of anybody on it, getting nothing more than podium placement in NA before joining M80. And yet the most has been asked of him this entire season, and he has always met that bar. Everyone else, they have had their bouts and have their demons they want to fight. 2 Ascensions for Nismo, 1 for Alvin. This VCT stage that Caillou hungered for, right back on it again. This team is filled to the brim with players who have grudges. Not with any individual, maybe Valen Trent a little bit at this point, but
just a lot of chips on their shoulders.
Yes, absolutely.
A lot to prove across the board for these guys. Caillou deserves to be here, never should have gotten cut. These players in Tier 2 that have been grinding, have earned this spot, deserve it. No one has been grinding as hard or as long as Nismo. Years in the making to get here. In the eyes of so many, has deserved to have been here all those years as well.
It was trivial. It was like if you watched Challengers in North America and you were asked, what are those prospects that deserve the next call-up? It's like, you don't even mention Nismo because everyone already knows he is that guy that everyone wanted to get called up. Fast lane in from Jog. He's the only one off of it, though, and the Hunter's Fury to try to facilitate. Now G2 is going to step in, making sure that there's no close chokehold. M80 instead have basically fully committed to the retake game here. 3 on the door, and a couple of them vulnerable off rip here, but Leaf hit by the hot hands, fully detained now. And that bolt helping out so much. This double duelist core doing so much damage in the short term. Now they've got to go the distance as that spike starts to tick down. Run it back. Available from Nismo. Going to start making that space known, and it'll get Caillou the next. Through the tide they tread, and G2 are fully segmented away. Nobody able to do anything, and Bonnie allowed to do everything. Trent with that finalized shot after the health pool is gone, but he can only get so far. And the lead from M80 is not only confirmed, but extended now.
It's a fantastic retake. The way that they're able to first just deal with Leaf in this isolated situation. Bonnie jumping around in the cross, spots him out into the stun with the Molly combo. Perfect catch. And from there, just able to take advantage of the better weaponry.
Oh my god, we're trading like gods.
This goes here.
And I mean, listen, that was going to kind of be my next point. I don't have to make
Stealing your job, man.
They were they were kind of trading.
They're trading like gods. No cave presence to start now. Relay bolts early on. Bonnie again! Kids up and running today. And now that Blaze to make them able to take Nest instead of having to double down on that push-up. But Baby Bay, patience, pays off. And A is vacant, except for Bonnie.
Baby Bay is playing with a vengeance right now. He's at 14-6. He is trying to put last week's game fully in the rearview mirror.
Never again.
For all. He is going crazy. And it still hasn't been enough. M80 are ahead. Alvin has an understanding that this space absolutely could have been taken. Someone could be pushed up here. And if Leaf tries to press the matter any further, surely he's going down. Oh my god, even the swing on that's crazy.
Just walked in like he was sick of it. Like, why are you still here? Let's go. Get the rest of this done.
Standing ahead.
In the meantime, with that lurk not really doing anything, G2 just kind of have to work with the B push. Are able to clear out that first bit to start.
Valen can get this spike down. G2 will have the Reckoning to play with. If you're M80, you want to get ahead of that, though, and you want to get Bonnie's Overdrive in straight away.
There it is. That at least clears Trent after he only gets one for himself. Now G2 considering the recreep past the tide after the mild reset. Bonnie able to use that to take some positional space and just start spraying through default. The counter spray is perfect from Valen, but Alvin has taken that time to circle the boat. Leave it down to the 1v2 for Valen. Inside the cove, that'll get shredded pretty quick, but that also gives away the spray that left M80 so vulnerable. So Alvin will back out temporarily, isolate the fights, one down! And now that ultimate comes out from Valen to try to push his way through. That hits Alvin, but Alvin doesn't care! It's M80 again!
They have got all the momentum, the energy from the team. The energy from the team is crazy.
Plummeting to the floor.
Wow, Bonnie is going off right now. These rounds have all been so close. How many 1v1s has it come down to? Just one player alive on either side, right? That Reckoning is used as well, expended, not available for the last round of this half. And Alvin clutches it out. Baby Bay has done so much, but he couldn't get that crucial kill at the end of that round. The critical moment.
One more shot with what's left. You do have this pit once you're stable. And G2, I mean, they've gotten on site just fine most of the time here. So that fort can get set up. Double duelist on the cave again. Trent the only threat to meet it. If they get this now, it's everything. But yeah, it's the one way it'll go. Give that space away mildly. You see M80, yeah, they're really not willing to tread too much farther than this. Yeah, they're perfectly content just waiting for the front line to get tempted. If they can placate for long enough, then yeah, G2's worst enemy becomes the clock again.
G2 have loved to walk up mid and try to go for these splits. That's a great catch from Trent on the A side of the map.
Fine with that trade away, but now they've been funneled into door, and SPZ just waiting on it. It takes Jog's slide to even trade his way through, and that means it's not available for this fight inward, in which they don't really have any intel onto the A site. And they need it. Nismo is tucked on his own margin. Baby Bay, yeah.
Real chance for him. It's so scrappy from G2. The team play to deal with SPZ and door was not there.
No.
Could have waited for Jaw to slide, then Leaf swings. But no, it's just one by one. Jaw goes down all the way on the opposite side of the map, and Baby Bay forced to press the issue on account of the Cypher ult. 1v3 for Valen.
ISO swept, no time to do anything else but just play your way through it, and Valen can't even get one. It's an 8-4 half on defense for Breeze, a map that M80 hasn't played for months, and they look so solid on it so far.
This half started with them winning the pistol and then losing the round 2 to the G2 Force, getting sent to the eco. But they bounce back, capture all of the momentum, and end this half with a 6-round run. Some highlight moments from every player, and it's moments like that where it feels like G2 are just a little bit out of sorts. Like Leaf and Jaw could absolutely sync up a double swing there.
It's clear this is not the G2 that everyone likes to see from year to year. Not a G2 that we may see much longer this stage if things keep going M80's way. We'll take a short break for halftime here on map 1.
Alvin Boy, how has your VCT experience been so far? And is there something else that's still on like your VCT bucket list to accomplish?
Honestly, my VCT experience so far has been amazing. You know, experiencing the crowd, experiencing the stage, just being up there and experiencing everything has been amazing. On my bucket list, I really want to hit an ace or a clip and just start emoting on stage.
Well, you heard it. Let's get this guy an ace.
Well, M80 are starting us out with a wonderful performance on a map that they have not touched for quite some time now. When it came out that they had started us out by picking Breeze as opposed to what has been classically their best map so far this stage, Lotus, we did expect them to come up with something good, but 8-4 against G2 good, Wyatt. That's a whole other tier.
I'm super impressed. M80 bounced back from an early stumble in that first half as well, with G2 winning the round 2 after M80 won the pistol. They looked fantastic. My eyes are on this Harbor, though. It's been the switch for G2. They're one of the teams that plays the most to retakes. And now that they have the Harbor, it just fits into that style, surely, right? Having the wall, having the Cove Fort. Those weren't options when they had the Astra. It should just bolster their approach to the game that they've already got. We'll see if that ends up actually being the case, though. Might not even matter the way that M80 are playing.
Well, Dismo found early on the window from the 3-stack on G2. A's the obvious option, and Baby Bay isolated on his island. Can't get his. And this one-trick chamber defense attempt from not just G2, but several teams hinges so heavily on that one carry and through, and Baby Bay's been doing great.
And this is where we're going to need to see it from Valen. That Harbor utility coming through for the retake is going to be critical to G2 picking up this pistol round. They've been struggling so much on these pistols so far in play, and they need this one bad.
Kova get breached. Bonnie already making his way up. Taken care of quick. Now the rest of G2 just blowing through it. No trouble at all. Spaz caught by the recon too in the 1v3. The swinging is good. And G2 can securely take that pistol. You saw M80 really trying to go for whatever players they thought might have been on their own on the outskirts there, but they were so quickly dealt with.
Yeah, wanting as well feels to try to fight ahead of any of the retake utility that would have come in by just taking all this forward space. Trying to plant a bit for backside if possible.
How'd you die? Hot dog. It's always me. Hot dog. Hey, nice.
M80 are not going to go for the G2 Stinger buy, but they will get an Outlaw in the hands of Bonnie. Full armor with that one.
Huh.
Definitely could be expecting to go up in an Outlaw duel against Baby Bay, but he's just playing with the Guardian.
Yeah, interesting to see how they're going to try and activate him here, especially if G2 try going forward off of this. Yeah, with the Recon Bolt, Leaf just feels fine. You can just plant here now. There's the shot revealed out. Alvin does get taken care of. But now with that mid space taken, B might still be the move.
Bonnie is trying to take a lot of forward space, find any kind of angle to give M80 an opening, expose a G2 player.
The trademark spotted him right in time, but the Cove letting him get that peek again. And now that that's been destroyed, he could potentially feign that creep up that he didn't want to go for before.
Oh my god, that timing.
Leaf! Right as the orb comes up, Nismo can still deal with it with a classic. 2v3 now, and Trent, another great proc on a recon.
Yeah, that was critical. That's the Outlaw out of the picture.
Left.
And now the best hope for Nismo is get to that A site, get a plant, and just try to get as many orbs as you can at this point in the round, right?
Yes, indeed. I barely any time to even get this down,
10
too.
seconds left.
You got a hot hands, you got a curveball. You can make something of this.
Spike play.
He doesn't have, he doesn't have time to really get close. But Baby Bay reveals himself kind of early. Shreds him, doesn't kill him. Jog, also there. That's 2 points of contact met. Jog still got the slide, though. Yeah, he's chilling.
Well, 2 orbs. Nismo will take it. That's about all he could have hoped to get out of that situation. So G2 able to win the pistol, able to capitalize on the anti-eco. Outlaw only able to get 1 kill. Still an uphill battle, though. This has been a map where the attackers have definitely been favored. How many times throughout stage 2 have we seen a situation where a team is down like 10-2 and then they run it all the way back and win when they're on attack? That has happened multiple times, so they are not in an easy place to make this comeback happen. I mean, I say comeback, of course they're only a couple rounds away, but, you know, when you have to make up those couple rounds when it's on the tougher side, it's going to be a task for them, but they definitely have the skill to do it.
Yeah, perpetual uphill battle, but G2 more than comfortable in a place like that. That's where they're going to be fighting from for the rest of this tournament, eh? SPZ, the one relegated to that non-rifle after Bonnie's Outlaw gamble. He's still got that rifle up. And everyone on M80 actually still has 150. I'm impressed by the conservation outside of the gun. Still able to make this bonus decent. Baby Bay again. Holding down Cave. M80, yeah, the 2 players that they have on this don't really feel comfortable challenging, especially with the gun trade that would become of it. So instead, it's SPZ who's the, at least, spear tip for most of this trek, just so he gets prioed, not losing a rifle off rip. Baby Bay backing out, immediately taken out. This door gap is just owned by Bonnie so far, and now Jogamo trying to meet it solo. The relay bolt can slow in time for Valen to get here and throw up this tide too, so it's a double obfuscation they'll have to peek through. Oh, but M80's totally fine with that. They can use that to blossom out onto default as if it were just a cave take. Oh, they're not ready for Jog, though. Nismo falls quick. The slide almost getting the reset. Now the Hunter's Fury on top of default. Trent finds Bonnie, and there's 18 seconds to go. G2's here. Valen wins with the Stinger, too. They'll get the plant down at the very least, but it's still a 2v3 for M80. Caillou holding behind. Gets taken down quick. SPZ in the 1v3 doesn't even get 1. And G2 is sprinting uphill.
M80 are just really apprehensive. They're so scared while that harbor wall is up. They're trying to take their time to circle around it. The utility clear to that corner on Jaw wasn't perfect. Feels like he can't be going 1-for-1 there. But crucially, you just see Trent immediately supplementing him with that Hunter's Fury. Connects onto the other player. Valen wins the games of timing. It's just so many little things going right for G2. Wrong for M80 at the same time.
Baby, I got us, boys. Don't worry.
Our nonchalant king today.
Trent is putting up some serious numbers right now.
Did he? No, the button was pressed.
And that is Kaplan getting into the mix with this timeout. Going head-to-head against Josh RT in the coaching booth for the 9th time in VCT history. The rivalry between Kaplan Sentinels and Josh G2 just defined all of last year. They know exactly how to go up against each other to some extent, right? Though last year just saw G2 dominate the three-peat of America's trophies, and that's why it is absurd to see them in this position right now, where they could get eliminated in last place, 13th through 16th. Baby Bay is trying to stop that from happening. You can see the difference in the numbers he's been able to put up from kickoff in stage 1 to stage 2. There's definitely been a decline on the chamber, but this game has been a bounce back. He was going off in that first half.
100%. He's felt a lot more secure, especially on his own so far. Feels like he's perfectly fine being stuck on the 1-4, the 1-1-3, and just playing for stall or the trade away. Whatever you can fell on the way. Well, M80 can buy back into this now just with the light armors, so we'll see what Kaplan stratted coming into this. They'll leave Nismo to maybe aggress early on. Yeah, they've got the Cove tossed up for him too.
Patient from Nismo has to be a little bit apprehensive that elbow isn't being controlled. Someone could have swung onto him.
Join back up. Right there. Baby Bay not close. Trademark there instead. He's willing to play more for the door crunch now that Valen's made his way all the way through to the pillar.
Right there.
But yeah, if there's anywhere where there's not a buddy system right now, it is this Unk on the Senti. Fast lane in to facilitate. Nismo with the run it back so that you get a free body if you go down. But Baby Bay doing a nice bit of avoidance to make sure that nobody actually gets that kill. Nismo still manages to find him before the ult runs dry, though.
Now, how can M80 set up in this post plant? They want to fight beyond the wall. It's being thrown down, and the spam is perfect on to Valen. Leaf on the flank, spotted out. M80 are surrounded, but they have the numbers.
Leaf making the long haul now that that lurk was spotted, and Jog trying to use that to take some extra space. Will do it to get at least one. He's still somehow alive. Now launching the overdrive as Leaf makes his way in and gets his own. And Jogamo in the 1v2 on 2 HP. Surely not, right? Surely not! A well-warranted timeout. A well-called round from M80. A restabilization necessary.
Just a slow early round for a moment. Right into the straight-up A hit, and it's Nismo stepping up for the team on the Phoenix. That last-second catch through the run it back. And the spam kill is perfect. And I like that M80, though, as a team, they make that decision to fight in front of the util that was going to come in from Valen. No hesitation. They're up there as a team. It was a round where they bought down to absolute nothing. And now it's G2's economy in a little bit of danger. They have 2 players on 0. Crucial round 17.
That Hunter's Fury from the attacking side to help facilitate. Reckoning too. M80's just dumping it all to make sure this economy is trashed. And Bonnie, comfy, Trent cornered, gets his own 3 through the side! And Caillou left on his lonesome in an instant. That push looked so good, and then one corner doesn't get checked, and it's toasted. G2 are right back in it.
That is so brutal. That's a better to be lucky than good, but also you're Trent, so you're a top 10 player in the world in 2026. Even if G2 aren't doing well globally, it doesn't matter. You're just one of the best initiators of all time. It's just that kind of moment.
Yeah, not even that big a deal.
That is crazy. I mean, it's criminal that he gets the second one there. It's just a guy tucked in elbow. Valen's there to help. Yeah, he just swings around, just sprays, kills Alvin elbow. Yeah, that's just brutal. Crazy.
Trent's like, it's always me. Yeah, buddy, it's always you.
There was so much momentum for M80. The team were so hyped up. They switched to the attack side, the better side. They have double duelists, and the lead is slipping.
And now their economy's totaled too. A good recon out.
Oh my god, yeah, of course. Just trying with another one, why not?
Oh my god, just give him more. Bonnie deciding to rip the overdrive. These knee-jerk ultimates are like flipping rounds for milliseconds and then that's it. I mean, M80 has yet to get the spike down. They'll creep back into shoulder. VALORANT actually stuck around, but that overdrive will go down.
VALORANT tried to swing off the timing of the Cypher ping, but is dealt with by Alvin instantaneously. And now it's a silent Jogmo trying to work his way through B main. Wrap it all the way around, but this trip is perfectly placed. Jaw's wondering why the hell is their last second tripwire being thrown behind the ladder.
So he still finds Bonnie through the shoulder, and Caillou will have his attention turned back just in time for Baby Bay to backstab as the Owl drone comes out. That timing is ridiculous, but Alvin catching Baby Bay on the run and not tracking the slide. Jog once again, keeping it till the perfect moment to finalize. And we're tied back up.
The clutches are going G2's way on this half. M80 was winning all of those kind of situations when they were playing defense. Around that would have flipped everything on this second half for M80. Had they won this eco, saved some of the guns over, they were that close. But Jogamo rips it away. And Kaplan is frustrated and very valid for feeling that way. Knows how significant that round win would have been for M80.
That's the fulcrum there, and now just playing like it's 0-0 again. Yeah, Bonnie's still that guy, though.
That's a huge risk. Baby is pushed in front of that cove, so no one can hold window for him. Trent can't assist him.
Just thinks he can TP in time.
And he is just hard timinged.
Jump out. Wow, Nismo's the one that challenged that too. You would think that you try Bonnie on the other side of that so that Leaf gets thrown away, but Nismo just diffs him.
Oh my god, and Trent just counters a Hunter Spirit, brings Nismo down to the... I mean, damn near death, but he does have that heal. Crazy series of events over at B.
Yeah, he did find SPZ, so it is a 3v4, and M80 don't have as much cycling to get onto the site itself. So much comes down to this fast lane, because Nismo's Blaze is also gone.
Yeah, right, he doesn't even have a wall. There's no smokes to cover anything up except for, yeah, this fast lane. They've got to go in with it right now, but Trent is in front of it.
God, he's so consistent on this. And he's still up. Jog's not. Slide tracked. Trent so alone, but they're taking a lot of time to deal with him. I don't exactly like that, Trent! He was prepped to get both, but he'll settle for the one. Valen's still in the 1v2, though. Ways away. Does he even try it? Yeah, he's going for the archway. Wow, Nismo with the run it back pre-plant.
That is really early, trying to cover Alvin in case Valen was headed through main, and he was 10 seconds ago. He readjusted his positioning, going through tunnel so nearly with the catch.
And the double, well executed by M80. Relinquished to very few tools that round and still able to make some good work out of it. Maintaining that lead. And yeah, you're just hoping Baby Bay presses the rendezvous button a couple milliseconds earlier for that kind of deal. But even still, G2 did a good job of kind of drying out the stock. You don't have much left, but with this double duelist plus the harbor, there is always a screen available for you.
Nismo has been coming up with the impact kills on the attack round wins for M80. That jump peek into the reswing on Leaf was bold, and he gets away with it. Really sick play.
Slide in from Jog again. It's beat by Nismo, and he just keeps spraying through. He's got a feeling. Trent with the hot hands, able to farm out the rest of that health pool, but Alvin able to find Baby Bay in the meantime, peeking out the door again, getting a little too active.
These teams are just so willing to fight each other at the extremities without giving up. Completely going at it, and now it's Trent just trying to work his way back forward if he can. But with the Stinger at this range, what could he accomplish? What could Leaf accomplish? It's all the way back yellow. There's just no way, right?
He was trying to gamble it off of the snake bite, but he was just a tad bit late on that. I think G2 is just running out of things they can flowchart from. Yeah, nigh on impossible to win that kind of thing, and M80 securely take 11-9. No ults in the immediate next, and you could definitely say different for G2, so not even close to out of the woods yet, but M80 getting close to finalizing this map pick of theirs.
Nismo, again, is just that guy for M80 in this round, shutting down the aggressive push, gets the spam kill through the cove.
Okay.
And then away from that, it felt like it was slipping away because somehow Baby Bay's getting a pick in mid. I don't know what's going on, but he gets traded out. And it's all good. M80 are able to stabilize him. And look, if Nismo is going to be playing Phoenix this well, you can just see this team leaning into the meta look and really benefiting from it.
That's my flash initiating GOAT playing on the secondary. G2 double hold up on default, but Baby with this tour de force holds his own twice over! And Giacomo managing everything else. G2 have a blender this round, and it doesn't take more than 2 ultis. They've got stuff to spare going into the next.
Oh my god, that looked crazy from Baby. The second shot looked nuts.
A turn.
M80 on that super fast split exec into A are just denied by a G2 who commit to full anchoring this site. Oh my god!
Yeesh.
The fast pull-out time is crazy!
That's so cold. And then you see G2, like, this is the party they want to have. Like, they want that specific space to be able to play off of contact. No more, no less. A Goldilocks zone for them this round that forces Kaplan to call the timeout. And you can see Josh hammering this in, knowing how close they are to being able to take this back.
M80 are finding themselves in a painful spot this round that's coming up. They're staring down a couple ultimates on the side of G2, but more importantly than that, they've barely got anything in the bank, and their loss bonus just got reset. So this round could mean 2 for G2. As you have M80, 3 players buying down to effective nothing.
Preparing for that long haul. Seeing what little you can get away with to keep them clawing. Force out, what do they still have, the pit? Yeah, pit in the overdrive. God, Trent's on the verge of a 30 bomb, dude. Unreal from him today. And it's not even just the kills, his owl droning has been so solid to get somebody else in.
Yeah, I mean, in this stage too, there hasn't been one player from G2 stepping up massively individually in critical games to get them over to the finish line, to drop big kill games like this. But Trent is here doing it for them today. This round could be everything. Could break the M80 economy, could theoretically get G2 to match point.
Blocking fire.
Giving Nismo the orb as opposed to Caillou for the Hunter's Fury, but now that Phoenix is one away from his run it back too. And yeah, on 25s with the rifles, you would love to have that extra life in your pocket this round. Leave already drawn down to 21 after the return fire, so G2 going to set an even harder equator now.
Patience from M80. They have to be afraid of these sight lines, though, even without the op. That chamber is going to be happy to try to hard hold. And they are ready for that exchange. Forces maybe Bay to just take the safe approach, get out and play for the anchored setup.
You can see he's pissed he couldn't get that head. We'll see if it comes back to bite him.
Here's that round the world, get Nismo the other orb so they can execute into this A side.
There's the execution, immediately just spammed down by 2. They do not care. Alvin winning on the lurk war against Trent, and now ready for Jog to come back into the wire. Doesn't even wait for him to proc it. 2 alone from this Cypher, as M80 comfortably take an A site that's still fully occupied. Again, the snakebite is late, just in time for Caillou to be okay, but Leaf, that gun is doing a lot more for him this time. G2 have the iron curtain that they're using to fully sweep their way through this site, and Alvin has to play hero mode. He's already done too much this round. Make a wish, y'all. It's 11 up. G2 making the climb.
How on earth do they bring that back? 3v5. Trent and Jaw both go down just isolated somehow to Alvin in flank fights. And it still slips out of the grasp of M80. They can't afford to lose that round. You know Kaplan is just livid right now. The awareness from Alvin there is so good. But Leaf just pushes through. He's on 20 HP and he doesn't get traded out. It looked like someone was staring at him. They're just not expecting him to be through. Just right past the wall, but that is ridiculous. I can't believe G2 get away with that. 3 versus 5.
And now that buy is truly trounced.
M80 next to nothing on weaponry. Their duelists have a guard. Oh my god, I mean, well, it doesn't, you know, not the Vandal, not the Guardian. It's actually just going to be the Sheriff for Kayu to get the opening, and Valen is exposed and caught.
And who else with that hero rifle? Who else to try to do something with it? Reckoning also to double down on this plant just to waste some time, but even still, G2's not fully in yet. Now they'll throw the Hunter's Fury in too, but Giacomo is still surfing with this overdrive, trying to get tracked back. But all M80 can do is play keep away, and the spike is still not down. Giacomo's overdrive is still not expired, and he's still killing. But Bonnie on the outskirts! These neons! Banner axe! But it's Bonnie who comes up with 4 to get M80 to game point.
That is ridiculous from M80 across the board for Bonnie to close out. How does Kayu just run out and find this opening with Baby Ray on the box? He has to adjust to it as well. But then you have Valen just being caught in front of the wall. And from there, M80 know the win con. They have to press up, get close on those choke points around yellow, play right up next to the Reckoning that they just let loose. Try to choke G2 out, not give them the space to get back in, and then when they do, they are just surrounded. Bonnie flanking across the pyramids. Now it's Josh RT forced into this timeout. The G2 won what felt like the most important round of the game. The round that should have gotten them to 12. They put M80 on a terrible bye. They've only got a Guardian and a Vandal to work with. And yet M80 get it across the finish line, and now they're 1 round away from taking Breeze. This map has just been a pain for G2. Ups and downs on it throughout the year. So many comp changes trying to find their identity here. We saw Jaw playing the KO at one point. We saw Baby Bay playing the Neon. They have tried so much. And what we're looking at right now feels like that's definitely the most comfortable option.
Yeah.
They needed that Harbor integration. I think it has been working for them overall. It has been better than if we were seeing Valen playing the Astra here.
Yes.
I think they've made steps forward. But this M80 team are on point today. And they can taste a victory. This would be their first map win in the VCT in the play-ins.
Take flight.
So close they can taste it. They have come this close against this core before. No more mistakes. Nismo again gets his before falling. Wow, on a streak already, just trying to make his way through the entirety of the pyramids. Double curveball just to send out Baby Bay with the spray through, and then the double down. He gets the headhunter out after the mag goes. Takes it to a 3v2, and he's still kicking. Still looking for another. Leaf has got his back on the doors. SPZ, don't you challenge this, Buck. There you go. Still against the 2, and Giacomo with the dash back. Plenty of fuel in the tank. Fast lane available. Slide free 2. No way he could target this. And sure enough, we'll take it the distance and then some here on M80's pick.
Baby Bay and Trent have been outrageous in this game. It really is the Baby Bay revenge tour today. He is determined to show that last game doesn't really matter. I think he said something like, sometimes you're just a bot. and he's just trying to move on from last week. And yeah, he has. This is a ridiculous performance. The swap to the headhunter to get to the second, that is the critical kill of the round. That determines everything it feels like, right? What a play.
Staying a little whimsical about it. Back on the attack now. Trent's been sitting at this 28 mark. He's really due for this 30 before Baby Bay fully catches up to him. But now with M80, feeling comfortable with the intercepts, feeling comfortable with the retake game, but no immediate ult cycle that helped them get so far. But 4 on the defense?
There.
Might have to just go back to convention. Put these double duelists up the cave, cause some intimidation, make sure doors properly watched. Do better, Jeej.
Of course, with this comp, M80 are going to be fighting for A main a lot. That is one of the best aspects of it, that you're just so good at brawling in those enclosed spaces. It's what made 100 Thieves so convincing on this map, to the extent that everyone has followed their lead in the agents that are being played here.
Nismo just playing preventative, double flashes, but Bonnie's got his back. SPZ In the 1v1 here, Baby they were feeling the fire early. Nismo challenging, and not with the help of SPZ. That timing is terrible. Rest of M80 has to scope their way in. Bonnie's just got to carve his way through, and he can't get more than one down. And this defense is just falling apart.
Bonnie knows that had to have been his moment. He has to make the aggro play there when the team is already down numbers. He was so close. It's coming up on that second kill. But it doesn't come to fruition, and it's put Alvin and Caillou in a horrific position. One of them spotted out, leaping a wrap. There's just no way.
Yeah.
Caillou's had some sick plays in this game, but zero chance here.
Revealing area.
And that is not even, that's M80 really not being as opportunistic as what got them the 12 that they have. Sniffing that blood in the water like Baby Bay shooting through the door onto a body that can't even be hit. I mean, that is, you are, like Baby Bay's asking to get taken down by SPZ here. Like,
it's somehow Baby Bay is going to pass Trent in kills potentially by the time this game is over. It is possible. Well, actually, Trent got one. He's really trying to retain that lead and get to the third. Respect, but I'm just crazy. How many first kills has Baby Bay gotten in this game? I mean, I mentioned at the beginning that is a statistical outlier for him. His numbers haven't been great this stage, but his first kill to first death has been outrageous. He's been doing that and more for the team today.
Bonnie now back on the attack. Here's Baby Bay, another one! Just fake it into existence.
Endless.
And Trent with the Owl Drone fully pushing the rest of the crowd back. M80 feel that they have to dig into this door, especially when the tide is going to go down. But that doesn't mean Valen's gone anywhere. And now the tide to help suss him out. Storm Surge gives Jog the swing, and Bonnie's alone. Suddenly so's the rest of M80, trying to cut their way through harder, but Jog can sit back, recline, take the space, and let the rest of G2 circle the boat until M80's mincemeat. SPZ alone after it all, and not for much longer. Swiped back, and M80 will have to wait at least a little longer before their first VCT victory.
Their map pick in overtime goes the way of a G2 who make an intelligent comp switch, bringing the Harbor into the mix, and on top of that, just have superstar performances from both Trent and Baby Bay to bring them across the finish line. The two-piece entry from Baby Bay on the first OT round, and then gets another first kill on the second OT round. It's crazy. How many first kills did he have in this game? It was out of control. And then you just have Trent with a number of great ultimates. The util usage was fantastic. And then somehow as well, he's making Sova look like the best anchoring agent in moments like these. He's just snapping around, accidentally killing people. Ridiculous.
That's a comp that M80 hadn't revealed for a while, but G2 are not done challenging the unknown. They're taking M80 to sunset after the break.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
course, with the Challengers teams, we had to bring out the Challengers talent, including none other than Tanric. Tanric, how are you feeling?
Hi guys, I'm so sweaty and nervous and excited and sweaty. It's gonna be fun.
I mean, it's pretty hot here, but oh my gosh, that was an insane first series.
Oh my god, Cloud9 being out already and Bestia getting that comeback. I don't even know how we're gonna follow it up, but it's gonna be fun.
And you're here too. You're here. How's it going?
The extra in the corner. I'm great. I'm very excited to cast today. It's going to be sick.
Team 1 is punished. Overdrive now popped up. Caillou, tight anchoring. Oh, Caillou!
Oh no, I was about to say that's the issue.
That first map was just incredibly close. M80 on match point. You call a timeout. You then win the next 3. What did you tell the team to be able to close this out?
To just keep on believing the process that we've been doing this whole time, and like I've been trying to instill confidence in them in the pregame that they are the best team. I know the recent results aren't the best, but it's just when we're all like doing our thing and believing and trusting each other to do the right plays and everything, and even if it goes wrong, we're just unstoppable. So that plus a few tactical advice here and there, and you know, they got it.
Well, here's to believe in. Here's to one more. Good luck.
That was a hell of a close first map on Breeze, but it seems like the team trusted in Josh's process, at least when it came to Trent and Baby Bay in that overtime. It looked like G2 were out of this game, but those two's individual performance brings them back into it massively.
Yeah, Trent steals the show with the 30 bomb there, playing consistently great throughout, but I think Baby Bay had sort of bookend performances in this first map, where the first half, he goes, I think 14-7, absolutely tearing it up. Then the start of the second half, a slight drought for him, but as soon as he got that operator in his hands, there was nothing M80 could do about him.
And this is just a side that you know this side of G2 is going to be the most comfortable on. We talked about how good their post plans are, and part of the reason why we mentioned that is because of that Astra that they were playing in before. But what you're able to do with the Harbor as well was great. They look better, and it feels like it's something that fits the meta a lot more. This is the G2 that can beat anybody, and that upsets every single team that thinks they stand a chance against them.
Yeah, and the consistent there, even if you're changing the smokes, is Trent on this Sova. The utility value, getting multiple utility kills, and also just anchoring on that A site in particular was incredibly impressive. Like, usually as the Sova player, you might like play for some spam, or you play for a shock dart on the planter, you wait for your team and you do the retake together. No, he was just fragging out.
Yeah, it was an incredible day from him already, and even in their earlier match that they lost against Fury, it was a Trent day there as well. Just such a consistent player for this G2 squad. But Dan, you mentioned that second half, the change up to this Harbor comp. This is half where Bebe was struggling to produce opening picks, but they were still able to win out in the late rounds with these retakes.
And we've been seeing how important Baby Bay is as a win condition when he's finding those openings on the defense. I think he was a key part of that success for the post plans later on. This gave all that space for G2 to take early on, and then to get even more. This is a team that likes fighting for that space, and it was an M80 that, even though they tried to do in a few rounds around this area, they were just not ready for the fights. On top of that, compared to what you had before, you had the Harbor wall, you had the Harbor util that you're able to combine with some of the earlier plays that Jaggerman was doing. I just think this is exactly what you need from G2.
Yeah, it really was a great day from them on this closeout, but what a tight match it was overall. I think that M80 made you believe in a lot of these moments, especially with some of their own big individual plays. This is an M80 to me, Chrissy, that looked way more confident than in their loss to Envy to start.
Absolutely, and you can see it there, like first kill 16-10, favoring M80 even in the loss. I think their first half was so strong for them on the defense, primarily because of the forward fighting that they were doing. There were multiple rounds where Bonnie was fighting up into either B main or A main, holding on to the spike, and it took G2 2.5 centuries to clear him out.
They lost so many rounds of time
Yeah,
there.
I think 3 rounds where maybe it wasn't perfectly lost on time, but like they had no chance because it was so late into the round, primarily because they were just getting sort of like broken in certain areas. They kept trying to go for these split hits through mid and through the mains, and if M80 would fight one side, they were just claiming the spike and winning the round.
M80 in an interesting position though now. We go into map 2 of this series, which is Sunset. This is a map that they haven't really played in Challenger, so another one where we're expecting some kind of new look from this M80 squad.
It's a big question mark here, especially because we just saw Nismo play that Phoenix. We were looking at the last time that he was playing Phoenix, it was 2021. It's been forever since then. I mean, again, on that Breeze, you expected to see him on the Chaos, and now I'm wondering if they're going to bring something different or something similar to what we just saw on the second map. They need to stay alive. It feels like they had everything to close it out. It was an 8-4.
Yeah, it really was. Well, M80, their chances here in VCT Americas lie on this map. Let's see if they have something cooked up and take a listen to Kaplan.
Kaplan, I mean, that was such a close first map in the series. I mean, heartbreaker for the fans. How are you feeling about that, and how are you approaching this map number 2?
Honestly, feeling great. We sounded a lot better, and I think we played with a lot more comfort, confidence, and energy on stage than our first map last time. And it'd be more bittersweet if we didn't like every map in this veto, but I think we're fine to lose a map and win in 3. It's no issue. Happy to play Sunset, happy to play Lotus, so yeah.
Well, good luck. Here's to 2 more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good mentality from Kaplan as always, but it's not just surprises from M80. We also had the comp change we were talking about from G2 on map 1. They've been juggling around their identity a lot. What are we expecting on Sunset from G2?
Well, what G2 have been running on this map is Leaf on the Sage, and I, for one, hope they get away from it. I think that when Leaf is forced to play this Sage, it absolutely neuters his ability to have major impact in the server. And okay, yeah, if Baby Bay and Trent are doing what they did back on Breeze, maybe you don't need him to do that, but I would very much like to see G2 shifted around. I don't think that the Sage has had super high impact for him. I think even the utility as well has been a little bit lackluster, and having him on something that is self-sufficient, allows him to lurk, like the Viper, is exactly his sweet spot.
There were a lot of moments as well when we saw him playing with the Sage where you're trying to get ahead, you're trying to take advantage of the fact that the Sage walls are not the ones that we're used to seeing from other teams, so getting in a little bit of an off angle, playing forward on the defense, but once that gets predicted, you know the team is going to be swinging together. So it ruins the gimmick that the Sage had. So I'm also hoping they're going to change it.
Yeah, on the side of G2 as well, if they're looking at a win here, I would love to see a G2 that can come out and not just win this game, but do so confidently. I think it's been so long since we've seen a G2 match where they fully look like themselves. We've lauded them for the good stuff in map 1, but it relied on some absolutely heroic performances to get through that. I think on paper that should have been an M80 map win. This is not the kind of wins you normally expect from G2 when they're favored in a series.
Absolutely no. G2 wins through superior macro and execution, not through firepower from individuals carrying teams across the line. And I think if this team is going to make it all the way through this lower bracket, they're going to need to find that same form of success we've seen from them in the past.
Well, Nismo, the man on your screen, he waited 3 years to get another match against those boys across from him in a G2 jersey. Can his team bring this one back and get a win on Sunset? We'll find out after the break.
This tournament's created a lot of beautiful things for M80. It was them not needing to win an Ascension to make it to VCT, and yet they have only been fighting Ascension demons so far this bracket. Meanwhile, G2, it's the first time they could potentially miss a top 2 in over 2 years, and instead they're 1-2 maps away from top 16 in a 12-team region.
It's poetic that the best performing player on either team right now is Trent for G2 and Nismo for M80. In that Ascension match that we've been talking about so much, romanticizing from the 2023 Ascension tournament, the #1 rated player there, it was Trent. #2 was Nismo. And crazy enough, outside of that, the rest of the players in the top 6 were all of the rest of the G2/the guard players. Nismo was the one guy from M80 standing among that entire team who ascended. And he's trying so hard today to excise this demon. A demon that M80 has been facing. I mean, the fact that they have just been unable to get here for so many years has been brutal. They've always had such talented rosters. They're always the favorite. There was always the expectation that they were going to be here. They finally are. And they meet G2 in this lower bracket. We're heading to Sunset. It's the first time that we're going to see M80 on this map.
Kaplan mentioned coming into this game, comfortable losing a map, especially with M80 looking as good as they did on Breeze. And with the lack of information that G2 had coming into this, that confidence can definitely still persist, but I mean, I could have told you what M80 was picking. Nismo back on that KO. First time we've seen it on it so far this week, and I am so damn excited about it.
A double initiator is so out of the meta, but M80 do not care. Much like G2, they don't want to play to the meta here. They want to play to comfort. In G2's case, that's a lot of Baby Bay Chamber. For M80, it's Nismo on KO, his most played agent historically, almost 4,000 rounds on it across his career.
Comfortably the best in the world on it, most would say. Leaf on this Sage, though, for that secondary Sensi. Doing already some great work in the pistol to waste some time as the spike starts ticking.
G2 are so good on these B-side post plants, attack or defense. It's been one of the win cons of their Sunset this stage.
Baby Bay holding his own for the one. G2 just having a bit of a file-in system. Giacomo on this frenzy, catching both on the back from Boba. And that'll be a quick silencing of a retake attempt here in the pistol. G2 keeping 4. Stable, wow, Jog. Already almost halfway to that overdrive.
The frenzy in Jaw's hands is just one of those guns that looks better with him than anyone else. Makes you want to try it yourself, and then you're terrible with it. But somehow Jaw is just always able to get the value. M80 are going to need to display some seriously good team play.
That's brutal, dude.
When they're fighting on this B side of the map. We've seen G2 earlier in this stage be able to beat 100 Thieves early on with just so much good play over on B. Trent Sky being a massive influence for them. Just a lot of well-timed flashes, syncing things up with the paranoias from VALORANT, for instance.
Bird out from Trent just to let G2 in. Pretty conventional, pretty good. But M80 stack is here to meet it, and Baby Bay shots are not landing! Nismo catching VALORANT on the TP back attempt! And down to 14 HP against Leaf 73. Still has the heal for himself, too. This still should be so G2's. But round ain't over.
Leaf gets that heal, and by going to B, it'll give Nismo the opportunity for a weapon recovery. But still, 14 HP. Against the Spectre, Leaf can just run around and hold down mouse 1. There's no way he should be able to win this.
Yeah, breathe on Nismo when he dies. And any piece of util, which Nismo has a hell of a lot this round, gives away his position early on. So Leaf, process of elimination into one area he'll need to spray.
If there were ever a gun for Nismo to get, though, it would be the Guardian to hit a one-tap headshot. And the Guardian specifically in Nismo's hands, I have seen him do outrageous things over the course of his career with this weapon.
With Leaf on the stairs and the knife already being given away, Leaf is keen to the position, and Nismo is running short on time. Has to make his way back here, too. Yeah, it is toasted. Still, though, close as it can get to winning back that anti-eco early on from M80, despite not buying into the frenzies. Or the stingers, excuse me.
They'll be happy to come away with all of that damage. It's going to put G2 in a fairly uncomfortable economic position. There's going to be multiple players buying down super low.
That's that stubbornness just wearing through. Like G2, there's a certain point in that fight in which it's just not worth it to keep trying to extend beyond the one-way and just start playing close around it, but they choke back in so late and it leads to a 1v1 as opposed to a 2. Still, pressure alleviated. They are just fine, and now got 4 Phantoms to call their own for this round. Just a quick rush up top, and no patience needed for this one. They want to just scope out their territory and mark it. Relay bolts, traded away. Alvin given a good stage to work with, and Bonnie on the follow-up. Now the slide to reset, but stuck on a bit of an island. Baby Bay again! Where is this man's aim gone between maps? Still, M80 have the retake to do. Fallon ahead of this, Bird to help him out, facilitate, and Fallon gets the first on SPZ, trading of damage. Second Bird to get him the space again! You're kidding!
Nismo back to a clutch situation, and against who else but Valen and Trent in the 1 versus 2. Valen isolated, but he's so quick to react to Nismo peeking around the corner. G2 switch the pace, go for that super fast B split through top mid, where you're just hitting it through the main market, etc. And I thought M80 had a decent response when you have Bonnie backside with one of his teammates just playing off that relay bolt to fight back into Boba. It was looking pretty good. But the torture just never ends for Nismo, man. It never ends. It's still Valen and Trent, so just getting ahead.
Just keep on running and gunning. G2 flying free as long as M80 will let him. And a one-way once again, well taken by SPZ, but the gun diff leading to G2 still finding first blood. And on a piss poor buy like this, question of how heavily you want to commit to even this part of the retake space. Because, yeah, Nismo is now ISO'd thanks to that slow orb. And this is pretty piecemeal for the remainder. G2 very securely able to make this a 4-0 in every universe, right? Well, Caillou. Okay, good head tap. Now the triple swing in off the slide. That's got good momentum, and Alvin and Bonnie both get theirs. I seriously cursed this one? Come on. Alvin's on 1. There you go. Trent, yeah, better. Maybe they will land the shot needed. Okay, still a goose egg for M80, but they never fail to keep it exciting.
Unfortunately, the damage at this point, that's just not going to be of enough significance. The G2 economy is already super strong. It's about getting rounds on the board for M80 against the G2, who have Jogamo going off. This has been the map where he's put up the best performances he's had so far in Stage 2. And again, I think back to their opening match against 100 Thieves. The one map they won in that series, it was Sunset, and it was by virtue of Jaw dropping 31 kills. Baby Bay there with 25 as well.
It's funny, G2, like, the hero moments aren't what make them, but they are what bring them to that next level. Just any of these players having the ceiling to absolutely blister through this.
M80 don't want to give up backside. They want to try to play around that trip, that stairs. Baby Bay, crucial pickup onto SPZ. No smokes now for the retake. Caillou exposed.
They just have to be quick with it at this point. And M80, they see the writing on the wall. G2 understand they can slightly scale and make a mountain out of that molehill. Jogamo feeling free enough to go for the slide. That's for scouting primarily, and he still gets the kill on his lonesome. A comfortable 5-0 now for G2 as their eco and ult cycling look to carry them through the remainder of the half already.
Another 3-piece pickup for Jaw. Feels like he's stat padding in a round like that, and it was not an anti-eco. That was a straight-up gun round. G2 just make it look effortless with the textbook execute of this composition. Going through B, walling off market. And it was ultimately a non-factor that they don't even get backside B control. So you had Baby Bay patrolling. He picked up that kill on the rotating SPZ in mid. That's something that Baby Bay has been great on at this map, actually. He's had some really good timings for being able to catch rotators. His lurks have definitely been impactful on Sunset. He's in much better form today than he was against Furia. It definitely feels like he wants to prove that that was just a one-off performance for him.
Yeah, the stars are aligned for G2 to go right back to business as usual, just, you know, on a mild Cinderella run. M80 just still setting this equator. Bonnie ready to proc that hero overdrive if need be. It's a market take to start, only 2 deep. Now the rest of them follow suit. Alvin Playing police into contact and now throwing the ult. Doesn't get punished for it because Jog is too busy running, and now he's given away on his own. Still slides through. Bonnie now throwing that ulti out to trade away, and somebody's got to deal with him, and quick. Fast lane to give him that reset, and now both hit by the recon bolt. Bonnie's got all the intel, but not all the frags. Baby Bay on his own, but after flashed, forced to run back to that spike, M80 can clean up enough to get on the board.
I've liked what I've been seeing from Bonnie on this map. His fight timings have been really good. Multiple times over towards B, towards Boba. He's understood how to shut down the attackers when they're going for the split execs. The last round, sadly, the good work he did, it couldn't be capitalized off of, but here M80 are able to come in on time to support and get their first round on the board.
You see Bonnie, who's, I mean, outside of the game, just so reserved, so quiet, so humble, and he's always ready to get his team fired up the second M80 gets on the board. So awesome to see. I'm so glad that he's here, man. I'm so glad that he's finally on this stage. Last year he was on friggin' Burger Boys, getting a podium spot. And now he's getting to show exactly what he's capable of. About damn time.
Yeah, I mean, I remember that run in Challengers, not this year, but the end of last year, where he had an unsigned team. He dragged them to the top by just being such a good duelist. And then kind of the classic story of a Challengers duelist, where it's like you see all the potential, but they're a bit rough around the edges, they're lacking discipline. And then with a more experienced team around him, an experienced coach in Kaplan, you're really seeing him hit that next level. In Challengers Stage 3, he was far and away the best Neon. Every statistical category he was #1 in during the playoffs.
Tour de Force getting used by Baby Bay just to have that extra bit of economic stoppage. Jogamo is in Narnia in seconds with this overdrive, and it's already about to go, and Alvin just deals with it. Okay, sure. And now we can begin the round, right?
Denied on the widest of swings. Leaf is trying to make up for the loss of player by going for a hero play himself all the way into Market. Can he catch the timing, though? Patient.
It puts him on an island as well. Oh, this is a good cut timing as PZ through with the TP. Re-swings it, though. That's good protocol, buddy. Proud of you. It's on Baby Bay. Slide already used to scope him out. Now it's Mizmo to take him. This is the M80 you want to see. Fully in form. As they'll bulldoze Rototiller their way down the site. Valen's the only one left, and Counterspray will get you far, but not against 3. M80 make it 2.
G2 on this attack side love to send Jaw on these crazy missions, like
that was an adventure,
down
dog,
the line.
a quest.
Yeah, all the way through mid into spawn on this one. Tons of those deep splits through B. This time M80 get the catch, and then they're just so fast onto this retake together.
God, everyone's so good at tracking through smokes now. Remember last year when no one could do that, and then everyone in Tier 1 and 2 can do it now this year? Crazy. You just cannot safely spray through a smoke if you don't have the intel anymore. M80 got punished for that so much this past season, especially. So if anyone knows it, it's them.
G2 feeling pressure for the first time on Sunset. Felt like they might have just run away with this second map. It being their pick, one we haven't seen M80 on. I mean, you're hoping going into this, you had Cap in the interview after the first map say that he's happy with the entire pool for this series. He likes that Sunset is in it. Well, we haven't seen M80 on it. You're going to assume they've been grinding hard on it. They had the boot camp for a couple weeks in Korea. They've been training hard. They know Sunset's going to be in the pool, so hey, at least in their words, they are happy with this map being here. I can't say I'm surprised to see the double initiator, but very, very off meta.
That's the one thing is M80 with that boot camp, they asked themselves to kind of step out of their comfort zone, which could have brought them closer to convention, and then they come back to North America, and it seems like they try to want to step back into that box that they were willingly able to provide. It's a big box, it's a spacious box, it's a unique box, but it's still one that can get read out, and it feels like G2 are starting to understand the character, because they spent all those weeks scrimming against SAD, Nightblood, Division 1, FlyQuest, teams that know and have been learning for months how to defeat specifically M80. And so if the character remains, then all G2 has to do is just, you know, execute.
I'll work back towards this A side. Have to wait out those early 0 points, recons, etc. that M80 can throw out. Use the timings after them to actually go for some of this space.
Nismo will finally use a pop flash after all that noise is made, but by that point, G2's already turned tail, and they're gunning it down this market off the help of the dog in the wall. Such good sustain that Leaf is able to provide. It's immediately burned away by Bonnie, though, but he's not going to stick around. He's going to go for that take aim on the space itself. Caillou, Hunter's Fury from downtown, able to catch Leaf on the rundown. So that's a lot of frontward space taken up, but with Bonnie falling down, Stairs is super vulnerable. You've got to stay farther back, and Alvin on his lonesome for a couple crucial seconds. Every step he takes is just so damn risky, and with this regrowth going, everyone's going to be kitted to take him on. And the double available, Alvin doesn't land a single bullet, and everyone from G2 can turn their attention to their own. Caillou now facing an army of Village before Nismo can even tackle it, and he doesn't even see who gets him. It's one of the only guys about as old as he is. Baby Bay number 3, Nismo number 1 now. A true battle of unks. I think Trey himself said that, didn't he? Coming into this match. Knows the old heads. I mean, these guys have been in the game for centuries. Last time, specifically, Baby Bay and Nismo faced off was back in February 2022. And that was with FaZe Flya, Ghost Koala Noob, Brock, and John QT. That's like today's fantasy squad, dude.
Like, even on that round loss, it feels like M80 are making good proactive decisions. Like, I like the fight back sight. I like the Hunter's Fury that's coming through to help Alvin and Bonnie, but they're not able to sync up, play together, get kills. They end up just being kind of disconnected and falling apart. Right idea, but the execution is not there for M80. And as always on these sunset attacks, it is typically a very patient G2 who will occasionally just throw in the massive pace shift, exploit mid lane kind of round. They're trying to hunt down SPZ, who is on the run towards site, and if he commits to backside, he's going to need help very quickly.
Nismo, great flash timing to catch Jog on the ISO. That's the Nismo we've been looking for. Catches his own for good measure, too. And now the remaining 3 caught in the elbow. Knife confirms them as well. This is the Nismo KO masterclass, but with the rest of the crowd cleared, potential for G2 to go for another bowl over. M80 have the cross ready, but not the wrap back prepped for. Caillou's got to turn his back to it, and M80 have to fully commit to this.
M80 just a little bit too eager to attempt to close out the round and giving G2 an opening, and you never want to do that, but Alvin has shut them down. What a sick 3-piece controlled on the aim. Beautifully done from Alvin, who has had standout moment after standout moment today. Couldn't come up in the last round, but makes up for it immediately.
And yeah, to start that out, though, hearing the dash, understanding that little bit of space that you can pounce on. A miracle Nismo made it all the way back there.
With the mid 3-piece Corgi spray is crazy. bro, really, that's wild. Respect.
He's like cackling like a little gremlin after, too. Job's not finished yet, bro. But M80, they're still willing to, like, backstep as they catch this aggression, right? They think that momentum is going to be too much for them to bear if they stick to the same spot. They're going to take the horns of this charging bull and just wait until the treads die out. But G2, they want to just roll it over. They want to find the stack, deathball it, keep on treading through. Nismo one away from this null command. Alvin one away from the neural theft. You have so many ways if you find one member of G2 lacking right now that you can engage yourself immediately back in the round. That tempo control is immediately yours.
Just slowly working their way back to Baby Bay, who's been lately inserted towards elbow, retaining the space so the team can go for the exec. Love that TP to give Baby Bay the information, but it's Bonnie on the defense who opens it up by denying the Neon counterpart.
And then Spaz finding the cross, Leaf having to choke up on the barrier, and it works! Bonnie doesn't check for it, and with everyone else turning aside from that LOS, the res gets off for free. Baby Bay taking care of the rest of Spaz's HP as well, and Nismo, on a crumb, is the only one that's left against the 2!
I love that from G2. They just group up, realize which players they can isolate, pick off one by one. Oh my god, Jaw is right up here. This timing is crazy. There is just no way that Nismo should ever expect this. You are joking.
One enemy remaining.
There is just no way, but he'll never expect Jaw to be from main.
No.
This is ridiculous.
There's no way he's checking for this at any point, right? Okay, yeah, we're solid. Yeah,
I mean, no,
us, every single one of us right now, my guy.
That is bizarre.
Yeah, that
Oh my
interaction
God.
is
What?
a rare one, man. Wow. Nismo once again gets micrometers away from the clutch.
Just so close. That's bizarre. But, I mean, beyond that, though.
I mean, we take those. How did you get there?
Sure do. Oh.
The disbelief. I mean, ridiculous. Regardless of that, though, that was a great G2 round.
Yes.
I really like their pathing around the map. Leaf got such a great res off in the midst of that fight towards A, and then they're able to group up to just deal with the players who were trying to rotate back in rather than caring about those guys that were in elbow. And because of that, it just opens up the other side of the map. There were a lot of good micro decisions there from G2 to put them in an advantageous position that became a silly one, but they closed it out.
Yeah, those backsteps to the barriers have been beckoning a lot of M80 lately. And they do it without really checking, even though G2 have proven time and time again that they can get those inserts so quick. Like, Leaf posted up on that barrier. The second the elbow leaves, that elbow presence goes and tries to go for the wrap onto the one that, I mean, I guess you know is still there because the barrier was up and you haven't seen the Sage yet. But, like, I don't know. I mean, where else could he be at that point? You're not waiting for M80 to, for the remaining two to crawl up the elbow, or you're not checking that with a molly or a flash? Again, uncharacteristic. This team has to be able to find the devil in the details, otherwise those demons are going to keep beating them down.
G2 much quicker with the pace in this opening round, ignoring mid entirely, working up towards A. Stalled out by the 0 point temporarily. It is a great tool for keeping that Neon at a reasonable pace. What a top. Bro, there is something about Nismo with the Guardian. It's just his gun.
He's maintaining support after Noise is cut. And the drone as well. Yeah, that'll be the go button for them to hightail it. And with this inability for M80 to really get punished because they're not going beyond the barriers, G2's freezes just ultimately feel like a coin flip a lot of the time here. Slow orb from Leaf back is huge, so is the barrier. That null command right after its launch. That is great timing by Leaf to make sure that this site is still kitted out. And yet, Nismo just keeps on fragging. Here he goes. That body down, well guarded for the time being. Trent finding both on the creep up. He should not be doing that on his own. And Leaf confirming his own 2 after taking care of Caillou. It's yet again a G2 round out of nowhere.
I love that they saved the wall in that instance to use it for backside, expecting that flood to come through. Null command gets used, reasonable to use it, but ultimately all for naught. It takes them a while to have to deal with that wall. They don't all have rifles and guardians. It's awkward, right? And by that time, G2 are just able to set up to fight together backside B. I mean, I feel like a broken record, but every time we've watched them on this map, in that area of it, they are so good at fighting off of each other. The fundamentals there are just so strong. Has M80 reeling 3 rounds on their defense. So they want to make an aggressive adjustment by pushing all the way down mid. G2 want to respond. Jogamo wants to respond.
Can't find the right aggressing tool too. Instead, it's all to get Leaf in on the slow invade. 1 for 1, but that gets rid of a lot of Nismo's kit in the early stages, left to just that fragment after it's all said and done. And G2, meanwhile, they've been poking both bears on A and B site, seeing how far they can make their way in. And baby Bay, oh, you've danced wonderfully here, man. Bonnie's ready for it. There's a decent space to gain. It's walked instead. Refragged, 4v3.
It's great awareness. G2 know that they can just contact in towards this B site. Jaw playing late for a potential wrap. Come through market. Spike planted for him.
Yeah. All on that ultimate. After Bonnie takes down Valen to start, Trent has to stay close. He's already been revealed. Now that fragment can get used. Overdrive out from Bonnie. Instantly cleared away. And Jogamo can only get the one before anything else can get said or done. It is another 4-8 half, Wyatt, the other way around for M80's defense.
Great round from Bonnie. M80, they make an aggressive adjustment. They push down mid and then understand some of the gaps that have been created elsewhere on the map. Bonnie picks up to find that kill onto Baby Bay with the op. And from there, M80 on this retake are able to make it look easy. Tough half, though, for M80 overall. G2 are looking so strong in their map pick. Jogamo has stepped up massively.
5 rounds out from knocking away M80's chances at any more Valorant this season. We'll see how they fare after the break.
Whenever I use Zowie models, I would say I just feel my element.
Demon 1 is good!
Without Nyack, the biggest difference was the ghosting. It was a immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular!
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
Valen, going up against M80 today, I mean, this is just a blast of the past when you went up against them in Challengers. Are you feeling any nostalgic or getting any flashbacks going up against them today?
Yeah, I told my teammates when I went to the room today, like me and Trent and Josh, this is like a flashback for sure. I think this is a chance for them to get some redemption from back in the day. You know, we took their tier 1 spot, but we're here to show them why we took it, and I'm feeling really confident. So I think it's just going to be like in the past, we beat them, make it easy, and yeah, no jinx.
No jinx there. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Let's get the second half underway and lock in with the #1 VPN, ExpressVPN. Make sure to scan that QR code on your screen. And now just G2 are on the verge of sending M80 home. Once again, far too soon. They tried for years to get to this point, and they have yet to win a single map.
Years of this M80 team trying to play a Valorant on our VCT stage. They finally made it, and it's going to require a 9-round comeback to keep this series going, to go to Lotus, which is an amazing map for both of these teams. It would be fireworks if they're able to take us there, but what a mountain to climb it is for them. It would begin with a pistol round. So far in this series, G2 are ahead 2-1 in those. And Jaws pushed all the way out of A. M80 are getting pinched this early into the round.
Bonnie with the first again. And this is a classic market pinch that M80's gone for on these pistols. G2 with the active chase down. M80's no stranger to this strat either. Willing to play police for the backside, which is actually where they'll end up planting too. Early relay bolt out from Bonnie just to play for time, and that's gonna let Jaw go in for free and get the one. Bonnie overwhelmed after the refrag, and it leads it down to just 2 M80 members left. Barrier also forces the isolated site, so Alvin now relatively on his own until SPZ loops back. Now they're together, and they'll frag out just enough, yes! It's a pistol taken by M80. That is one step towards stable.
It can't be understated how badly they needed that, and their faces, the reactions sell that reality. M80 are still in the map. All begins with a beautiful opening from Bonnie, but when you're watching G2 just play strong fundamental Valorant, set up a good retake, playing around Leaf's wall, it looks like it's over. But you've just gotten another moment where Alvin is involved in a crucial part of a round, getting the crucial kills. He has been really impressive today.
No stinger buy from G2 this time on the anti-eco. Well, respected at least a little bit harder as the smoke is tossed up to top mid early. It's clear M80 want to start conditioning this nice and early, especially with how strong the knife is up there. Really sculpting this space, but no connection off of it, and Valen has a great backstep off that kill against Gizmo. That's disgusting.
The double tap headshot from the Classic. Back-to-back rounds, we are getting G2 pushing all the way out of the map's extremities before we even hit the minute mark.
Yeah, Alvin is already getting really hard pressed by these two creeps up. And now he'll get fully sandwiched. At least one on the way down. 13 HP left, makes something out of it, and he will.
I mean, yeah, in that situation, honestly, one feels great.
Yeah, that's a miracle.
He is getting suffocated by G2.
Chaga's already in spawn. G2 about to follow that stack back.
M80 have the right response, though. They flipped the site. Planted for Boba, which they have full control of. You still have a Paranoia Spaz to be able to turn out.
Chog already kind of whittled down here, and yeah, with the lack of guns, it becomes a little less strong. Of course, that's when Baby Bay steps into the picture with this Bulldog and starts causing some chaos, surely, right? And Trent's doing a good distraction dance here. They've got to get up to this spike, and ultimately, yeah, they'll just play for some bodies, which almost all of them. And still, SPZ will die to spike, so I mean, especially with not buying those stingers, I'm pretty happy with that round.
Yeah, that is a massive W for G2, that they're able to deal that much damage. M80 would have been in a position to have a reasonable bonus buy put together. Just getting shot down by Classics. G2 displaying some solid aim from multiple different players there. Starts with Valen, ends with Trent, and now M80 have to full buy into this with 0 cash reserves. Again, just on a must-win round. Pressure is never easing up.
Trent just spraying through, able to find one before Bonnie tracks it down. Realized that with that first bit of spray, he was likely to get punished. Goes for a little more on his way down. Spaz giving away the barrel, just lets some shots fly as well. These players are staying very intuitive at the moment, aware of when they are in danger. But M80 in such a dangerous zone at the moment. Paranoia out for Valen, and Bonnie can clear it.
Yeah, G2, they know that M80 are just going for that noise cut top mid. They read into it, they Paranoia, they swing out. But it's just a 1-for-1.
So well read the whole way through. Jog ready for the pivot. Still enough time for M80 to do that if they want to, but with the barrier burned, A is definitely a little more palatable.
Cover going out.
SPZ. Kit's gone, 32 HP. Throw your body at the problem, my boy. Oh, it's more than that! It's Leaf with everybody! That is a rough one, man.
Baby just sets up, taking the contact, draws all eyes, and Leaf gets the freest 3K imaginable. Perfect play from that duo anchoring the site. G2 really showing some good awareness throughout that round, though. With the mid re-clear into the adjustment on that A setup, focusing 2 out of their 3 players there. It's really well done. It's got M80 onto an eco. G2 in prime position to take a 4-round lead.
That's 3-2. Really challenging this one-way smoke on A. The dog, too. They want to make sure that Alvin's taken care of. At least blocked out. Good stall. But you still only have 2 here to meet this threat against the pistols. It's fine. I appreciate how patiently M80 are still continuing to play this, seeing if they can bait anything out. But they also, it's tough for Alvin to let go of this space because then you give away an orb and there's 3 players on G2 that are 1 away from the ulti.
This is a round where, honestly, M80's damage could be really important if they can collect a couple kills. And because they brought G2 down to just 2 players on the last one, their money is not good right now. They could try to keep a cap on it. Wow, Bonnie's actually using that overdrive.
Wow.
The timing for Alvin, but he's caught by Jogamo.
I don't know what chance Bonnie sees in this, but surely it's something, right? 3v5 push on the post plant. I mean, he's not even using this to fully aggress Boba.
Yeah, it just results in G2 being more than happy to just give that site up, back off, wait, play for the retake. It gets the spike down, gets a little bit of money for the future, but
yeah, all you have to do is just walk into. God, that took
that was
negative time.
The most effortless retake I have seen in my life.
Wow.
Puts Jaw up to 20 kills on the board. This has been his best individual map, I would say. Best map is in Sunset has been his best map in this stage. This Neon here has definitely been quality. All right, M80, another opportunity at the full buy. Never had a real bonus round because of the damage that G2 did on that round 2 with the classics. That has continued to have influence over this half. It's continuing to apply economic pressure to M80 to keep G2 in the lead. And their backs are already up against the wall. They're down a map. They're in the lower bracket. Everything going against M80. They have to dig deep in a round like this.
Let's listen into M80 this round, see if they can recover.
One more.
One more.
Omen.
Guys, freeze for a little bit.
Omen's here too. Wait.
Yes.
I'm grabbing go. Jumper was out mid. Carry your tiles.
Yeah,
I'm only back call.
When you come back, carry back to get tiles.
Well, let's just go exit from elbow. It's fine, it's 3.
Okay, Omen's here. He has no blind.
Stick together.
Alvin, take your
3,
time coming back.
2,
Can we just
1.
wait? I'm holding.
I'm on the smoke. Wait, spacing.
Going right.
I'm gonna TP out and y'all bait me, okay?
You peeked me.
I'm still getting spawned.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna fight 3, 2, 1. I'm peeking.
It was just chamber. It could be tank.
Tripwire destroyed.
I'm blocking out. I'm on the shard.
Two main.
Flashing Alvin.
I'm sitting out.
Two still.
They're
The other
bingo.
guy's mid.
It's bingo.
They're all 3.
I'm going on this side. You don't see them?
They might go back
They
to mid.
gave.
See
They're
the cabbage
resetting.
going.
It was all 300%?
Yeah, it was.
They're gonna reset and come mid, I promise.
Yeah, 100%.
Do you have a flash after you plant?
No flash.
Okay. I'm looking for one short. They one way short.
I'm gonna go Victor flank here.
Okay.
I'm smoking 5. Could be spawn, okay.
Flash spawn. 2. They're dogging. I'm breaking this. They're about to come out.
In the smoke.
I'm on my shirt still. I'm on this way. TP'd out. I'm only with tank. One tank.
Nice try.
Good try.
Nice try. All good.
Honestly, like a masterful round from G2. The way they're able to dissect exactly where M80 are working on the map. That duo of Baby Bay and VALORANT to be able to get that pick onto Caillou, who was holding a little isolated with the spike, divided from the other two, and then knowing that Alvin was going to be coming late, they just double up, go back and deal with him because, yeah, throughout this series, Alvin has been isolated on a lot of those lurks, and we even hear M80 calling to allow him to keep lurking rather than trying to gather up with them with a bit more haste.
That's where he's been best this year.
Yeah, G2 just know exactly what's going on, and they pick apart M80. Brutal round to watch. Feels like G2 are just a cut above today. Now, this is a win they need badly, not just in terms of the obvious stakes. If you lose a game in this lower bracket of play-ins, they are done this year and would be relying on the future of other teams to potentially be able to make champions if it doesn't work out with them for the points, right? They're in second place right now. For M80, it's just do or die. They have to win this game, and then they have to win like 7 more games after that, or 8 games to win. It's some ridiculous amount.
Yeah, you're already playing on hard mode coming into the losers bracket, and then you get dealt the dynasty that stepped on your head to make itself. That hurts.
They need a statement win. It has been the toughest couple months in the careers of these players in the VCT. The turmoil internationally coming back, missteps here regionally, that's never been the case with them. They have to go on a run in this lower bracket, they have to bounce back, and it looks like The beginning of that might just be coming to fruition right now. 2 rounds away from knocking out M80.
Early dog here. It's going to give away the presence, and Jogamo is going to chomp at the bit here. The Cyber Cage will stall them. But it looks like Alvin's going to duck out, try to fade away to get some damage on the way in. And instead, with the relay bolt, that blood in the water is smelled even deeper. Overdrive thrown in here by Jog, but it's for the tempo swap as M80 have the stack on A site, and everyone from G2 is going to have to pivot.
M80 have found the right moment to get in towards this site. Full 5-on-5 retake. Caillou with the Hunter's Fury. That could be of massive value, though. Right now, he is deep in the site. Looks like he wants to get out of there to set himself up in a better position. Look at Baby Bam. I mean, they know that Alvin is going to go for some kind of lurk timing. He is just patiently waiting it out.
Hunter's Fury. Oh, there it is! Yeah, he stays on. Hunter's Fury back and early here. Enough relief to be able to securely get that res. Bonnie puppy guarding it hard, though, and so Baby Babe will take the fall for it. Now sliding back to deal with Spawn. It's got to be all Bonnie to deal with this team in the 1v2 to get 5 for the round. Post-res. Leaf guarding the defusal. Slide reset available, but he's got to deal with the double almost!
I will not die here.
God, you just wish he could do it all! And Leaf still has time after it's all done to get the defuse. Match point. 6 times over for G2.
Just a second away, a kill away from a star-making moment for Bonnie. He has been putting his everything into this game today. The aim looked so snappy. He was so close.
You just seem doing everything, too. A laundry list, just diving back and forth. He gets the slide reset after that second to be able to feign out on the defuse. It's just, it's all him that round, and it's not enough.
It's heartbreaking, and it's G2 now on match point. Seeing if they can't just catch someone in mid while M80 want to get back to this A site. They need to win 6 rounds in a row to stay alive on G2's map pick, stay alive in this series and in the play-ins. Nismo's trying to take point. He's been waiting for this moment. Smoke's going to go down, and he deals with Valen.
You still expect nothing less. G2 crunching at the space. Spaz just spamming that fast lane. That's enough to let G2 take that step back, let him get the plant down. Still secure economy, so they'll go for this no matter what. Hell, they've worked with less and gained way more. That'll proc out the overdrive and the neural theft here from M80, and that'll be enough to clear the crowd for sure. 4 stay standing. I mean, if there's ever a round you needed to win.
Sick opening came through from Nismo. Again, the Guardian taps have been there for him today. Valen is shut down. SPZ, good timing on that spray. Things come up for M80 there, keeping it simple, going back to this A exec, but this time actually finding the openers. Couldn't get success in the full retake situation. But that time wasn't something they ever had to deal with.
You want to play? Let's play.
Now 5 opportunities for G2. So they send M80 reeling out of A via that paranoia. M80 look like they want to take space elsewhere. Do they maybe want to go for this split towards B? Yeah, it looks like it. Valen 1 for 1.
Yeah, Bonnie at least getting the trade after that trademark gets procced, and he'll take that space permanently here. Even the relay bolt, he's going to dive into Boba, give it a go against Trent. He instantly meets that. He's so ready. Rest of M80 trying to use that as an excuse to press onto B, but Spike's been dropped in market, and G2's already here to meet it. Trent's still chilling. Jogamo's got the kill. Alvin with the potential hero moment. The dog stunning him, though, sticking him into this, and Alvin expects Trent not to double down on that same angle. The backstab imminent if it's not checked. But with enough time, with enough freezing, as is G2's classic, it becomes that 50-50, and Alvin gets it, but not the shot! And the explosive flame is officially stomped out. 0-4 for M80. Here in the play-ins, G2 stay alive and will at the very least make top 12.
saw an insane performance from Jaw on this Sunset, Trent, Baby Bay, crazy on map 1. Individuals for G2 were really showing out today, and honestly, that's a great sign because it has felt like in a lot of these series they've needed players to go nuclear, to tap into that top form that we haven't seen enough of recently. We got that from them though today. Great showing on Sunset, pretty dominant on their map pick. Respect to M80. They played with a lot of confidence today, a lot of energy on the stage. We saw some great individual moments from everyone on the team. They all had some highlight reel stuff, but ultimately, they were going up against the 4 times America's trophy lifting team that is hungry to make a run in this lower bracket and feel like they have something to prove.
Yeah, if there was anything to light a fire under the seat of G2, it was the threat of losing that reputation even for a second. Could have been fine, chilling, waiting in the wings, watching for champs. That's just not what this team does. They win matches. And you see how much respect the team paid to Nismo on their way out, paying it to someone who has been working for that stage time for so damn long. 4 of the players on M80 hadn't touched this VCT setting before it. And they met the nerves, they met the pressure, they just could not meet the expectations all the way. And God, G2 just looking like they could read this team down from round to round. Valen calling the pivots so consistently. Jogamo getting more intuitive as things went, just following those instincts and making so much out of it. Becoming quintessential G2 right in front of us, finding themselves again.
Just watching a game where we are getting consistent heroic moments from the G2 players and beyond heroic moments, like consistently putting up numbers, definitely inspires confidence that they are going to be able to bounce back and run it through this lower bracket in the play-ins. Like, we have needed that from them badly, and they delivered today.
Most definitely. It was really great to see G2 pop off this hard, and we hope to continue to see that going forward in the lower bracket. But in the meantime, we've got a lot to still talk about, a lot to discuss, and a lot of implications for these teams that have been eliminated. Let's talk to Sierra down at the stage for a post-match interview with Trent.
I am here with Trent, victor of this match. I mean, congratulations. You're won. Your run is still alive. You have eliminated M80. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, obviously. I mean, Breeze was a rough map for us, prior, and somehow we closed it out, so that felt great. And then Sunset was kind of smooth for us. We were pretty confident going into it as well as our map pick, so yeah, it just feels good.
I mean, bringing it back to that Sunset, because that was such a close series, and you say it's been rough in the past. What do you think was that difference maker heading into today?
We've had a lot of talks recently, and we just needed to be more confident really in ourselves and just kind of show us, prove to ourselves that we can do it and we're still good. And, it kind of showed today. We were just going out there and just playing the game and having fun and shooting them.
I mean, for a team like G2, it seems crazy to say, we just need to find our confidence again, right? Yeah. Was it because of being knocked down to the lowers? Was it, a circumstance before? Or, just kind of a little spark? What do you think there was an event that caused that?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of just were losing a bit, from London to EWC to now. We kind of just been on a rough patch. And so we kind of just had to, look in the mirror, look at ourselves, and kind of just refocus back into it and, kind of show ourselves that we have the confidence and that we're good enough to do it.
I mean, a 2-0 to be starting off this lower bracket run is definitely a great way to do so. How are you looking ahead at the rest of this lower bracket? Do you still feel like we still have a couple of those tough talks, or are you feeling just a lot more confident pushing on forward?
I think now definitely more confident. I mean, M80 is a great team. They're here for a reason. They went all the way through Tier 2, so props to them. They had a great year. And yeah, the confidence is back. We're playing good. We're feeling good in the server. And now we got Bestia soon, and then the loser of MIBR, I'm pretty sure. So we're confident for both of those matches, and we just need to get back to the drawing board for the next 2 days.
And I mean, for G2, if you fully get your spark back, which today was a great thing for that, what is the limit for this team? Are we going all the way here?
We're going all the way. I mean, this is the last chance. We got to just get all the way through, no losses, straight to champs. And with all that momentum and all that confidence coming back to us, I think we'll do great.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much. Congratulations on this win today.
Thank you.
As for us, I mean, there's still a little bit more in store for today. It's going to be match point with VALORANT and Baby Bay.
Well, that was your Verizon post-match interview. We're here for Match Point. Now we got the boys from G2, Baby Bay and Valen joining me. Congrats on the win, guys.
Thank you.
I want to start with you, Valen, because this was a match a long time in the making.
Oh, yes, it was.
You beat this guy 3 years ago in the Ascension Finals. You get to play Nismo again in Americas. What was that like?
Honestly, at the end, I felt really sad because I love Nismo. Like, he's such a great guy. He's such a great player. I wish he had more chances in Tier 1 because I genuinely think he deserves it. But leading up to the game, I mean, it was just really exciting to have a match with some story to it. It kind of went full circle competing in Tier 1. Andre, he was telling me, he's like, dude, I never got to play them.
Never played them.
Yeah, you missed each other. When you stopped playing was right when M80 started coming up as well. So what was that like for you? Did you feel anything with your teammates having that history?
I mean, I felt the confidence of Jake. He was like, nah, don't worry, I got us on this one. And like, he was right. He was farming on the second map and stuff,
Yeah, you were. But map 1, Dre, that was kind of all you.
Bro, Trent and Dre were going nuclear. Actually, the whole team.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I mean, I needed that. I needed that, little mini revenge arc from the last match.
Talk to me about what that was kind of like. Like, what do you feel like went wrong in the Furia game? What was different today that was back to that peak Baby Bay?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think Furia did a good job of like dealing with some of my chamber stuff, and it kind of made me have to like learn a lot quicker on the fly. But yeah, I mean, I quick scoped him. I was just watching the highlights too. Yeah, I quick scoped him. Yeah, but. It was paired up with that, and also I will say, like, individually, I don't think I was hitting as hard as I normally would.
Sure.
Like in the Furia match, like normally amongst the chaos and all the utility, I'll still find like a kill or two here and there, and it just wasn't hitting for me that day. So I think it was just an off day, and I got a strong mental, so I bounced back pretty fast from it.
Hell yeah. I saw you making the like pog faces as you were watching those clips. Some of the ones you maybe didn't
Dre
see.
was going crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy.
I don't know who flashed you at the end there. I don't think it was.
I don't know. That was crazy. Like their harbor was insane.
No, their harbor was hitting crazy.
That was such a good flash. I'm sure that had nothing to do with you, right?
Nah.
I want to ask a little about that because you had your phase at the beginning of the year where you were the one guy who believed in harbor.
He's
right?
the OG harbor.
And then you stop playing it. You're Astra all day. You go back to it here. What was the kind of rationale between switching to that?
I think Josh tries to strive for a lot of agent mastery in our comps, so I was playing a lot of Astra, not much harbor on any of the maps. So he wanted me to just have all my plays down consistent, but we kind of got to a point where we tried to do a lot of things, and it's just like, dude, this agent is so good on the map. So after we lost to Furia, I just hot swapped to harbor. I worked a lot to just get all my lineups down, get everything back in the groove, and honestly, it still was a bit shaky today, but it was a good first showing for me. I think I'll be able to develop it even more. So, yeah.
Yeah, Josh was straight up like, listen, I've avoided this for too long. We gotta play it. And we just swapped with like one day of prac.
I'm always down.
We made it work. We made that thing work.
And it looked pretty good. As we take a look at the bracket, I want to ask you guys about play-ins as a whole, because normally G2 wouldn't expect to have to be here. You guys are pretty dominant in Americas, but now you're in this position, lower bracket, have to run it all the way back to make it into the playoffs.
Yeah.
What is the team's kind of mental approach to play-ins been like? Like, what have you made of this tournament? What has the team's approach been being in this position?
I would say for us, after we lost to Loud, it was just trying to diagnose why we lost that game, because it felt like more than just an in-game problem. We tackled a lot of outside of, strats, like our mental, like all little things. It's really hard to speak about every little thing we did, but it really was a treatment of like in internationals, you have the group stage where you go straight to playoffs. That's how it felt for us. Like maybe we need these extra reps. The loss to Furia felt like we had, good process. We were trying our best, but sometimes the result doesn't go in your favor. But we never gave up on each other, and I would say we're just going to keep going on this journey in lowers, keep running it up, and trying to prove to ourselves that we can still hang.
Do you think it's a good opportunity to get to play play-ins, to have more matches to find that identity?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think nearly everybody wrote us off after that Furia game, so we got a lot to prove, and we're hungry for it. And I think that's when we're the scariest. Like when we have that drive and motivation to like knock out all these teams, like we know we can do it. We've done it before. I mean, this guy literally had the miracle run for Toronto last year. So it's not like G2 isn't capable of doing it. We're definitely capable, and every team that plays us should fear us.
Seems like you guys get better in these positions. So I'm excited to watch the rest of it. You got another match coming up in just 2 days to work through this lower bracket of play-ins. But that's all for today. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thanks you two for joining me. We'll see you tomorrow for more of our play. play-ins and more lower bracket elimination games. In the interim, here's your Samsung OLED Fast Replay.
Oh.
You don't know that word?
No, I didn't know what I was doing.
You were just wiggling?
Yeah.
LATAM's best squad from Tier 2, trying to bounce back from a tough 1-2 loss. They made big changes going into that game, now looking to return to normal and get a win on the board.
Knows that there could be someone up here, but he's not quite sure the number. Finds one, that's Fireball.
All 4 players from C9 here.
That's a nasty shot from Loss. Has been absolutely unreal for these players here. Gets himself a third, gets himself a fourth. 2 left here. Wait a minute. Taco gets 3. Oh no! Just when you think that things are going to look good for C9 and they might be able to get this. Oh my God, it's Taco with 4.
He has the ability.
Bestia managed to lock down their first map win. He was actually giving you the idea that they wanted to go to A, but instead it's going to go right into the loving hands of Fireball Ops and Zelsis. Zelsis gets himself 3. That's the 3rd one for C9. They want to handle this one, but Melzer's there to back his teammate up. He gets the shot loss. Is he not going to save it? No way! For a minute, Papa. You don't want to hit that one up top. Oh my God.
Being able to hold his own for so long is actually phenomenal.
That's 4. He gets the tag. Looks for 1. Oh, but right around the corner. Hit him with a knife. I don't know. Throw the kitchen sink at him, but you can't do it because he's too damn good. Oh my God. Try as you might, you thought C9 were the main character. Step aside, because it's Bestia's day today.
G2 is used to the big stakes games. They're used to those best of 5s when you get down the road. For the first time in forever, they are in the lower bracket right from the get-go.
It's a lower expectation game, but for them, maybe that's an opportunity to feel those stakes like it's playoffs.
M80's just dumping it all to make sure this economy is trashed. And Bonnie, comfy, Trent, cornered, gets his own 3 through the tide!
Not the Vandal, not the Guardian. It's actually just going to be the Sheriff. For Kai to get the opening, and Valen is exposed and caught.
His overdrive is still not expired, and he's still killing. But Bonnie on the outskirts. These swiped back, and M80 will have to wait at least a little longer before their first VCT victory. Having a bit of a file-in system, Giacomo on this frenzy, catching both on the back from Boba, keeping 4. Stable, wow, Jog.
Having G2 and opening, and you never want to do that, but Alvin has shut them down. What a sick 3-piece. Oh, it's right up here. This timing is crazy. There is just no way that Nismo should ever expect this. You are joking. There is just no way, but you'll never expect you to be ridiculous.
There's no way he's checking for this at any point, right? Okay, yeah, we're solid.
I mean, we take those. How did you get there?
Comes that 50-50, and Alvin gets it, but not the shot! And the explosive flame is officially stomped out. 0-4 for M80.